Hey guys. Here is what if Naruto went back in time from an alternate future. You can't stop the flow of time. Its will only whirls in one direction. It is impossible for a mere human to change that path. But sometimes the impossible must be done. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 1. Face the door of a new life. The impact was overwhelming. For a moment that felt like hours, nothing could be seen through the thick, foggy dust. The wind seemed to have stopped blowing, and the grass no longer swayed, almost like time had paused. Everything froze for a moment, or perhaps for an eternity. A light groan echoed from a limp body at the bottom of the crater, instantly disturbing the stillness. It was hardly visible through the clouds of dust that surrounded it. "There's somebody down there!" A voice yelled as the air finally started to clear, revealing a still form. A boy laid there motionlessly, only his chest faint rising and falling indicated that he was still alive. His clothes were torn beyond recognition, but the remains of his once vibrant orange jumpsuit still stood out under the thick layer of dirt. The only thing he could feel was the pain in his stomach. None of his senses seemed to act normally. He tried to breathe, but the simple act of respiration was beyond him. Muffled voices echoed around him, as if he was submerged in water. He groaned again faintly, as debris rained on his form as someone rushed toward his side, slipping down on the edge of the crater. "Hey! Wait! That could be dangerous!" Another voice shouted, sending another dose of small rocks at his already abused body. "Has he got a Hittite? Or anything to identify him?" A gentle touch. Someone with small hands stroked the hair away from his face. A soft moan escaped at the feeling, and his eyes slowly fluttered open. But the only thing that registered in front of his eyes was something blue. Maybe the sky. A silhouette appeared above him. When he blinked and tried to focus his eyesight, he only achieved a new stabbing pain in them by the harsh sunlight. He tried to raise his hands to cover his face, but they fell back to the hard ground. "Hey Blondie, stay still. I'll help you," someone whispered gently above him. The still lingering soft dust irritated his lungs and his throat, and his chest squeezed to cough. However, after the sudden stabbing pain, he had to force down the urge. His ribs screamed inside his chest by the sudden strain. A warm sensation entered his stomach and seeped into his internal organs while green light reached his eyes. He tried to speak, tried to push out any word, but the only thing he managed was another groan. The pain in his abdomen increased, and he gladly accepted the offered unconsciousness. Muffled noises rapped harshly in his sore ears and brain. He tried to groan in his displeasure, but he couldn't even moan. Consciousness returned to him slowly as he started to hear the conversation next to him. He vaguely registered a stereo, felt his mind become clear, but he didn't open his eyes. He strengthened his senses as much as he could and tried to detect any other presences in the room with him. "So, how is our patient today?" The faint sound of flipping pages could be heard. There were only the two men talking around him. They reeked of disinfectant, blood, and illness. Must be some kind of medic. He mused. Bed was uncomfortably hard beneath him, he registered faintly. Surprisingly well after how he had arrived here. I bet he will regain consciousness soon with his extremely high regeneration process. "Wanna join the bet? I'm all finished with my shift." He was the last one. "Wanna go grab some coffee? We can discuss the bet there." "Sure." His eyes snapped open as he heard the door fall shut, but he regretted the motion immediately. The sudden light stabbed him painfully, and he squeezed them shut again. Gradually, he tried again, blinking rapidly to clear away the fog of his vision. There was nothing but white around him. White ceilings, white walls, white machines beside him. Yup. Hospital. He closed his eyes and tried to think. I was fighting with, wait, hospital? He jerked up on the bed and doubled over, immediately gripping his stomach at a harsh pain in it. His scream echoed through the room and most likely over the whole section. Panting heavily, he mapped his surroundings and looked for an escape route. He checked every corner for an exit but couldn't even find a window. Then he realized he couldn't feel his chakra flow, and recognized a familiar pattern covering his forearms. A chakra binding seal. His brows immediately raised in confusion. Just a second after he screamed, people rushed into the room. Two appeared to be medical staff, judging by their white uniforms. Most likely the ones who were discussing the bet over his recovery. His eyebrow raised until it reached his hairline, and his eyes were wide open as four cloaked and masked people appeared next to his bed. He glanced up at the masked soldiers and then to the medics in confusion. How are you feeling?" asked one of the medics after he shook off his surprise. He received no answer, only a suspicious, sharp glance from the man's electric blue eyes as he finally also gathered his composure. A seventh man entered the room. The blonde immediately locked his gaze on the newcomer in green vest. "Who are you and what are your purposes here?" asked one of the masked men as he stepped closer to his bed. However, he didn't hear the question, freezing at the sight in front of him. His pulse was locked on the symbol on his Hittite. A whirl with a stripe and a triangle. A stylized leaf. Confusion ran across his face, but it was soon replaced with a pained grimace. His expression finally hardened and his eyes narrowed as he forced his brain to work as fast as it could. "Come on. Remember. I was fighting. I hit that jerk with my last raisin gun and then. Oh shit. Idiot, egotistical, red-eyed son of a..." He hissed between his clenched teeth and squeezed his eyes shut. The people in the room froze at the statement and shared confused looks. Suddenly he jerked his head up. "Why are you doing this to me?" He shot toward the white ceiling. "Is this really necessary?" His voice died down to a soft whisper. He locked his gaze at the empty surface for a long minute, maybe waiting for an answer. But not surprisingly, none came. He flung his legs off the bed and hopped down, only to wobble from the sudden burden. With a surprised look, he noticed that other than his boxers and bandages, he was naked. "Wow. Great plan, you red-eyed moron. Embarrass me to death," he muttered and shook his head with irritation. The medical staff could do nothing more than take a step backward when the boy slowly raised his hands in front of his chest, attempting to perform a familiar jutsu. One of the ANBU jumped closer, gripped his hand and hissed. "Don't bother trying anything. Your chakra is already sealed away. You can't even perform a kawarimi." The only visible reaction was a raised eyebrow as the boy stared at the cat mask, as if he was silently accusing him of being an idiot. "This is the stupidest genjutsu ever," he muttered to himself, shaking his head disapprovingly once more. "Genjutsu?" asked back the confused cat. The boy didn't answer, instead finished what he started. "Ki." The effect was instantaneous as a shockwave of chakra flew from the center. Only the 4 ANBU were able to stay on their feet. Everyone else stared at the boy wide-eyed from the ground. "What the hell?" he mumbled. "What the hell is going on? Kai!" Another chakra wave lashed out from him, bigger than anything they'd ever felt. It sent them all crashing into the walls, knocking most of them unconscious with its force. At this point, in the center of the village, an old man let his mouth drop. His ever-present pipe fell to the desk with a clatter, spreading ash and embers across the papers and scrolls waiting to be inspected and signed. In the hospital, the boy burst through the room's only exit to come face to face with another small group of people in the hall. He froze immediately, wide-eyed, as he looked at the older man standing before him. Surprisingly, the older man also paused and stared in disbelief despite his years of experience on the battlefield. It was like looking into a mirror, their age and some minor physical characteristics the only difference between them. The boy suddenly averted his eyes as if he didn't dare to face the man in the hall anymore, like a small child would do, who couldn't look up to his parents' eyes after doing something bad. He glanced back at the newcomer only from the corners of his eyes. The boy finally braced himself to look back at the man. His pools were filled with sadness, love, and shame, before he closed his eyes and muttered to himself. "You're not here. You aren't real. Everything is just part of his sick mind game. Minato! Brace yourself!" One of the man's comrades barked in an attempt to break said man's frozen state. "I know," he hissed back. The boy snapped his head toward the voice as he also came out of his temporary stasis. While his attention was focused on the shouting man behind Minato, a strange kunai with 3 prongs flew towards him. He didn't even bother to deflect it, he just leaned his head to the left to let it pass by him. At the moment the weapon passed his ear, Minato's form appeared behind him, with the same blade pointed to his neck, ready to slice his throat open. Nothing had been visible, only the yellow flash of his golden hair. "You know I'm as real as the weapon which threatens to slice your neck." "I don't think so," the younger blonde replied as if they were casually discussing their day over a bottle of sake. "But I always wanted to see this with my own eyes. Or whatever. Great. Now I'm talking to myself." "What are you talking about?" Minato blurted out. "Shinobi fighting lesson number 2, Genjutsu," he stated casually with the air of a sensei. "Kurama, would you please be so kind as to do something about this ridiculous situation?" "Naruto, I think this isn't a Genjutsu." Naruto's eyes widened and in the next blink he entered his well-known mindscape, the canal where the 9-tailed fox enjoyed his hospitality. However, during the last half-year, it had changed. It still resembled an underground canal, but in the middle of the ankle-deep water, there was a large patch of green grass with soft light, and slowly swinging osier trees despite the lack of wind in the place. A bright orange canine rose behind the trees and watched the boy with his glowing red eyes. "What?" Naruto asked, a strain in his voice. It revealed its razor-sharp teeth and answered with a puzzled expression. "I said I think this isn't a genjutsu." "What do you mean this isn't a genjutsu? This must be because of that bastard Sharingan." The last thing I remembered when that red-eyed. Naruto's breathing and heart rate increased, while something squeezed his chest inside his mindscape. Thoughts raced inside his mind with insane speed. The irritation was slowly replaced by panic and confusion. The giant fox narrowed his flaming eyes and barked out to snap his jailer out from his state. "Calm down, you idiot, or you'll get us killed! I'm trying to figure out what's going on and think of a plan." And with a flicker of an enormous tail, Naruto was kicked out forcefully from his own mindscape. Minato was still holding his kunai to his neck. Naruto's breathing soon became grasping as thoughts raced across his mind. Then he suddenly closed his eyes, with a deep frown on his face, obviously started to think. "Just calm down!" Minato hissed into his ear. A heavy snap echoed in the passage and Minato's stomach twisted as he blinked down with one eye just to see what he had already known. The boy had broken his own finger on his left hand. His index finger was now accusingly pointing at him at an awkward angle. When nothing changed, Naruto slowly turned his head to look over his shoulder. The kunai drew a thin red line on his neck. Not so deep as to threaten his life, but deep enough for any other shinobi to hiss in pain. But Naruto didn't show any sign of pain. His wide and confused eyes were glued on Minato. The mixture of emotions fell from his face. Denial. Confusion. Relief. Then devastating joy. "Now do you see that I'm speaking the truth about this being reality and not a genjutsu?" Minato muttered once again to the boy, who winced as an only reaction when his voice reached his ears. His eyes were still stared at him unblinkingly. "This is impossible," he finally pressed out in a powerless voice, muttering more to himself than to the surrounding people or to Minato. "I told myself the same thing when I felt that burst of chakra back at my office." The voice came from beyond the shinobi in front of him, who were now parting as someone approached. The boy froze and his muscles tensed. Naruto tried desperately to will his body to remain upright. His lungs began to burn, screaming for air despite his quickening breath, and a cold feeling seeped into him. Suddenly, his body refused to hold his weight, and he crumpled limply to the cold floor. Minato had just barely been able to move the three-pronged weapon away before it could seriously wound the trembling boy. Naruto dimly heard that the fox was speaking to him continuously, but he couldn't comprehend Kurama's fading words anymore. He looked up just in time to see a familiar old man step in front of him in a white robe, a pipe protruding from his mouth, before his vision started to become foggy. He could still smell the familiar scent of the burning tobacco wafting from his pipe. "Gigi," he softly whispered toward the aging man's blurry silhouette. The raw panic that had been clutching his mind and soul began to shift, morphing into a semblance of hope as his vision closed in on itself. His lungs were desperately pulling in air, but it still felt like he couldn't breathe. No longer able to withstand the stress of his situation and over-rampant emotions, his mind surrendered the fight to stay conscious. He passed out with a gentle smile on his face with one last glance toward the blurry image of the old man, his eyes full of hope, before his eyelids buried his irises. Sarutobi looked up from the unmoving body to meet Minato's blue pools, with the same unmistakable shade which only seconds ago looked up at him from the floor, hope, relief, respect, and love abundant within them. Sarutobi sighed and turned fully toward Minato. "I would be very pleased if you could explain what the hell happened here within the last 5 minutes. Minato blinked and stayed silent, his eyes still glued on the motionless form at his feet. "Minato?" The named man shook his head with a confused expression on his face. "I don't know. I really don't." Minato had decided to stay with the boy when he had lost consciousness. He slowly stood up from his chair next to the door and walked to the bed where the young boy lay beneath the white sheets. He couldn't be more than 18. Possibly less. Originally he had been asked to check on the boy because a sealing scroll and many tags with seals transcribed on them had been found among his belongings when they brought him to the village. They couldn't figure out if they were dangerous, or even what they were for. When Minato had first seen him, he'd frozen. He hadn't reacted like that in years, not since he'd been promoted to Chunin. He'd frozen from surprise. If he hadn't seen his parents die during the war, he could have sworn they were relatives. The boy's hair was slightly shorter, his facial features were a little rougher, there were strange whisker marks on his cheeks, but he resembled Minato too closely. His eyes were the same color, same as his own and his father's. Exact copies, right down to the little white flecks in the center. What really upset him was the boy's strength. A Hyuga medic had already checked his chakra system before he first woke up, and he said that the boy had extremely well-developed chakra coils, something that someone at his age would never have. Only the veteran of veterans should have had a chakra system developed to that level. The Hyuga could only compare it to Sarutobi, to the Hokage himself. Minato sighed and strolled back to his chair. They made a lot of security enhancements because of the boy. When he woke up for the first time, he knocked out 4 Anbu, 1 Jounin and 2 medical ninja with his chakra pulse to release a non-existent genjutsu. Now 2 whole Anbu squads were surveying him, and Minato also put a new chakra binding seal on him, which would continuously consume most of his chakra and leave the boy on the level of a normal civilian. As extra precaution, he also put paralyzing seals on the boy, so when he woke up the only thing he'd be able to do is blink. A special treatment to restrain even a rampaging Kage. His thought was interrupted by a new sound from the bed as a groan escaped from the boy's mouth. He blinked in surprise as he tried to raise his hands to reach his throbbing forehead. But he couldn't move his arms, as a pair of bindings tightly constricted his wrists and ankles. Nor could he move any other parts of his body, not even his pinky. They were heavy as lead. The only thing he could do was blink and groan. "If you stay still this time, I'll remove some of the paralysis seals, so you can move a little and speak properly," a strict voice said from one of the corners. His eyes snapped toward the voice, but he still couldn't see who was speaking. "Blink once if you understand, then twice if you accept the deal." The boy hastily blinked 3 times and a blond man appeared in his line of sight and towered above him. The man eyed him suspiciously with a frown on his face, but after a short moment he put his hands down on several parts of his captive's body and channeled chakra into them. Finally, he started to feel something. But every part of his body that was released was now tingling with numbness, like there were thousands of ants marching inside his veins. He grimaced and hissed at the uncomfortable feeling. The other blonde above him gave a small smile, but his eyes were observing every twitch of his muscles suspiciously. "The numbness will wear off in a minute." The blonde only nodded and shut his eyes tightly, waiting for the remaining tingling sensation to wear off from his body. "Can you talk?" "Why, yes." The young blonde's voice cracked back to him. "Why am I fettered?" "I'm asking the questions. Once I'm finished, you can ask whatever you'd like. Understood?" The young blonde immediately nodded and shut his halfway open mouth. "What are your purposes here?" "I don't know. Where am I anyway?" Minato didn't answer, only asked another question in the same commanding tone. "Why did you think this was a genjutsu?" "Genjutsu?" the boy muttered confusedly. "What genjutsu?" A deep frown crawled up on Minato's face as he chose his next words carefully. "Do you know me? This is the first time I've seen you." Minato blinked in surprise and his eyebrows creased as he frowned. "What's your name, rank, and village?" The boy stopped and stayed in silence for several seconds. His gaze dimmed as he concentrated for long, silent seconds. "Answer the question!" Minato barked out in a commanding voice, making the young blonde flinch, his eyes suddenly focused again. The voice lacked any kindness, only contained the impatient demand. He stared to his left just like someone who does his hardest to remember something. Or to make up something. His eyes suddenly widened. "I don't know. I don't remember a thing." Chapter 2, At the Doorstep of New Life. "What do you mean you don't remember anything?" Minato's voice echoed in the small hospital room. This wasn't new to him. A lot of captured shinobi resorted to this trick, especially in the last few years of the war. Amnesia. Couldn't they have come up with something more creative? He muttered to himself. It was disappointing, really. "What's the last thing you remember?" Minato barked after a sigh. The young blonde blinked, and his frown deepened in concentration. It's you standing above me. But before that, it's blank." The boy's voice became ragged, and the air left his lungs with a whistling sound at his next exhale. His breathing increased, and his azure pools didn't stop traveling back and forth between him and the room. Just like a cornered animal. Minato could even hear his wildly drumming heart behind his ribs. Great. Another spy acting the fool. At least he knows his stuff. The yellow flash let out another sigh and started to massage his forehead in frustration. He really thought the boy would at least come up with something more interesting to explain his previous behavior. The boy finally regained some of his composure as he finally let his wild blue eyes linger on Minato. His voice was shaky, and his throat must have been sore as he cracked. "Where am I?" The blonde shinobi looked back to the boy, but he refused to give him an answer. "Who are you and why am I bound to this bed?" Minato was lost in thought as he eyed the blonde beneath him. "Who am I?" He still received no answer. "Am I a criminal?" "That remains to be seen," Minato finally said with a calculating glance. He ran his fingers through his blond locks, and the frown was once more on his fine features. I'll go and inform the medics and Hokage-sama about your current state and that you are conscious. Stay still, and don't try anything. The medics will examine your head while we try to gather some information about you. The boy nodded in understanding and forced himself to calm down and gain more control over his breathing and his storming emotions. As Minato left the room, he turned back to the boy from the doorway and gave him another suspicious glance over his shoulder. What he received in return confused him yet again. The boy forced his head up as much as he could from the bed and gave him a small, hopeful smile. Thank you? Minato shook his head and closed the door to inform the medics, as well as to give his report to the Hokage. 10 minutes later, Minato was staring up at the Hokage Tower in the middle of the village. With a sigh, he approached the entrance with slow steps and nodded with a friendly smile to the chunin next to the elaborate wooden door near the front of the building. His eyes ran over the carvings. His pools were locked on the various details that experienced hands had carved into the hardwood during the first Hokage's reign. It was a ritual he did every time he stepped through them. His eyes stayed more on the center of it, where a small flame shouted away the identity of the village. Otherworldly plants framed the will of fire, their stems circling all the way around the great carving. Uncountable amount of leaves, buds and flowers made the design flawless. Shinobi passed him as most of the genin and chunin teams had received their mission scrolls and were now beginning their next tasks, or perhaps marching into their doom. Minato ascended the stairs and was now standing in front of another wooden door which led to the Hokage's private office. Letting out a last exhale, he knocked on the door and entered when permitted. Hokage-sama. He gave a bow towards the man behind the desk and received a welcoming nod in return. Minato strolled to the center of the room and sat down in a chair in front of the large desk, which was already buried under a mass of papers and scrolls despite the early hour. He surveyed the battlefield on the desk, and a faint smile tugged his lips upward. Beginning of a long day, Hokage-sama? The older man tracked his eyes toward the mess and gave a weary shrug. As it seems. What do you want to report to me? Minato's posture immediately straightened. The boy that we found in our training ground last week is awake again, and he claims to suffer amnesia. The older man let out a sigh, closed his eyes while beckoning for Minato to continue. He claimed that he doesn't remember anything before waking up. He doesn't even recognize me and stated that he had never seen me before, despite his first reaction when he saw me in the hallway. Minato replied. The Hokage closed his eyes, and a deep frown appeared on his face, deepening the starting wrinkles on his face. What are your opinions on this, Minato? It's hard to tell. He shook his head in frustration. If he's a spy, then he's either really terrible or a genius. What kind of spy would reveal his strength before assessing the situation? And going by the security seals, no one suspicious crossed the gates, so he shouldn't even be here. The seals didn't detect any illegal entry at the border. If he lied about the whole thing and this is a part of some well-planned attack, then he must have experience well beyond his years. I honestly can't tell if he's lying or not, and he seems to truly believe he has amnesia. He was confused and disoriented. However, when I left, he thanked me for my help. Minato shook his head and waited for the Hokage's answer. Hiruzen finally opened his eyes to look up at the blonde. Have you any reasonable ideas about what's going on at this point, Minato? I suggest that before we make any conclusions we should interrogate him properly, and I also suggest we involve a professional from Konoha's torture and interrogation force. If he truly is a spy, then we will need a full mind scan from a Yamanaka. The Hokage stared back at Minato in contemplation, then started to chew on the end of his pipe. Let it be so. I entrust you with this case. Please make the necessary arrangements. Minato nodded, rose from his chair, and stopped for a moment, staring back to the Hokage. Hokage-sama? Yes? Are you sure you've never met him before? Sarutobi looked up from his desk at Minato and blew out the tobacco smoke from his lungs. I'm certain. He has a very unique appearance. I'm not so old as to become senile just yet. Minato bit down on his lower lip and after a second of hesitation he accepted the answer, nodding before he bowed, and left the Hokage alone within his never-ending battle with the bureaucracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen locked his gaze on the closed door with a deep frown for a few minutes. The sudden appearance of the boy worried him, and he was also worried about Minato. After returning from his last mission at Kusa, the promising young man had fallen into depression. A knock halted his troubled thoughts before he could further evaluate the blondes. Come in. A woman pushed the door open with her elbow, and Sarutobi's face fell. Hokage-sama, we received the last of the missing mission reports from the West Wing, and there's also the official invitation for today's council meeting. Here are the necessary documents for it. Hiruzen let out a sigh and started to eye the new tower of paper in front of him. Then let the battle begin. he murmured to himself as the woman left the room with an apologetic look. Minato entered the base of the torture and interrogation force somewhere in Konoha to arrange everything. He knocked on the door and entered as he received permission from the inside of the office. A middle-aged man dressed completely in black looked up from the table and greeted the young shinobi. "Ah, Minato-san. It's good to see you again. It's been ages since we last met." Minato sent an apologetic smile at the man. "It's good to see you too. I was on the battlefield for the last month." "Yes, I heard. What brings you here?" "I have a job for you. We found a boy last week at one of our training fields, but I'm sure you already know about this." The black-clad man nodded and didn't interfere, so Minato continued. "He is awake, and I would like to request a proper interrogation and full mind screen. He claims to have amnesia." A grimace spread across the man's face. Something between disgust and despise. "So another spy?" "We don't know yet," Minato stated warily. "But yes, based on our experience in the last few years, he seems to be. I would like to start it as soon as possible before he has the chance to gather any more information than he already has. His condition is stable, almost completely healed despite some minor scratches, so it can be done in the department. I'll inform my team then." "Thank you. I'll bring him and myself in 20 minutes. Minato bowed courteously before leaving the room to make the necessary arrangements for the transfer. 15 minutes later, Minato was again next to the young boy's bed. "Hello again," he greeted the boy, who gave a nervous look to him with a small, forced smile. Hi. You will be moved to another place for questioning. After we finish there, I will attempt to answer any questions you may have." The boy was nervous, but didn't show any sign of suspicious behavior. He slowly nodded and warily looked at the two masked people behind Minato. "So what now?" "I'll remove the shackles, but I won't undo your seals. You won't be able to move on your own." The boy nodded again, his calm facade slowly fading as he nervously eyed the two masked shinobi while Minato removed the leather shackles. The two guards, a little rougher than it was necessary, lifted him by his armpits, and he prayed to every kami that the ANBU wouldn't release him, because if they did, he would fall face down on the hard-tiled floor. Minato nodded to the two ANBU, and they disappeared with the boy in a swirl of leaves. When he arrived at the torture and interrogation force, the young boy found himself sitting in a chair in the middle of a small room with pale white walls, dressed in slacks and t-shirt by his previous two ANBU guards, which was, by the way, easily his most embarrassing experience. Well, at least he hoped so, because it was already bad enough. He tried to shift his limbs to a more comfortable pose but failed to twitch them more than mere millimeters. He silently cursed and accused his misery to the paralysis seals all over his body, completely forgetting about the thin wires around his ankles and wrists securing him again, this time to his chair. The only furniture visible was a desk and another chair opposite him. A large mirror made up most of one wall. The boy stared at the desk. He couldn't shake off the nudging feeling at the back of his mind that he was being watched. The blonde closed his eyes and furrowed his brow in concentration. The two masked men stood outside the door. His eyes slowly opened and traveled toward the mirror and tilted his head to the right. There were two more men watching him from behind the mirror. One of them was definitely the blonde who spoke with him at the hospital, but he couldn't recognize the other. Minato stared back into the boy's blue eyes in disbelief. He stepped a little bit to the right, and as he suspected, the eyes followed his movement instantly. He glanced at his comrade, who stroked his bare chin, lost in his thoughts. Minato furrowed his brows and opened his lips. "Well, this is impressive. We can confirm that he has outstanding sensing ability without any doubt." The boy's eyes wandered from Minato to fix onto his comrades, who nodded in agreement. "Very impressive indeed. This room was built to conceal our chakra, scent, and sound. We should be totally isolated, but he can still sense our presence." Minato nodded again and turned to his comrade. "Makoto-san, let's begin." The two men left the room and entered their prisoner's hold. Makoto sat down in the empty chair, while Minato leaned against the wall behind him, arms folded in front of his chest and nodding to the boy, who gave him a small, forced, and definitely nervous, smile in exchange. The lead interrogator cleared his throat to gain the captive's attention, and the boy immediately swept his head toward the new voice. "If you stay calm and answer honestly, there's no need to be nervous. I'm Kawa Makoto, and the man behind me is Namikaze Minato, if you don't know it already." The boy nodded and gave one more forced smile, this time to Makoto. "We haven't had the opportunity to properly introduce ourselves at the hospital," he mumbled weakly, a small embarrassed grimace equilibrating on his lips. "Well then, it's your turn to introduce yourself to us. Who are you and where are you from?" The boy started nervously chewing his lower lip and looked down at the table, stubbornly staring the curves of the wood, then shook his head after a long pause. As I said to Namikaze-san, I don't remember a thing. My first memory was waking up in the hospital and him talking to me. He shook his head again and looked back to Makoto. I really want to remember, and I really want to help you. Believe me, this is as frustrating to me as it is to you. I don't have any intentions of harming anyone. I don't even know where I am, what happened to me, or how the hell I got here. The last part of his sentence bubbled out with frustration. He was nervous. He still didn't know a thing. Nobody told him where he was or why was he in a hospital, and why they handled him as if he was a criminal. His neck and stomach still stung a little, but other than that, he felt okay physically. The blonde named Minato promised that he would get answers after they finished, and he really wanted those answers. He was frustrated, confused, tired and hungry as all hell. Makoto continued to ask the blonde random questions about random things. About shinobi life in general and of course about his past. Where he was from, what his intentions are in the village were repeated several times. And he asked how he received the wound on his neck and stomach. At least he knew why they had been stinging. He told him random names, but none of them sounded familiar. The blonde couldn't answer any of them. Makoto tried every method in his repertoire to get any kind of suspicious answer, but the boy seemed to be honest. He tried to be kind, he tried to be stern, then threatening, he tried to confuse the boy. But there was no sign of a lie, no spike in his chakra flow, no sweating, no shaking, not even a tense muscle. After long hours of questioning, the boy's eyes snapped to the door behind Makoto. In that moment, a short knock broke the silence of the room, and a tall man with long, dark blonde hair tied in a waist-long ponytail that swung at his back entered. The two men in the room shared a surprised look. The boy knew that someone was coming, and they sensed nothing. They were veteran shinobi, and Minato himself couldn't tell that Inoichi was approaching despite also having remarkable detection. Shook his head and sighed for what felt like the 100th time that day. Minato-san, Makoto-san. The newcomer gave a short bow to them. We just finished. Any questions in advance about what we're looking for? Asked Minato as he shook away the surprised look from his face. No, I have a pretty clear idea. Minato nodded and turned to the boy. This man is Yamanaka Inoichi. He's here to help you regain your memory and help us clear up who are you. Inoichi let a grimace slip through his composure. He was actually here to help them decide whether or not that boy intended to do any harm to the village, to decide the boy's fate of whether or not he lived or died, his judge and jury to put it bluntly. The boy gave him a small smile and a nod. His eyes were full of the hope that Inoichi was doubtful he could give him. He tossed his feelings to the side and stepped beside the boy and put one of his hands on his forehead. Now relax. This will only be painful if you resist. The boy nodded nervously and closed his eyes. Inoichi mimicked him, his forehead wrinkling in concentration as he attempted to reach the boy's consciousness. The blonde relaxed himself and resisted his natural urge to do anything to hinder him while the interrogator entered his mind. It was easier than usual. Inoichi felt the boy's determination to lend him access to his memories. Most of the people placed under his hand tended to resist and fight hard to counter his jutsu. Well, not that those minor attempts hindered him. There was no way they could resist a veteran interrogator. Being allowed to enter someone's mind, however, felt unfamiliar. With a faint click in his mind, his jutsu succeeded. A projection of the interrogator appeared inside a long passage lined with shelves, slumping under the enormous quantity of scrolls and books. This was the boy's general knowledge, gathered since the time of his birth. Inoichi stepped to one of the shelves full of scrolls and picked a few at random, reading the titles. Calligraphy, Basic Fire Ninjutsu, Advanced Tiger-Style Taijutsu, Mixing Colors. Inoichi raised an eyebrow and moved to the next title. Itching Powder. What? He frowned and moved to the next shelf to examine some more. War Tactics, Advanced Stealth, Location of Female Bathhouses. The mind reader found himself very confused. The boy's general knowledge was a huge, chaotic mess of subjects. Most people's minds separate various banks of knowledge and categorize it by subject. He moved to the third shelf, where he found upper-level elemental chakra manipulation, advanced wind element ninjutsu, upper-level kenjutsu, animal taming and care. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and moved toward the end of the passage, where he arrived at the symbolic door of the boy's consciousness unopposed. He opened it, bracing himself for what may come. Inoichi had to shut his eyes and shield them with his hands as the scene reached his non-existing body. It was bright. Too bright. And his vision still burned from the overwhelming light that had engulfed his irises after the dim passage. He blinked rapidly to clear his vision, but he still had to rest a minute to compose himself. Finally, he braced himself and stepped over the doorstep and inside the room, turning around only to see nothing. Nothingness all around. He turned to the door and looked around behind it, but the only thing he could see was more of the void. White. White everywhere. White sky, and pure white sand as it slowly circled on the ground by a light breeze, which drew small dunes and abstract lines and curves into the soft sand. Not in an aggressive way, but as one would in a Zen garden. It was so peaceful. He felt that he could stay there forever, escape his problems, get away from the real world. He took a deep breath and sniffed at the air. The sweet smell of lilies lingered around him. The symbol of hope, faith, birth, purity, renewal, and finally, the promise. This brought a small smile to his face. Strange. Usually, when he was in someone else's mind, he felt very uncomfortable. He always felt like he was an intruder, as he was one actually, but this place was different. He looked around one more time to leave, but his eye caught something jutting out from under the white sand. He tilted his head to the side as he studied it. It looked like paper or a document, only one of its corners visible. He turned towards it, and slowly started walking in the sand, secretly enjoying the sensation as the grains shifted under his feet. Enoichi stopped at the paper and leaned down to pick it up. It was a photo. An old, wrinkled and cracked photo of two smiling girls in front of a counter, probably in a restaurant. Experienced eyes searched for any symbols where the photo was taken, but he found no familiar places in his memory. Nor he could spot any clan symbols as both girls were in casual clothes. One with short pink hair gently smiled at the one behind the camera, while the blonde next to her held two fingers over the pinket's head while they took the shot. Bunny ears. The oldest prank since photography existed. Her eyes sparkled cheekily and her long, blonde hair streamed down on her shoulders in a high ponytail. Enoichi's lips turned up into a kind smile, and he brushed his fingertips along the surface of the photo where the blonde girl was. Suddenly, he heard muffled voices behind him and immediately spun around on his heels. The young blonde girl from the picture lay in front of him, her eyes closed, but nothing out of the ordinary. No wounds, no blood, like she was just sleeping. However, her chest didn't rise and fall like it should do. It stayed motionless. The pink-haired girl knelt next to her, appearing to be fighting for her friend's life. Her hands glowed green, sweat pouring from her forehead, her eyes wildly scanning her still body. The pink-haired girl gritted her teeth, while salty tears balanced on her eyelashes, ready to drop on her pale cheeks and leave a thin wet line on her unnaturally white skin. "Sakura!" A soft, tender voice said from behind Enoichi, but before he could turn towards its source, a person stepped through him like a shadow, a ghost without a body. The blood froze in his non-existent veins as the person stepped out from his non-existent body. The hair on his neck started to rise and goosebumps covered him from head to toe. He could see the blonde boy again, clad in a long worn-out overcoat with a black flame pattern at the bottom. Enoichi stepped aside to see the scene from a better perspective. A deep frown appeared on his face as he ran his eyes over them. His eyes were searching for any signs, any hints where they were from, but there were no clan marks. The only thing he could spot was a strange forehead protector he had never seen before, and it only puzzled him more. It contained only one word on the blonde's forehead, instead of the well-known symbols of the hidden villages, shinobi. The boy stopped behind the pink-haired girl and knelt down to cover her hands with his own. "Sakura! Please! Let her go!" The young kunoichi didn't answer, only vehemently shook her head. Her tears let go of her eyelashes and rained all over the place, not leaving out the reassuring hands on her own. "Please! You know that you can't help her anymore," he pleaded once more. The pink-haired girl squeezed her hand as the green aura slowly faded. They didn't speak. The boy just hugged her tightly for several minutes before he dared to open his mouth again. "Sakura-chan, just please believe in me, and I'll handle everything." They stayed in silence for another minute before the boy spoke again. "Tomorrow, it will be over. I promise." Only fiery determination was shown in the azure eyes of the young boy. "And I don't go back on my word. That is my nindo. You can trust me. You know that, don't you?" The girl nodded, and the boy continued. "I told you that I'll break the cycle of hatred. I'll break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, I'll find it. Believe in me. This is my legacy that they left for me." The kunoichi didn't reply. Instead, a small sob escaped from her mouth as she leaned nearer to the boy's chest for comfort. "You were always like this, you idiot. You don't have to do everything alone. You don't owe the world anything. Don't bear such a burden alone." The mixture of the boy's emotions hit Enoichi's mind. Hatred, rage, sadness, strong determination to save everyone, to change the world. The apparition gradually faded away, and he was alone again in the white desert. He looked down to his hand and watched as the picture disintegrated, the breeze carrying the fragments away to assimilate with the white sand. The remains of his memories. That were the sand everywhere. Enoichi was always a professional, a veteran shinobi, and during his tasks he always hardened his mind and heart, never letting the captive's emotions overwhelm him. But when he witnessed the death of the blonde girl, his heart broke apart for reasons unknown to him. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and emotions, then turned around to take one last look at the landscape before stepping out from the boy's mindscape. Inoichi looked down at the heavily panting boy, watching as his head sagged limply in exhaustion, then he nodded to his comrades. "We'll let you rest a little, then we can speak again," Minato said while the boy next to Inoichi nodded without looking up, still trying to catch his breath. Inoichi made one last glance at the panting boy. His hair shrouded his eyes as his head hung to his chest. A small wet line traveled down on his cheeks. Maybe it came from his sweaty forehead, but it was most likely from his tears that were escaping his squeezed eyelids. That memory. It shattered something in him for sure. He finally tore his gaze away to look into his companion's eyes that demanded answers, but he instead shook his head and motioned toward the door. He wanted to offer some privacy for the boy to gather his emotions. The three men marched out from the interrogation room to occupy the room on the reverse side of the mirror. "So, what did you find out inside?" asked Minato, turning to Inoichi. "He remembers nothing." Inoichi paused before continuing. "He has a very great, but chaotic cache of general knowledge, but beside this, his full mindscape was an empty desert. I only found one memory fragment." Inoichi frowned as he remembered the blonde girl and the boy's determination to change the world. He shook his head and continued. "I don't think he is a threat." "What was that memory about?" Inoichi turned to Makoto and frowned again. "It's easier to show you. May I?" The two shinobi nodded, and Inoichi placed his hands to their forehead. "I hate this part, this feeling," Makoto muttered and rolled his shoulders while Minato's eyes widened as the memories flooded into his mind. "It's not my cup of tea either, but it's faster than it is to transfer it to the projector room and then come back." Inoichi muttered back in the same distasteful voice. "I think we can make our conclusion now. He isn't a spy. Most likely he was part of a small gang fighting against someone. Full surveillance is necessary while he is in the village," Minato stated to the shinobi around him, who nodded in agreement. "I'm going back. I promised I'd give him some answers when we were finished. Please give your report to the Hokage as soon as it is possible. I'll make mine when I finish up here. Makoto, you'll have to arrange a surveillance room for him here while we come up with a better solution. This way you can check on him from time to see if he regains any more of his memory." Makoto nodded to them as a farewell and left the room. Inoichi's eyes wandered back to the boy behind the glass, meeting with the boy's blue ocean staring into his own. He collected his composure, but the glittering wetness under his eyes told tales about his feelings to the interrogator. Then Inoichi finally realized something. He gave a questioning look to Minato, who shook his head. "Don't ask. I don't know how he's doing it." Minato chuckled and shook his head again. "Interesting kid, isn't he?" "Indeed." The interrogator agreed with a hushed tone, his eyes glued on the boy as Minato entered the interrogation room once more. "It seems that you're clear." Minato smiled at him and earned his first sincere smile from the boy. "Can I ask now?" "Yes." "Feel free, but first I'll untie you and remove some of these seals." The boy nodded and let Minato remove the wires and deactivate the remaining paralysis seals. "Who I am?" the boy asked while he massaged his now aching wrists. The familiar and not to mention frustrating tingling sensation had returned when the seals were removed. "This is a question whereupon I also haven't got an answer. We don't know yet." The boy nodded in understanding but wore a disappointed look on his face. His shoulders slumped, and he couldn't stop staring at the table in front of him for long minutes. He finally raised his head. "Where am I?" Minato occupied his last position at the wall, leaning against it with his hands casually resting in the pockets of his blue slacks. It felt too familiar for the blonde, and he couldn't shake off the déjà vu feeling at the somehow lazy pose. "You are in the heart of fire country in Kanahigakure no Sato. You appeared a week ago in one of our training grounds. You made quite a big impact, literally as well as figuratively. My genin team found you in the middle of a crater. You were badly wounded and could have died on the field if one of my team members hadn't given you immediate medical care." The boy didn't speak. He tried to process the new information and force his brain to remember. "What about my memory loss?" Minato shook his head. "No, your head is completely fine. However, you were clearly fighting with someone. They found no sign of head trauma or any jutsu that would cause your amnesia. Why was I handled like a criminal? This is because of two things. One, we are in the middle of a war. We've captured several spies in the past that have claimed to have amnesia." The boy made a small nod. "Two, when you woke up yesterday." The boy gave a confused look to him. "You knocked out 5 highly trained shinobi and 2 medics while attempting to dispel a non-existent genjutsu." The boy stared down at his hands in shame, not daring to look back at Minato. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt anybody." The boy mumbled his sincere apology. Minato couldn't stop watching the boy, and finally, a kind smile tugged his lips upward. "They're okay. Nothing that a long nap can help." Minato didn't answer immediately. Instead, he chewed the inside of his mouth to gain some time while he was choosing his words carefully. "You will have a room set up in here, and you will be under surveillance until we find another solution. If you show no sign of suspicion, you can either stay in Konoha, or you can leave freely. It will be your decision." The boy nodded and once again looked at his hands on the table. Minato stared at him in wonder before he hesitantly asked, "Do you know what it means to be a shinobi associated with a village?" The boy gradually nodded, not letting his eyes wander from his clenched hands. Minato curiously observed the boy until he couldn't stand the silence anymore. "You knew that we were on the other side of the mirror, didn't you?" The boy gave a foxy smirk to Minato, immediately warming up the previously serious mood. "Well, that was pretty obvious." Minato shook his head. "I mean, you knew where we were. You knew exactly how to pinpoint us, and also that Inoichi-san was approaching the room." "How?" The boy shrugged before he answered. "I don't know. I just knew." He looked up to the mirror again and gave a smaller, but still cheeky, smile to Minato. "You know, we got an eavesdropper, even now." The mirror vibrated suddenly as if someone on the other side had slammed their head into it in surprise. Minato couldn't conceal the chuckle that bubbled out from his lips and beckoned to the mirror. A minute later, Inoichi entered the room, sporting a brand new welt on his forehead. "We made the arrangements. He can sleep on the first floor. The ANBU will escort him." Minato nodded and turned to the boy. "I think that's enough for now. I'll let you get some rest." The boy nodded and made a hesitant glance at his wrist, where the two ink black markings stood out from his sun-kissed skin. He hesitantly raised his arms toward the blonde. I'm sorry, but do you think you can remove these other seals? I'm missing my chakra circulation, you know." Minato immediately shook his head, but he still raised an eyebrow and carefully stored the previous information. "Sorry, they will temporarily stay. Just a precaution." The boy nodded, but he couldn't mask the disappointed sour grimace. But he shook it off in the next blink and began to rise from his chair when his stomach gave a loud lurch. Minato chuckled and gave the boy a small smile. "But I think I can help with that." The boy chuckled back and scratched the back of his head nervously. "Yeah, I'm starving. I could eat anything right now, doesn't matter what it is. Even if it was worm soup." He paused and immediately shook his head to get rid of the disgusting idea and the grimace on his face. Worm soup. Where the hell did that come from? His appalled face soon turned into a smile again, his eyes locked on Minato. He chewed on his lower lip hesitantly before he blurted out. "Will we meet in the future?" "That is more than likely," Minato replied with a small smile. But they didn't get more time to chat. Two ANBU guards appeared beside the boy, but he didn't even flinch. Based on previous experience, he probably already knew they were nearby. He gave a last smile to Minato before they disappeared from the room within a fast shunshin. Inoichi stepped beside Minato and looked to the place where they had vanished. "You know, Minato, as strange as it sounds, I think I like this boy." "Yeah. Me too. Me too," Minato agreed with a hushed, puzzled voice. Minato stepped into the Hokage's office 10 minutes after he arranged a meal for the boy, and even if it was only cup ramen, it was still much better than worm soup. Sarutobi nodded to him in greeting and waved his hand invitingly towards the chair. The Hokage patiently waited for his shinobi to settle down, but his curiosity secretly ate away his mind. "Am I right that you are finished with our little guest?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. He truly has amnesia. His general knowledge is unaffected. He knows about the countries, particularly the shinobi aspect, but his personal memories were all but eradicated, save one." Minato smirked. "It seems that our little guest has a very honorable goal." "What do you mean by that, Minato?" The Hokage furrowed his brow. "In his memory, he stated to a girl that he will break the cycle of hatred and bring peace to the world." "That's quite an ambitious goal for a teenager, isn't it?" Sarutobi stated. "I left him at the torture and interrogation headquarters. They put him into one of the surveillance rooms. I also removed the paralysis seals, but I left the chakra binding seal on him as a precaution. He is also under 24-hour observation by an ANBU. I doubt that he can do anything with that seal. It's my own creation, not a standard one like before." Sarutobi nodded in agreement, letting Minato continue his report. "The boy has a decent bank of general knowledge. However, it's strewn about quite chaotically. He also demonstrated a remarkable detection ability. He knew we were in the monitoring room. Everybody knows that there's always someone behind the mirror. muttered Sarutobi and leaned back in his seat. No, I mean he knew exactly where we were within the room. He looked into my eyes, and when I moved, he followed my movement. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow and shook his head. So we have a shinobi with a Kage-level chakra system, remarkable sensing skills, and amnesia. Who knows the recipe for itching powder and the location of the nearest all-female bathhouse? Chuckled Minato. A grunt left Hiruzen's mouth. The last thing this village needs is a fusion of Jiraiya and Kushina running around. Sarutobi shook his head. It's very unfortunate that, because of his memory loss, he remains a threat to the village. I don't think we can allow this risk to go unchecked. The War Council will urge the execution of the boy. I know, but if he were to defect to Konoha, we gain a strong ally. If we execute him now, that would make us merciless killers. His only crime as of now is that he knocked out 7 people due to a misunderstanding. Sarutobi hemmed, chewing his pipe in thought. I'll try to keep the boy's case under wraps, but I don't know how long we'll be able to play this game. If the boy becomes a shinobi of Konoha, the War Council will have no influence in his case. He would be under your command. If is the key word here, Sarutobi stated doubtfully. If he would decide to join our side, he would be your responsibility. If he would do anything suspicious, you would report it immediately. I trust in your intuition and in you. And yes, he would be a very powerful ally indeed. A deep frown appeared on Minato's face. He couldn't forget the only visible symbol they found. Hokage-sama, have you ever seen a forehead protector with the sign shinobi? The named aging man gave a curious look to the blonde and shook his head. No. I haven't. But it would be nice if our kind wouldn't be shattered by villages, by different beliefs. If we became united under that symbol. But I guess it's currently a utopia. Minato nodded, and a thick silence fell between the men briefly. Minato, I want you to take a break. You haven't been yourself since you returned from your last mission in Kusa. I'm okay. I can handle it. Sarutobi shook his head and looked at him purposefully. No, you can't. Nobody can go this long without a break. Not even you. I told you I'm fine. My comrades need me on the battlefield. Minato protested, but immediately regretted it. He shook his head and realized that he had stood up during his outburst. When he sat down again, the Hokage gave him a sad smile. I don't want to risk the loss or mental condition of one of my best shinobi, of my good friend. Minato rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand and let out a long, resigned sigh. How long am I off duty? Until I deem is necessary, but I advise you at least 3 weeks. After that, we can talk about your service again. The third observed him for a second before he opened his mouth again. You seem to be much better after your talk with the brat. Other than your recent outburst, that is. Minato smiled back at him. Yes, he is very interesting. Be careful not to get too close. He could be dangerous. The Hokage answered with a deep, concerned frown. Minato slowly rose from his seat and walked toward the open window. He gave one last glance over his shoulder to Hiruzen, a wide smirk plastered on his face. His last words echoed inside the empty office for long minutes after he was gone with the flash of his golden locks. So can I. Chapter 3, First Steps Through the Door. Minato was lying in his bed with his arms crossed behind his head as he stared at the ceiling unblinkingly. He had been trying to sleep for the past hour, but his wandering thoughts restrained him from drifting into a well-deserved dream. He turned his head to the side to face the slim woman next to him. Her chest moved up and down in the rhythm of her breathing. Her long, ruby-red hair flowed around her peaceful form and gave a perfect frame to her face's delicate features. He reached out and gently stroked a tuft of hair away from her face that disturbed her perfection. The young woman mumbled something incoherent and moved a little in her sleep, allowing another tuft of hair to replace the previous one. A gentle smile tugged Minato's lips upward and didn't bother himself to brush it away, instead turning toward the ceiling again. His thoughts wandered to the blonde boy. Clashing feelings met in his mind as he thought over the events. First of all, none of the security seals sensed his appearance. The seals could be circumvented if someone were to reduce his chakra levels to near depletion, but that was just unimaginable. Nobody could suppress his chakra to that extreme. It was impossible. Every living thing radiated a minimal amount, regardless of how hard someone tried and how skilled and well-trained they were. Only dead bodies were completely free of chakra, and the boy was clearly anything but. Underground or aerial entry were also unrealistic possibilities. The seals surrounding the village were like an invisible barrier, and every intruder would be sensed. It could be a space-time ninjutsu, but again, that was also very unrealistic. With that kind of life-threatening injury, it was impossible for anyone to perform a top-ranked jutsu like that. And the seals would also trigger his arrival. However, If someone else had performed the jutsu on him, that seemed the most believable scenario. But that would still trigger the security system. Minato made a half nod. When he passed the danger of death, he showed remarkable healing abilities. This was not something new, though it was very rare since the destruction of Whirlpool Country and the Uzumaki clan. His eyes instinctively wandered toward the woman next to him, then back to the ceiling, his eyes narrowing slightly as his mind moved to the next question that hadn't let him fall asleep. The ANBU checked his belongings, but they found nothing significant other than a scroll and sealed tags in his pouch. He didn't have a hitate, or perhaps he lost it before his arrival. That seemed likely, seeing his clothes were also tattered beyond recognition. They couldn't find any clan symbols on what was left of the fabric. Minato already checked the scroll and the sealed tags. The tags were safe, simple exploding tags modified with increased or decreased potency. This was why they hadn't recognized them immediately. It was fairly uncommon practice. For him, a simple once-over of them was enough. The only really interesting thing in his belongings was the soul scroll, and it annoyed him to no end. He couldn't open it. He was one of the rare seal masters, but he couldn't handle a teenager's seal. The closing seal was a combination. The opener had to have a special type of chakra, combined with blood identification, and 3 other specific methods of which he was still unclear. The eluding symbols were just a big mess of gibberish. When the boy had first woken up, confused and disorientated, speaking about a genjutsu, it gave a small comfort to everyone's mind. It's not without precedent that a shinobi under the pressure of war broke and suffered mental damage. There was also a man who had been captured in a high-level genjutsu for weeks during the first year of the war, and he couldn't accept reality for days. He was paranoid and saw enemies at every turn. However, the boy was conscious, and he was aware of his surroundings, and it didn't match with the previous case. One thing was certain, he repeatedly mentioned a red-eyed person, and genjutsu plus red eyes pointed only to one option, an Uchiha. Konoha's police force was already informed about the case and ordered to investigate, but they reported that no one from the clan had ever had a confrontation with him. No one admitted to it, anyway, but there wasn't any reason for them to keep it secret. If his opponent wasn't from the clan, that meant there was someone outside the village wandering around with a Sharingan. The frown deepened on Minato's face. The boy recognized him and Sarutobi, but that wasn't a big deal. After all, Sarutobi was the Hokage, and he himself was marked in every single bingo book. What was bothering him was the emotions the boy had showed. What he saw and what Sarutobi mentioned. It just didn't make any sense. Sadness, sorrow in those eyes, full of shame in the end. He didn't even have the courage to look into Minato's eyes. When he was faced with an enemy, Minato knew what he'd find in their eyes when they recognized Konoha's yellow flash. Fear, panic, but not shame. If he was captured in enemy territory, he was sure he wouldn't feel what Sarutobi found in the boy's eyes. Respect, okay, maybe. One should always respect their enemy, especially a powerful one, but he was certain that hope and relief would be the furthest from his mind if he found himself face to face with any of the Kages. And he'd absolutely never call any of them GG. He shook his head to banish the unpleasant thought about his bloody death if he ever called it Tsuchikage that way and tried to calm his mind. His panic attack in the end was reasonable, but its cause wasn't. The root cause wasn't because he was faced with strong opponents, it was because he realized that he really wasn't under a genjutsu. The real question was, what had happened to the boy that he couldn't accept the fact that this was reality? He let out a soft sigh and turned toward the ruby-haired woman next to him. Minato already accepted the boy's sensing skills. It wasn't to be considered a threat, but a great advantage on the battlefield. Inoichi gathered some very interesting information during the time he was in his mind. The basic knowledge that he had also matched up with the seasoned shinobis. But come on, itching powder? A small smile appeared on his face automatically, but it was gone with his next thought. Minato's mind drifted to the memory fragment that Inoichi had shown them, to the words the boy used during that memory. His voice echoed inside his mind. I'll break the cycle of hatred. I'll break the curse. If there is such a thing as peace, I'll find it. Believe in me. This is the legacy that they left for me. Those sentences convinced him that the boy didn't mean harm to the village. No spy would choose a goal as noble as that. Minato turned over and crossed his arms beneath his head to watch the ceiling. Evidence pointed to a fight. His injuries, his torn clothes, the chakra exhaustion. Someone tried to get rid of the blonde, and he was almost successful. Someone used a space-time ninjutsu on him that transferred the boy to Konoha, perhaps to get rid of the body, and that someone was an Uchiha. He turned to his partner to hug her to him and finally get some sleep. His eyelids soon became heavy, and he let them fall by the call of gravity and exhaustion. He bedded himself closer to his peacefully sleeping companion to enjoy the warmth of the woman, who moved a little when she felt the soft touch of his body. Minato smiled with closed eyes, but stayed still so as not to disturb her dream. A loud snore bubbled out from Kushina and Minato's eyes flung. It didn't stop. She continued her disturbing symphony until Minato's head started to sigh, cursed to himself silently, and closed his eyes again, attempting to block out the irritating noise from his mind. Minato was staring at the teenage boy in front of him as he almost inhaled his 5th cup of instant ramen for breakfast, while he himself held his 2nd cup of coffee. He had another long night and woke up before the alarm to hand in his full report to the Hokage about the last 3 days of their guest. The Namikaze watched the boy with amusement, and he couldn't help the words that slipped out from his mouth. "You know, that stuff isn't too healthy. Especially not for breakfast." The young blonde drank the last bit of the soup and patted his stomach with satisfaction before leaning back in the chair, which gave a plaintive squeak under his weight in response. "I know, but that was the first thing that came to mind when they asked about breakfast, and it's delicious. You really like that trash, don't you?" The boy didn't answer, instead shrugging with a wide, toothy grin plastered on his face. Minato considered continuing the topic but instead chose to be straightforward. "Any news about your memory?" The young boy shook his head and fixed his eyes onto the floor, counting the tiles under him to avoid contact. "Nope, nothing. I thought that maybe I'd dream about my life, but I just blacked out again," he muttered to one of the tiles. The slight frown deepened on Minato's face, and he sipped his coffee to make his brain work properly. "You know," the boy had started but then stopped. "What?" Minato looked at him questioningly. "You know, maybe I don't want to remember." His voice dropped to a low volume, almost whispering, while he still stared at the floor beneath him, stubbornly refusing to meet the Jounin's searching blue eyes. "The first night, I mourned for the blonde girl. I don't even know who she was and still. It still hurts." The blonde looked up at him, the once vibrant blue ocean darkened to a royal blue, while a small, sad smile tugged his lips upward. "I want a new life. If possible, a happy one. I don't want to start it with mourning over people I don't even know." The blonde's voice was now filled with determination, but when he finished, he had looked down again to escape from Minato's eyes while shame flushed through his own. "It doesn't hurt if I don't remember anything," he whispered in a soft tone more to convince himself than the other blonde. Minato had been observing the blonde boy for several minutes with a wary face, but he said nothing, just moved to a more comfortable position in his chair before he tried to break the blonde's dark thoughts. "If you want to start over, first we should find a fitting name for you. It would be nice if I had a proper one. I really hate it when everyone calls me Blondie. It's annoying," the boy whined while crossing his arms in front of his chest like an irritated child. It was so out of scene in the depths of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. But Minato couldn't help but let a wide, cheeky smile spread across his face. "What about Kane? Gold? That isn't much better than Blondie," the boy muttered and rolled his eyes in displeasure. "You don't like it? Then how about Goldie?" Minato chuckled. "Very funny. Anything particular in your mind?" The boy had thought for a second then shook his head. "Nothing. Odoroki Toriku? That would suit you," wondered Minato. Because that was what the boy was to him. A wonder. A surprise that fell from the sky. And every single time he looked into his azure eyes he got a strange feeling. Like looking into a mirror that reflected his own soul. Bare and naked. And sometimes he hated what he saw there. Azure surprise? What a kind of name is that? However, Toriku? The blonde tried out how it sounded, rolling the words on his tongue several times, tapping his chin with his index finger. I like that one. He smirked. Then it's settled, Toriku, grinned Minato. The newly named Toriku had given a foxy grin in exchange and maneuvered himself to a more comfortable position. Can I go outside? In the future. But not today, I'm afraid. Toriku had given a disappointed look but nodded. He had already made the first step toward his new life. And for now, that was enough. And he was satisfied. Really. However, he wouldn't be able to shake off the sour taste from the side of his tongue for the rest of the day. Toriku knew Konoha was far away from trusting him, but he really hoped that he could explore the village that day. He wasn't handling the isolation very well, even though it was only his third day. He was bored to death and thirsty for the outside world. His room was small and plain with a bed in the corner, a desk with 2 chairs, and a small bathroom connected to it. The room obviously wasn't meant for comfort and entertainment. It was still much better than the hospital room and the horrid smell of illness, blood, and disinfectant. He leaned back on the bed and contemplated his situation after Minato left his room. The first night was a hard one. After the ANBU escorted him to this room, he was completely drained. Toriku just collapsed to the bed in his clothes, but after struggling for hours to sleep, he gave up. Though he didn't want to think, that was his only option to kill time. He turned on his back and crossed his arms beneath his head, watching the pale ceiling while another familiar blonde was doing the same on the other side of the village. He thought about the only memory of his old life he was able to regain, and it unnerved him. He felt sorrow and regret for the blonde girl, and he sunk into the deep abyss, mourning for the young kunoichi. He was sure that she was a ninja, and he was also certain that he himself was also one. During the questioning, when Makoto had asked about random things, he knew perfectly what the man was talking about, but without any connecting memory. He knew about ninjutsu, what a chakra release was, how to do it, and so on. But before he had heard the terms, he didn't know about their existence. The information just sort of popped up. He had this knowledge buried deep in the pit of his mind, lying dormant until he had to access it. Makoto also mentioned various names. Kurama. A picture of an animal jumped into his mind, but he couldn't identify what it was. Maybe a dog. Perhaps. Uchiha. This name left a bittersweet feeling in his chest. The mixture of hatred and caring. But nothing else. No recollection of a memory, just vague emotions. When he thought about the pink-haired kunoichi, his heart swelled with adoration, but in the background of his mind, an uneasy feeling was already starting to prod. Sakura. It is, or was, her name. As the picture of the dead blonde girl flowed again into his mind, he shook his head. He didn't want another painful memory. He didn't want to feel that sorrow ever again. He received a second chance to become a better, and perhaps happier, person. His own voice echoed in his mind. I'll break the cycle of hatred. I'll break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, I'll find it. Believe in me. This is the legacy that they left for me. Those were strong words. Those were the words of someone who lived through a hard life. He didn't know if he was ready for this burden. He didn't know if he wanted anything to do with it. However, the thought of turning away from it made his heart constrict. Legacy. His thoughts flashed through the memory again and stopped at another part. I don't go back on my word. That is my nindo. That statement made his heart ache with determination and pride. It felt pleasant. This was something he should follow. But change the world and bring peace. How can he do that? He closed his eyes and moved to face the wall behind his bed. He had been struggling between a new future without memories and a brand new life, and a future which seemed to only bring him pain if he regained his memories. His thoughts moved to what Minato told to him. He could stay and join Konoha, or he could leave freely. But what would he do if he left? Where would he go? Toriku let out a sigh and tried to occupy himself with something other than thinking to avoid his mind float again to those depressing thoughts. He moved his eyes toward the ceiling until he found his only other entertainment in the small, empty room. A tiny spider in the corner started to settle down in Konoha. The base of a spider web was already formed, steadily attached to the surface of the white walls. The blonde fixed his vibrant, azure eyes on the small black dot as it was making a perfect spiral from the thin, almost invisible material defining its new home. I'm bored to death. Minato arched an amused eyebrow at the frustrated blonde boy. Was he whining? I want to do something. Anything. Yes, he was whining. Despite the Konoha Jounin's more frequent visits, Toriku couldn't occupy himself. He and one of the Anbu guards brought him books, but he missed the outside world and the normal connection with people. A frustrated groan bubbled out from Toriku's mouth once more while he folded his arms in front of his chest with a well-defined pout. That was too much for Minato. He burst out with a barking laughter and stepped closer to the sulking, and now also annoyed, teen when he could finally gather his composure. You've only been here for a week, and you slept through the most of it. Endure it for a little longer. Minato chuckled once more and reached into his vest pocket to take out a small book and handed it to Toriku. I brought you something that might help you out. A grimace spread across the boy's face instantly, turning the small print several times. Another book? Look, I don't want to seem ungrateful, but reading just isn't my style. It contains brain teasers. I want you to solve them by this afternoon. I'll come back at 3 to pick it up, so you have roughly 6 hours to finish them. The boy raised his right eyebrow at Minato while suspiciously eyeing the book like it could bite off his hand at any time. Why? It'll keep you occupied. Minato smiled at Toriku, who frowned and finally flipped it open. Keep me occupied, my ass? Toriku groaned. When Minato left him alone with the book, he moved onto the bed and was now sitting on it, his legs crossed, staring at the book in his lap. After he had read the first 2 pages, he knew exactly what it was all about. The book contained tests about several competencies and aspects. This is a damn IQ test! He shouted out into the empty room, waiting for an answer that never came, desperately seeking interaction with anyone or anything. He glanced up to the corner with the small black spider, in the hope that it'll react. But of course it didn't reply, nor did it acknowledge him in any ways. I really hate books. He grumbled, shook his head, and turned his attention back to the book in his lap. He had read again the last exercise on the page and let out a sigh. He quickly wrote down his answer and flipped the page. Minato received the book from one of the ANB that was in charge of Toriku. At 1 o'clock. He managed to finish it more than 2 hours before the deadline. He eagerly flipped through the pages to check the answers, but only to realize that there was a reason that he had received the book much earlier. Namely that it was only half done. Several pages were left unfinished or even untouched. Like Toriku got tired of them halfway. And most likely that was the case since almost the same kind of exercises were neatly done some pages before, so he would have been able to do the missed ones. His brows furrowed when his eyes had trailed to the left corner and caught several sketches on the margin. His frown deepened as he flipped more and more pages. It changed from page to page. It was nothing more than a round scribble on the first pages, but it soon evolved into a black, spiral-like thing. The yellow flash narrowed his eyes and focused on the sketches as he flipped the pages with his fingers. A moving form animated from the sketches. A whirling spiral with a hole in its left side. Was it a whirlwind? Or the eye of an unstoppable storm? It could mean a lot, or it was also possible that it meant nothing in particular. A deep frown carved up onto Minato's forehead, and he opened it again to, this time, summarize the answers. So how many? Toriku asked with a sullen tone in his voice during a morning visit of Minato. It was almost a week since he gave back that damn book to him, and the Jounin hadn't said a word about it. How many what? He asked indifferently. You know. My IQ. Minato blinked in surprise at his statement, and stared back at the boy. It's average. Toriku shot back a skeptical glance but said nothing. I spoke with the Hokage yesterday. The boy shrugged and continued to observe the tiny spider in the corner. I asked for more freedom for you. Now that caught the boy's interest. Toriku's eyes had widened in his surprise and hopefulness flooded his face, desperately waiting for Minato to finally finish the sentence. He gave permission. You can leave the institution but only under surveillance. Toriku's mouth morphed into the widest grin Minato had ever seen on his face. Minato mirrored him, but maybe a bit more moderately. Are you just going to sit there, or should we take this outside? Toriku instantly hurtled from his bed and stretched his arms behind his head, still grinning like an idiot. Readier than ever, Databeo. Minato arched an eyebrow, but let it go. Then come on, we're heading out. Toriku enjoyed the feeling of a warm breeze and sunshine on his face, his eyes closed. He let out a strange sound, something between a satisfied sigh and a moan, and turned to Minato. Hey, can we pick up something to eat? You just finished your breakfast. And I doubt that you have any money in your pockets. Toriku had raised his left hand behind his head and nervously scratched the back of his neck. Oh yeah? I totally forgot about that. It's okay if we just walk. Minato had given him a smile and waved his hand as a sign to follow him. They strolled on the wide streets without a real destination, letting their legs choose the path. The blondes passed by an uncountable number of shops filled with goods and traveling vendors, shouting how fresh and high quality the products they were selling were. Finally, they reached a great square filled with people going after their daily tasks. Toriku had stopped to watch them all as they marched up and down, everyone with their own concern. A man in standard shinobi clothes had jumped down to the ground from a window only to gracefully land nearby. He had noticed Minato, and with a small, greeting nod he shined out of the crowd with a flicker of his chakra. A minute later, a woman in casual clothes stepped to the wall of a building to defy gravity by walking parallel to the ground a few feet above them, evading the thick crowd. Toriku smiled and continued watching the citizens of Konoha living their everyday life. He wordlessly listened to the village's pulse, beating together with the rhythm of the soft breeze. It buzzed continuously over his head, but it wasn't disturbing. It was like the peaceful moment when after a long and cold winter, the first real sunbeams lure you out from the house. And you were answering the call, settling down under a tree and listening to the first bees' buzzing noise as they were flying over your head as spring's first messengers, looking for sweet nectar above your head. He had looked up at the monument of the previous Hokage and tilted his head to the side. He had been staring at them for several minutes before he shook his head in discomfort. Minato had stepped beside him and traced back his eyes curiously. These are the mementos of our past leaders. I know. Minato looked at the blonde with a raised eyebrow but didn't comment on it, waiting for him to continue. I just have a feeling that something is missing from it. Toriku shook his head and gave a last suspicious look at the monument. It would look great with some more colors on it. He had given a smirk to Minato, who responded with a disapproving frown. A group of children passed beside them, running, laughing and arguing about their biggest concern, what to play and where to go next. In the next second, Toriko suddenly swayed, almost losing his balance. And the cause? Simple. One of them had been arguing so enthusiastically that he disregarded everything around him, bumping into Toriko from behind and almost pushing him to the ground. Hey! Why don't you watch where you're going? You're in the way, moron! The child shouted indignantly, pointing an accusing finger at him. Minato watched the scene from the corner of his eye, but he didn't interrupt. He was curious as to how he would handle the situation. Toriko narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to the boy. You should watch your step and your mouth. You were the one who bumped into me. Apologize. A soundless glaring contest started between the two boys before it was interrupted by a girl from the running group. What's that on your face? Toriko blinked in his surprise and touched his left cheek while he turned toward the girl, only to realize that the boy's whole group was now staring at them alongside the other villagers. He gently stroked a finger along the soft line of one of his whisker marks while he straightened from his stooped pose to face the girl. It looks creepy, declared the naughty boy in front of him. You know, your face isn't any better with those marks under your eyes, Toriko stated as he snapped his head back toward the arrogant child. This is our clan symbol, you dumbass! Toriko's eyes narrowed again and tilted his head. Only one stoic word left his mouth. But it almost caused a small war. Shrimp. The boy had narrowed his eyes in response, his muscles tensing as he breathed in a large amount of air in order to launch a barrage of obscenities at the blonde. Before the arguing could reach a fever pitch, Minato stepped between them. I think it's time for us to go. No, Toriko stated in a deliberate, commanding voice, stopping his escort in the middle of turning to follow his own advice. Minato blinked and narrowed his eyes to the blonde. That was not the response he was expecting. He was rude and unmannerly. I'm staying until he apologizes. Minato let out a sigh, but before he could say anything, Toriko again turned his attention to the boy in front of him. Take responsibility for your actions. You bumped into me, and instead of apologizing you insulted me. Learn some manners. If you're from a clan, then you'll become a ninja, and shinobi can't be irresponsible. If you make a decision, there will always be consequences. An irresponsible ninja is reckless and will end up dying early. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and steadfastly stared into the eyes of the child for a seemingly never-ending minute. Minato was impressed. I apologize. Toriko raised an eyebrow at the baffling mumble of the boy. I said I apologize for my behavior. You happy? The boy had also crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned aside. Minato's left eyebrow rose until it reached his hitate on his forehead. Indeed, very impressed. A wide, satisfied grin spread across Toriko's face, and he ruffled the boy's hair, who only responded with annoyed mumbling. Apology accepted. Take care, shrimp. With a grin, he turned to Minato to follow their previous route into the city center. He could hear the boy's displeased voice at his nickname. They were walking side by side for several minutes before Minato looked at him. You're good with children. Toriko shrugged. Dunno. I just felt that was the right thing to do. Minato smiled and nodded. Well, I think you deserve a reward after that little scene. 5 minutes later, they reached a small stand. Wide white stripes hung down from the roof to shroud the inside and to display an advertisement of the place with bright red letters. Ichiraku's ramen bar was empty as they approached the 4 bar stools. They sat down and Toriko gave a sad smile to Minato. I don't have any money. This is a reward. That means it's my treat. That immediately conjured a grin on Toriko's face, and he started to examine the menu card in front of him. Ichiraku had turned toward them and gave a wide smile to his customers. The usual, Minato-kun? Minato just nodded as a welcome and also in his approval. And for the young man? Tichu finally turned toward the other golden crown to face with his customer. Well, at least he wanted, but Toriko hid his whole face behind the menu, only his golden crown visible, while he was lost in his small world as he dug through every single offered dish. Even his tongue was out, and his brow furrowed in concentration. He took his sweet time for sure. After long minutes, he finally slammed the menu down on the counter only to order the first one from the card. A miso ramen. And after Minato's disapproving glare he added a faint, please. Tichu nodded and turned to prepare the 2 meals, giving some privacy to his newest customer. Itadakimasu! The 2 blondes stated in unison, and they shared a knowing look with each other. Minato shook his head and smiled an awkward smile. No, he's a guest of Konoha. A guest? Ichiraku raised a doubting eyebrow but didn't comment on the strange statement, or, more likely, on the tone of it. For minutes, only satisfied slurping could be heard inside the small stand. But it soon stopped as one blonde fixed his gaze on his half-eaten dish while the other was observing his still form like a hawk. He used his chopstick to make the fish cake whirl again, trusting that maybe this time something would happen. He focused his sight at the slowly whirling symbol. It felt very familiar. So damn familiar, but he couldn't find a grasp it. Minato had noticed the blonde's weird behavior and his blank expression. He had turned toward him and tilted his head to the right to observe, but he found only focused concentration. It felt like he could touch it with his bare hands. Naruto. The blonde flung his head up and stared at the familiar blue eyes, wrinkles deepening on his forehead even more, if that was possible. It's Naruto. You don't like it? Toriko shook his head and stared down into his bowl at the slowly spinning fish cake, stopping its movement with his chopstick. It's not that. I don't know. I don't know really. He put down his chopsticks and turned around to face the ceiling in his discomfort. A deep frown spread across Minato's forehead. You remembered something? Toriko shook his head again, this time in denial. No. It was just a feeling. It felt like something important and familiar. But nothing happened. Awkward silence settled down between the two men. Neither of them touched their dish. I've been thinking a lot about what you said to me. Toriko's voice finally broke the stillness, gaining Minato's attention in an instant. About my possibilities. That I can leave. A deep, troubled frown dug into Minato's fine skin for the 100th time during the week with Toriko, but it was soon replaced by a new emotion. Disappointment rose in his chest. He hardened his expression and continued listening. But I don't have anywhere else to go. I don't even know where else I could go. He had looked to Minato and hardened his own expression. I want to stay in Konoha. His eyes were brimming with determination while Minato let out the breath he wasn't realizing he was holding in. I want to stay here, and I also want to offer my services to the village as a shinobi. Minato blinked away his surprise and answered with a soft smile. I understand. I'll inform the Hokage about this. But be aware that the final decision will be in his hands. Toriko nodded and smiled back, relieved. He wanted to start the day with this, but he couldn't find the proper opportunity to bring it up. The heavy burden about his new future left his shoulders. He struggled with his options throughout the night, but he finally made his decision. A low, girlish chuckle broke the silence, followed by more low and soft womanly voices weaving their way through the white stripes. He's really here! Look! The girls continued to gossip in front of the stand. Should we go in? Minato palmed his forehead while muttering to himself. Today of all days! Hey, Minato-kun, it seems it's time to sound the retreat, isn't it? Ichiraka grinned at him. You need a hand? Minato immediately nodded and put the money on the counter while beckoning to the confused blonde to follow him to slip out the back door, just in time for Toriko to see three young girls peeping inside the stand between the white stripes. They had made it to the next street, and Toriko gave a suspicious look to Minato. Are you some kind of celebrity or something? Asked the young blonde, with arms crossed and eyebrows raised. Don't you dare ask anything! Minato had given an ice-cold glare to Toriko, who in turn dismissed the burning question from his mind but not without shooting a knowing look with a foxy grin to the older blonde. Minato shot one more warning glare and glanced upward at the sun. It's time for us to head back, he stated to the teenager. Yeah. Our two friends must be pretty bored by now. Toriko nodded his head toward the rooftop where the two ANBU flinched at the statement, under the shadows. Minato just shook his head slowly and turned around to escort Toriko back to his room. Minato was now heading toward the top story of the Hokage Tower. The last rays of the descending sun were painting a cavalcade of warm colors on the building's white walls. The first stars were already starting to appear lazily on the darkening canvas of the night sky. Instead of the main entrance, he chose a more scenic route in order to avoid a certain secretary. He walked toward an open window parallel to the ground. He had peeped inside and grinned as he heard the Sandaima's soft snores. His head rested on his folded arms as he leaned on a big tower of most likely important documents, using them as a pillow. He chuckled to himself, and walked toward his respected leader to wake him up, but he found something very tempting on the desk that broke his concentration. He thought for a moment before letting the grin grow wider on his delicate features. He moved nearer to his leader, and shook his hand in front of his face to be sure he was still sleeping. His white hair was swayed tenderly by the discreet movement of his hand. No reaction. He stepped aside and placed his hand on the top of a white triangle-shaped hat and sneaked one last short peek over his shoulder at the sleeping Sandaime. He grabbed the hat and slowly put it onto his head and slinked quietly toward the small mirror to admire his work. Before he could reach his destination, a noise had echoed through the silent office as the Hokage cleared his throat to draw his attention. Minato had jumped backward and landed less gracefully than he had intended in the middle of the room, a kunai in his hand ready to attack. The hat tilted down to the side of his face awkwardly. He stared toward the desk and saw Sarutobi leaning on it, his head propped up by his hand. He was observing Minato, tapping his chin with his index finger as if lost in thought, like a father thinking of a proper punishment for his child. Hokage-sama. Minato had smiled nervously toward the desk while he straightened himself. You know, Minato, I think I don't want to comment this. Minato slowly got rid of the hat by putting it back on the desk as he stepped forward. Sarutobi just shook his head and smiled at him in forgiveness. So what brings you here? Not just a fashion thing, I think. Sorry, the temptation was too much to ignore. Minato gave a small apologetic smile toward his leader. Hiruzen eyed the man for a long moment before his lips turned into a mischievous smile. You will have enough time for that later. Minato paused for a fraction before tossing the comment to the side, but carefully storing it. I came to report that Todoroki Torika made his decision. He wants to join Konoha's shinobi force. Sarutobi nodded as he prepared his pipe, eventually filling the room with gently floating tobacco smoke. So be it. I'll accept, but only with several conditions. The Sandaime was waiting for Minato's response, but when he received none, he continued after a drag from his pipe. I want him to stay under high observation for 2 weeks, and for the time being, he will stay at the torture and interrogation force where we can keep more of an eye on him. For the sake of safety, make an appointment with Inoichi once a week until further notice. And as I already said, you are responsible for him. He's not allowed on the streets of Konoha alone during this period. Also, before being assigned to any groups, we need to measure his abilities and his ninja skills properly. Arrange one of the training grounds and a sparring partner for him in 1 or 2 days. Minato nodded, his composure loosening as an invisible weight was lifted from his shoulders. I'm grateful for your decision. This means we don't need to worry about the council anymore. Indeed. They were starting to become very active about the boy's case. Sarutobi had given him a warm smile as he finally really looked at Minato. You seem much better. Yeah. That's true. Kushina also stopped complaining about my mood swings, he admitted with a sour grimace. I'm aware of your more frequent visits with Toriku. The ANBU always keep me up to date about the boy's status. Actually, they are quite frustrated with him. He always seems to spot them, regardless of what they do. Sarutobi chuckled. I'm not surprised. He tramples on their pride continuously. Maybe he's giving them a little push to improve. It's actually really a shame that a teenager can simply play with our elites like that. About the visits, I have to occupy myself during my break, and Toriku is always a guaranteed good time. Minato smiled back, but it soon morphed into a wide grin. He's starting to become more comfortable. He's a healthy teenager in a lot of aspects. Sometimes he acts so much like Kushina. Minato gave a wandering look to Sarutobi and tilted his head toward the ceiling as he continued his line of thoughts. Yesterday, he loosened the salt shaker's head while we were eating. I had to throw my whole breakfast away. The blonde grunted in irritation and received a chuckle from the third. Minato shook his head and took out a scroll from his vest. Anyway, I think that's all for today. Here's my full report with all of the details of today's observation. If there isn't anything more, I'd like to head home. Sarutobi nodded and watched as the young shinobi disappeared from his office in the blink of an eye after he bowed to the third. He moved to the window to catch the last rays of the setting sun. Hiruzen lazily inhaled a puff from his pipe and exhaled it slowly, watching as the smoke drew abstract forms in the air before disappearing. He was unsettled. The thought that Torika managed to befriend Minato in such a small amount of time troubled him. He still could be an undercover agent waiting to regain his memories and strike, possibly at Minato himself, and going by the new information, it was more than feasible that this was a very elaborate and very well-prepared assassination. Sarutobi had slowly turned to his desk to pull open a drawer and retrieve its contents. He flipped open the bulky file, fixing his eyes on the first page with Toriku's goofily smiling picture. He couldn't hide its contents for long, he had to tell Minato. He let out a disturbed sigh and after placing back the thick file to its previous place, he moved back to the window to admire the full moon in the now inky black sky. Chapter 4: Fight to go further. Toriku was in ecstasy. He grinned like an idiot while sitting on the bed, not bothering to pay attention to the still-speaking Minato. He was getting out of here, and that was the only thing that mattered now. He hated this isolation. He wanted to go outside, he wanted to just roam the streets, and he wanted to start building his new life. Toriku, are you even listening to me? Yes, sure. Then what was the last thing I said? Something about extra conditions and supervision. Toriku had scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and Minato let out a sigh in his irritation. I can't believe he's doing this. I told you that besides the approval, there are conditions, and they are important, so I would really appreciate your attention. Sorry. I'm listening now. Toriku gave him an apologetic look. To become a shinobi, we first have to survey your skills in order to seat you in one of our ranks. We already saw some of your skills, but those don't even scratch the surface, I think. You will participate in a sparring match tomorrow. Do that, and in time you will be assigned to one of the teams. Will I fight with you? Minato didn't answer, only smiled at him. You know, actually I don't think I really thought this through. I mean, the knowledge is inside me, I know, but I don't know how to push it to the surface. I'll be beaten into the ground. This is why you'll do it tomorrow. Why? What about today? We will be going to the training grounds, to test your basic knowledge a little and to gain some experience on how you can tap that knowledge during action. I want a proper assessment, and I'm afraid if you go there in this state tomorrow, you will be beaten into the ground for sure. Besides, Inoichi will also be making a checkup on the state of your memories today, and will be doing so every weekend until the Hokage deems necessary. Toriku's expression saddened and he looked down to start playing with a wrinkle in the sheet. He doesn't trust me, does he? I think this is understandable. You appeared from nowhere under more than suspicious circumstances. And you? Toriku looked up to face with the familiar blue eyes of Minato. Do you trust me? What I think isn't important. Minato looked back at the blonde without any expression on his face. However, Toriku was an awful actor. His face mirrored his emotions without hesitation. Disappointment and a small amount of betrayal flashed through his face, but in the background he also saw that he understood his own situation more than he let on. I see. Come on. Inoichi is waiting. 5 minutes later they entered the familiar interrogation room with the pale white walls and find Inoichi leaning against the wall playing with the ring on his finger. Sorry for the late arrival. It's okay, I also just arrived. Hello Inoichi Ajisen. Toriku waved a hand toward the man who just raised an eyebrow at the title. You seem more energetic than the last time we met. The young boy answered only with a foxy wide grin. The Yamanaka waved his hand toward the chair in front of him and Toriku sat down without a word, closing his eyes. You can start any time. Inoichi nodded and placed his hand on the teenager's forehead who rolled his shoulders at the uneasy feeling as he entered into his mind. The seasoned shinobi had went through the familiar passage stuffed with books and scrolls to enter the symbolic door to his memories, now more prepared for the blinding white scene. He tilted his head to the side as he looked over the calming white desert again. As he looked over his own shoulder to get a full look around himself, he spotted a long table, filled with files, sorted by date with some small leaflets and markers for the most important ones. These are the memories of this past week. Not too much for a week, but it is understandable. Toriku had spent that period almost entirely in his room, mostly in isolation without any companion or entertainment. As Inoichi stepped back to observe the files on the table, he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. Something seems different. He moved his head around once more on the pleasant landscape and he realized only minutes after his first step the obvious difference. The white sky became bluer, with thin clouds floating lazily within it, which made the boy's mindscape more peaceful and more natural, if that was possible. The tall blonde shinobi shook his head in irritation. How the hell could I have missed something like that? With slow steps in the fine sand he reached the table and the files, randomly choosing one and flipping through the pages for a quick check. I dreamed about the blonde girl again. I really wish I know her name, at least then I would be able to finally tell a proper prayer for her soul. Today I was allowed to visit the village for the first time. It was fantastic. The plethora and cavalcade of people, the crowd and the continuous bustle. I'm really missing it. But I was finally able to tell my decision to Minato. Inoichi had closed the file and placed it back to its origin, and let out a small sigh while he tried to luxuriate every moment in this place, before he had to leave. As he sniffed the air, he recognized again the familiar scent of lilies. He turned around slowly for one last time to memorize every little detail of this dreamland, and sniffed once more the calming scent in the hope that it would last until he headed home. The blonde let out a final sigh and left the boy's mind to return to his own consciousness. Toriku was sitting, breathing heavily, but it wasn't as bad as the first time. When he managed to catch his breath, he looked up to Inoichi with curious eyes, but only received a slow shake of his head. I found only the past week's memories. Nothing new appeared. Toriku just nodded, waiting patiently in front of the wondering eyes of the shinobi until he finally spoke. You like lilies? Inoichi asked curiously. Huh! The young teenager answered back with the perfect mask of confusion when the odd and out-of-place question reached his ear. You mean the flower? He thought, tapping his cheek with a wondering face after the shock of the strange question wore off. I don't know. They have a nice smell, so I guess so. Inoichi just nodded and gave him a small smile before he left the room without any proper answer, waving a quick goodbye to Minato, who looked after him curiously. Toriki gave a confused look at the door where he last saw the swinging blonde locks, but he only shrugged and turned to his companion. Hey, Minato. Yes? Just wondering, if we're going to the training grounds, shouldn't you remove the remaining seals from me? The ones that hold back my chakra? Yeah. But first we have to reach the field. I don't want any accidents. Toriku nodded in understanding and they left the room to head toward their destination. They were passing by the 7th training ground when Toriku stopped on the path, staring at the destruction a few meters from him. The green and mellow grass in the clearing now looked like a battlefield. A long and thick line of soil crossed it, cutting a deep scar on the surface of the field, only to end in a huge and deep crater. He had sensed it for a while. The scent of his own blood. He gradually moved closer to the scene, walking slowly, step by step, like a robot, all while not avert his gaze from his destination, followed by Minato from a small distance. He was now standing next to the huge crater, eyes locked onto the abyss, where he could still spot some darker points in the soil. His blood, the scent assaulted his sensitive nose and his head started to spin in disgust. This is where? Yes. My team found you here. They were sparring when you suddenly impacted from nowhere. Torika looked around to gather any crumbs of information, something that maybe he could spot, and also to avert his eyes from the dark spots of his own blood, but nothing grabbed his attention. Not that he really hoped for it, but at least his head stopped spinning for now. My team already complained to the Hokage that they can't use the field in this state. The reconstruction will take weeks. Minato shook his head slowly as he stared inside the hole. Do you remember anything? Torika shook his head, but he immediately regretted his action. His stomach now lurched like a drum, screaming, and he felt his head starting to spin again. No. Can we go, please? My head is spinning from the scent of my blood. It's just disgusting. Minato looked back at him in disbelief. It happened almost 3 weeks ago, the scene was cleared, and yet he could still smell it even with active chakra-binding seals. He sniffed at the air stealthily, trying to spot the familiar scent of the crimson liquid, but success evaded him. Only the sweet scent of nature caught his nose. The plants, the animals, mixed with the calming sensation of the scent of the wet soil under his foot. He moved next to the blonde, who was now looking down to the center of the pit, and placed his hand on his shoulder. Come on, then. We have things to do. The boy just answered with a nod as they moved towards their real destination, not far away from the start of Toriku's new life in Konoha. They arrived at the next available training ground. Minato moved next to Toriku, pointing to his hands, and he happily freed his wrists from his pockets to present them to the blonde, who then placed his hand on a dark ink seal on his arms to deactivate them. A soft, warm golden light spread across the maze of symbols and it slowly faded away, leaving no mark on his smooth, scar-free skin, only a faint cooling sensation where it was a minute ago. Toriku sighed in relief as he felt his chakra spread across his body, warming up every part, from his head to his toes. It felt pleasant and safe and he really didn't know how he could have lived without this sensation until now. As his chakra filled his system, he subconsciously started to regain his control over it, until it felt natural. He just knew how to do it, and he also knew that he was doing it well. Minato stared at the blonde boy, slowly monitoring the process, and nodded in satisfaction as he saw nothing alarming. What about the others? Those will stay for a while. We'll go step by step. I don't want you to overexert your chakra coils, which doubtlessly would happen if I removed all of them at once. I don't want to risk a chakra overcharge on your system. You haven't used it for weeks. At the end I'll remove all of the seals, but for now, focus the amount you currently have access to. Toriku nodded in understanding and moved farther onto the field and started to stretch his limbs automatically. Let's start with a basic chakra control exercise. Minato pointed toward the nearest tree. You are going to climb trees. Toriku rolled his eyes and moved toward the tree confidently as the knowledge sprang up in his mind, and placed his left foot on it to walk up, then his right, only to fall onto his back with a loud thud and a surprised yelp as his head flung backward to meet with the hard soil under the tree. Minato let out a loud laugh, and moved next to the teen, tapping the boy's shoulder as he sat up stroking the back of his head, grunting between his teeth. You knew this was going to happen, don't you? Minato just chuckled. This is because of your stupid seals. They messed up my chakra control. He pointed a finger toward the older blonde with an angry stare. My seals are perfect, And to answer your question, yes, I expected something like this, Minato answered with a sullen voice and folded his arms in front of his chest. Stand up and do it again. He moved to the nearest tree, sat down, and leaned back to watch the still muttering teen. Toriku moved backwards and faced the tree again. A warm, nostalgic feeling flowed through his heart, and he smiled unconsciously. Give me a kunai. Why? To mark my progress. Toriku had caught the flying weapon in midair, faced the tree, and charged without hesitation to run up it, parallel to the ground, and then flipped back from its middle, after he marked the height. Not bad for a second try, brat, Minato muttered, while Toriku just frowned back to him, his eyes glaring daggers toward him. I heard that. Sissy. Minato just shook his hand and put his arms behind his head to watch the progress. After 15 minutes, Toriku stood upside down on a branch before he jumped down, presenting a perfect black flip and landing fluently on the ground. Minato just pointed towards a small stream at the other side of the training ground and was rewarded with an angry muttering from the teenager. Slave driver, this is boring. Another 10 minutes later, Toriku headed back to Minato, who pointed to the ground beside him, hinting for the teenager to sit down. Minato was actually impressed. The kid shaped up his chakra control in record time. He thought he would only be able to succeed in the tree climbing in the first hour. I'll remove one more set of seals. Do the exercises again and then we can move on to the next step. What will be the next step? Climbing waterfalls? Catching runaway cats? Toriku nodded and looked away while Minato released 2 more seals on his ankles, sending another wave of warming sensation within the blonde, washing away his frustration immediately. No. Sparring. The teen's head flung back toward Minato, and he gave an animalistic grin in response. Now it's starting to get interesting. 20 minutes later, the 2 blondes stood face to face in the middle of the training ground, eyeing their respective opponent, waiting for the other's first move. Minato struck first. He jumped in front of the blonde, aiming a punch to his face, but Toriku naturally brushed his attack to the side and followed up with his other hand to return the favor. Minato crouched to the ground to evade the attack, and launched another one with his right hand toward the teenager's chest. Toriku stepped back to fling his leg toward Minato to avoid his hand. Minato didn't want to hit the blonde hard, he just wanted to see how the blonde would react to their practice fight. And he was doing quite well. His movements became much smoother, much more aware of his surroundings and his own movement after the first 10 minutes. When Minato thought he was ready for the next step, he gracefully jumped backward and smiled in satisfaction at the grinning teen. He tossed the kunai to the teenager, who easily caught it in the air and grabbed another one for himself. Then they charged. For 15 minutes nothing could be heard on the training field, only the sharp clinks as metal met metal, the music of a shinobi fight with its sometimes unpredictable, sometimes mystical, and sometimes rhythmic beat. Minato jumped back again, put down his kunai, and gave an appreciative smile to the blonde, breaking the music and leaving the area in an uneasy silence. You know, this went better than I expected. Ready for the next level? Hell yeah, Databeo! Toriku grinned like an idiot. He enjoyed this so much. This was his element. He felt like fish in the water. Out of that small room and fighting. When he fought, everything fell in place, like when you finally find the missing piece of a puzzle. At first it was strange. His limbs moved without him, only pure reflexes handled his attacks and his defense, like he was switched to autopilot. But after the first 10 minutes he was starting to be aware of his own movements, while his only instinct-based movements and actions were fading away slowly during the kunai fight, replaced with direct plans and strategy of how to attack and deflect against his opponent. Minato moved to his side and removed the last seal on his chest, the biggest one, which monitored most of his chakra during the past 2 weeks. As he felt the remaining chakra running through his system, his knees twitched under the sudden pressure, but in the end he managed to stand straight and not drop himself onto the soft grass. He closed his eyes and forced his chakra to calm down as he let out the air in his lungs, slowing his breaths and his heartbeats, to focus on his inner parts. The jumping spikes became smaller and smaller as the raging sea of his blue chakra settled down. The emptiness in his body, in his mind and soul finally filled, and he was now whole. At least, almost a whole. He opened his eyes and immediately moved to the nearest tree to check his chakra control. It was perfect for the first try. It was even better than last time. It just felt more familiar, more natural than previously. Tui and Bu appeared behind the older blonde, suspiciously eyeing his companion at the top of the tree. They felt those spikes, and their instincts were screaming trouble, when they felt the monstrous amount of chakra and Minato's tensed, ready to attack poise. Everything all right? Minato didn't even bother himself to look at them. He was still staring at the top of the tree, where Toriku stood parallel to the ground examining himself, opening and closing his hands several times. Yeah, I think so. That boy is a chakra monster. Minato just nodded without turning toward the speaker on his right, his own azure pool still focused on the top of the tree, watching carefully every small move and action of Toriku, ready to interfere and put down him if he tried something. Toriku now felt his natural chakra flow, but it lacked any direct control, and he could even feel his blue chakra pulsing from his pores invisibly, numbing his senses. It was disturbing. He closed his eyes again, while he was standing on the highest branch of the tree to suppress it to a more comfortable level, where his senses reached their full potential again, not bothered by his own chakra. He felt the warm breeze waving his shirt, which stroked his skin like a soft hand. He heard the animals around him and smelled their scent around the woods. He let out a deep breath as he opened his eyes and hopped down. Hey, Ambu-sans, what's this? Free circus? Go back behind that pine. The air between the AMBU members and Toriku tensed, almost to a touchable level, when Minato broke it with his low chuckle. It's alright. I can handle him. One of the AMBU nodded and left, while the other still stared at the blonde, glaring daggers with his brown eyes behind his mask and his broken pride, but in the end he also left, murmuring about tiresome, cheeky brats behind his mask. You know, Toriku, they'll have a nervous breakdown because of you. Why? The teenager asked with a surprised look. Because of your sensing skills. You're playing with their nerves the same way a guitarist plucks his strings. The blonde didn't answer, only shrugged. Can we continue? They walked to the middle of the clearing, taking up the starting position, ready to attack. This time it was Toriku who launched his attack first. He threw several fast punches toward Minato, but he easily dodged them, only to fling his leg, sweeping the teen's legs out from under him, who was now rolling on the ground in order to gain a more manageable distance from Minato. Toriku jumped to the air towards the blonde and slammed down his leg where Minato stood a blink ago, who was now pointing his kunai to the back of his neck with a smile on his face. I expected something more from you. Just watch. Toriku disappeared with a puff of smoke, leaving nothing behind but a tree trunk and a wide-eyed Minato. The surprised blonde swung around to find where the blonde moved with the kawarimi, eyeing the training ground around him suspiciously, when he felt the kunai at the back of his head. His muscles tensed to teach the blonde a new lesson about speed, when the two ANBU appeared again with one's kunai at the back of Toriku's head, the other with a katana millimeters in front of his neck. Minato cleared his throat and hissed to the ANBU. You know, we are sparing, and he is just a teenager, nothing I can handle easily. You're really overdoing it. It's okay. Toriku made a sad smile, shrugged and disappeared again with a puff of smoke. Minato frowned as he realized what happened seconds before his sparring partner first disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face as he imagined the open mouths behind the masks. The ground started to move in front of Minato, and Toriku appeared slowly from the soil a safe distance away. He straightened himself and swept the soil and dust from his clothes. Do you know how difficult it was to dig in this damn hard soil, and then position myself to where I want? You just ruined everything. He pointed a finger toward the frozen guards, frowning angrily. ANBU-sans. Dismiss please, and for Kami's sake, relax a little. The two ANBU disappeared without a trace, still eyeing Toriku suspiciously. That was a nice job. I thought you used kawarimi to disappear and then reappear behind me at first. The Kagebunshin used a simple henge and then he transformed back in your blind spot. I didn't hear anything. Toriku just made a shrug at the comment. He knew the bunshin should make sound and smoke when it appeared, but he also knew how to make it without anything. That was the first technique that appeared inside his head. He made the bunshin into the ground without any movement, only by a pure instinct, and when he thought it would be a wise decision to hide, a new idea popped into his mind, to switch places with him with a kawarimi to move underground where the clone was hiding. The same method went through the clone's head as the knowledge of henge popped up in his head underground. When did you make the Kagebunshin? Toriku just grinned as he let out the cheeky answer, earning a high eyebrow from Minato. Who knows? Minato frowned at that statement, and also he was angry, because he failed to notice a henge centimeters from himself. An academy-level jutsu. He was aware that something was moving below himself, he could hear the digging under them, and by this he was also aware of the boy's clone, but he suspected an earth clone. The tactic was priceless, simple, still effective, and Toriku's use of the Kagebunshin technique was crushing. It was perfect, without any hand signs, noise of any kind, and was channeled directly into the ground. But still, the use of a kenjutsu technique was a little worrying. So it seems I don't have to hold back as much against you as I first thought. That was a neat move. Toriku just grinned again like an idiot, evidently satisfied with his performance. Once more. Continue with ninjutsu, to regain your knowledge. Toriko became serious and nodded when he heard Minato's simple orders. Minato disappeared, and reappeared at the back of the teenager, and with an inhuman speed he sent him flying toward the trees with a mere flick of his leg. Toriko rolled and jumped back to his feet instantly when he hit the ground, while his hands already formed seals as he rolled. He drew air in his lungs and blew it out to form small fire balls flying towards Minato. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu! Fire style art of the Phoenix Flower. Minato easily dodged the first round, and jumped back carelessly to wait for the fireballs to slam into the ground and disappear where he was a moment before, noting the boy's elemental affinity to himself. Fire was very common in this country. So it seems he is from somewhere nearby, not outside the borders. He sighed in relief within his mind, glad that he wasn't a foreign spy. He snapped out of his thoughts when he felt the chakra spike, just in time to see the blonde had finished the last hand sign of his next attack only moments after he breathed out the last waves of the burning air from his lungs. Futon, Cookie Hanma! Wind release, air hammer. Minato's eyes widened as the small fire balls began to grow to their multiple sizes, then started to whirl and glow like a tornado made of pure fire, flying towards him with increased speed. Minato disappeared from the upcoming impact and reappeared at a nearby tree, watching the deconstruction that the attack caused to the middle of the field. The fire ate large pieces of the field thanks to the wind technique, creating an oven with never calming hell. He created a collaborate attack to increase the speed and efficiency of his first one. And that was a second affinity. Toriko also sensed his error, as he jumped next to the inferno while he was running through a series of seals. Suetun Daibakufa no Jutsu! Water release, great waterfall technique. A large wave of water spread across the clearing to extinguish the increasing amount of orange and red flames. When the attack died, most of the clearing was black and gray, smoke still twisting lazily in the warm breeze from the ashes of the once green field. Minato tilted his head to examine the damage but only shrugged. After all, this is what these grounds were for. It may take a month for the grass to grow back, but nothing serious. However, that is a third element, if I don't count the digging, but I'm not sure that was an element use. He looked back at the boy with a curious face. Most of the jonins can handle only 2 elements, the seasoned ones rarely 3. And this boy was only how old? Maybe 18? He shook his head and jumped down to Toriko. You've overdone it a little. This is the second training ground you've reduced to cinders in 2 weeks, stated Minato cheekily. Toriko straightened and scratched the back of his neck. Sorry, it was mostly a reflex. And I didn't do the first willingly. Just how difficult was it for you to use those attacks? Toriko shrugged. Not too much. Can you do a lightning or earth release? I don't know. They just popped up in my head and then I used them. It was a reflex, nothing intentional. Minato nodded and reached into his pocket to reveal a small piece of paper. Here. Channel some chakra to it. You are interested about my main elemental affinity? Exactly, Minato stated cheerfully. Why? Toriko eyed him suspiciously from head to toe. No reason, I'm just curious. Could you just once give me a direct answer? Minato just smiled calmly, but didn't answer. The teenager let out a sigh and grabbed the small paper to channel his chakra into it, and turned away from Minato, mumbling about secretive sissies while the blonde moved in front of him to see the process. The paper was sliced into 2 equal parts, and Minato's thoughts wandered to wind country. He really hoped it would burn in the end. So any further explanation why I must do that? Toriko asked. Minato just shrugged. His face wasn't mirroring the disappointment he felt. He wandered back to a tree, still thinking, absolutely lost in his thoughts for minutes. When he finally spoke, Toriko was disappointed. He thought he could stay a little more to polish his skills. We are heading back. That's enough for today. Rest and sleep. Tomorrow's assessment will be a thorough one. Toriko nodded and they headed back to the village, each of them buried within his own thoughts. Minato entered to the Hokage's office to make his report about the assessment, and maybe complain about the ANBU after he escorted Toriko back to the INT department. He hadn't decided yet to mention their previous action. I also have to report the damage to the training ground. He let out a sigh as he sat down in the familiar chair in front of the desk. Hokage-sama. Minato-kun. Any news? I would like to inform you about the details for tomorrow's assessment. I arranged everything. It will be held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 11th training ground. Sarutobi nodded at the information. I removed all of the chakra binding seals today to prepare him for tomorrow's assessment. Was that a good idea? Minato shrugged. I trust in my instincts. Furthermore, I wanted to have an idea of his capabilities. Sarutobi nodded, and Minato continued. He is quite good. During our little spar he used wind, water and fire releases. Sarutobi blinked in surprise and frowned at the information. That's quite a big elemental repertoire for a teenager. I conducted an element test to see which one was his primary affinity, and the result was wind. It's quite rare in Konoha, so it seems he really was a foreigner. Minato let out a sigh and ran his fingers through his blonde locks. His taijutsu is still sloppy and his ninjutsu techniques were pure reflexes, but this is connected only to his memory loss. It will fade away with time. We were really just scratching the surface of his knowledge. He could be really strong if he regains perfect control. Also, he used quite an interesting tactic. Actually, he surprised me with it. Going only by our brief match, he should be in high chunin or low jonin level, but I'm certain that he is capable of much more than that. Especially considering his chakra system. Who will be his partner? Hatake Kakashi. The Hokage gave him a knowing smile and nodded. Kill two birds with one stone. No, actually not just two. I think we will see a very interesting match tomorrow. Minato smiled back. This will be a good opportunity for the both of them to show what they are capable of. If you say Toriku was troubled because of the assessment, you would be terribly wrong. He was jumpy and excited, and maybe, a very little bit deeply burrowed inside his mind, a little bit nervous. But only a little bit. He felt like a small child waiting to open the packed box in front of him, to know what's in there. This was his chance to show everyone that he was worthy of their trust, and he could become a useful shinobi. He couldn't hold on, he had to do something to ensure his sanity. He also had the surge to regain more control of his jutsus. He acted on reflexes and it could be dangerous if he involuntarily released a destructive attack. That's it, I can't hold back anymore, I have to talk with Makoto-san. Toriku was now laying in the middle of the Anbu training field, waiting to catch his breath. He got permission from Makoto-san to use the training ground, with Anbu surveillance of course, to continue his preparations. With the lack of a real sparring partner, he used his Kage Bunshins, and he realized he knew a lot more jutsus, and his taijutsu was also morphing from mediocre to a real style. During the approved 2 hours, he also gained control over his reflexes, to avoid another disaster, like with the fire jutsu. He really didn't want to blow up anything like before. A tall blonde figure reached his eyesight. He was on his feet instantly and gave a confused look to the laughing Minato. I didn't sense you. I was around for some time. You know, you aren't the only one with great sensing and chakra control. It isn't a trouble that I was training, was it? No, I gave the permission, and I'm also pleased that you want to regain control over yourself. Anyway, I came to tell you that the assessment will be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll pick you up. But now you really should rest or your partner will mop the ground with blonde locks tomorrow. Toriku nodded and smiled as they left the field together with the 4 ANBU. Toriku was now marching up and down, from wall to wall in his small room. He already fell out with 2 different ANBU because he was frustrated. Yesterday's calm mood was now nowhere to be seen. Only 5 more minutes until 2 o'clock, and that damn Namikaze still isn't here. He was at the point of kicking the door open and marching onto to the training grounds alone. It wouldn't be so hard to find the Hokage. I'm sure he's surrounded by his ANBU, and these guys just suck. He let out a breath of frustration as he sensed the chakra signature appear behind him, and a hand fall to his shoulder, smelling the familiar scent of the blonde. He breathed in a large amount of air to start yelling, but before he could, Minato smiled and grabbed his shoulder harder. Come on, or we'll be late. Then he felt it. It was like someone grabbed his stomach, then twisted and squeezed it into different angles. It lasted only a second, before it was gone, but that second felt like an eternity when he appeared in a commodious green clearing. His knees buckled and he fell to the ground, but he managed to lean on his hands and now he was panting heavily on all 4s. His face was green, and his dinner was fighting to stay where it was, until he gathered himself, and stared angrily to the blonde, who stood beside him with a stoic face. He straightened on his trembling legs and pointed a finger to the middle of Minato's face, almost touching his forehead, and gathered enough air into his lungs to yell for at least 2 minutes without the need to take a break. You freak! How dare you! Never, ever use that thing on me again! I almost died. You're not human! You're a sadist! How the hell can you stand that thing? And what the hell do you think you are even doing? First you were late, I almost broke out to come here alone. If I missed my assessment because of you, I'll kill you! Toriku! Minato said softly but raised an eyebrow at the outburst, but the blonde didn't bother himself, and just continued detailing his future torture and his slow and painful death. Then slice you to tinier pieces than your flashy seals and then I'll throw you to the dogs and I'll laugh. And after that I'll... Toriku! Someone cleared his throat in the background and Toriku's brain slowly began to work again after his shock and outburst. He froze and slowly turned toward a small group of people. He felt Minato's palm snap to the back of his head, not in a painful way, but in a "I told you to listen to me and now look what you have done" way. His brain fell apart, and he had felt his blood moving to his face, burning it like all hell. His cheeks and forehead, even his ears, were now brilliantly red in embarrassment as he faced an older man in a white and red robe, with a triangle-shaped hat on his head, stoically puffing from his pipe while eyeing him from head to toe without showing any emotion as he watched the scene. On his left, a smaller boy stood, with spiky silver hair and only one visible wide eye. The other was hidden under his hatayite, as was his lower face with a mask. He tilted his head to the side as he admired the unusual scene. Toriku lifted his hand behind his head to scratch the back of his head in a familiar way. Sorry for the scene. Can we pretend that the last 5 minutes never happened? He smiled in embarrassment to the leader of the village, and when he received a smile in return, he gathered himself and bowed toward the man. Hokage-sama. It's pleasure to meet you in person. Sarutobi smiled at him, and he never, ever wanted to admit it loudly, but he understood his outburst. Minato played a nasty trick, and experiencing the Haration for the first time really wasn't pleasant. Toriko-kun. Also my pleasure. However, we already met once before in the hospital under a different situation. Also, very sorry about that. Toriko-kun, let me introduce you to Jonin Hataki Kakashi. He is one of my students. Minato moved his hand toward the young boy, who just nodded in response. Toriku gave one last angry glance toward the other blonde and nodded in response to Kakashi. Hataki-kun. He looked back to Minato with a questioning look. Who will I fight with? Minato pointed toward the silver-haired child and Toriku raised one eyebrow at the gesture, but didn't make any comment. They were now eyeing each other suspiciously until Minato broke the silence. Now, if the introductions are done, we can start the assessment. The rules are the following. This is just a spar, no use of deadly force. Limit your fight to the clearing and hold back on the use of any destructive jutsu. During the last part he was meaningfully eyeing Toriku. The two boys nodded and moved to the center of the clearing to start the fight after the approval, while their two audience members moved to the side of the training ground. Begin! Minato shouted. The two boys instantly charged at each other, starting with mere taijutsu to survey each other's strength and speed and to warm up. Toriku launched his left hand toward Kakashi's left eye under his hatayite, while he deflected his attack with his other hand, sweeping it to the side from his face. The young Jonin jumped backward with a flip while moving his legs to perform a kick under the blonde's chin successfully. The blonde's head snapped backward, and he immediately jumped to the same direction to gain some space. Toriku shook his head to clear his thoughts and examined again his opponent with narrowed eyes. Kakashi ran toward his opponent, sending punches, aiming for the blonde's head, who was now forced again to deflect back continuously from the rain of punches. The Jonin jumped over him to aim a kick for his back, but Toriku crouched and rolled to the slide to avoid it. Minato watched the battle with narrowed eyes. Toriku used a mix of several styles, different from his small spar yesterday, and it had a lot of familiar components. Gentle Fist, Basic Academy, Gentle Fist, something else, Gentle Fist again, Advanced Academy, Tiger, Hard Fist, something else, Tiger again, Gentle Fist. It was a big chaotic mess, with effective defense and unpredictability. However, he couldn't catch up with Kakashi, hadn't even used his Sharingan yet. Some moves were definitely based on the Hyuga's Gentle Fist. Not the same, but very similar. How on earth did he manage to learn that? They guard their tradition like a pack of wild dogs. No way they would teach it to an outsider, doesn't matter if he's from Konoha, or from another country. I even doubt they would teach it to Sarutobi. Minato glanced toward his leader, who also narrowed his eyes in recognition. Toriku rolled further from the young shinobi and he took up once more the starting position as Kakashi had done the same 5 meters from the blonde. Toriku was now waiting for his attack, which wasn't long. A second later, Kakashi jumped into the air and sent 3 kunai flying toward him. He jumped to the side to avoid the attack, and grabbed one of them to deflect the second wave of flying shuriken with his newly gained weapon. Hey! I don't have any weapons! Toriku yelped to Minato, who just shrugged and chuckled. If looks could kill, Minato would be dead in at least 50 various and painful ways. The teens had snapped back to the fight just in time to deflect another wave of kunai flying toward him. He muttered angrily, but he grabbed one of the kunai in the air, followed its movement as he spun himself gracefully, like a dancer, and sent it back to Kakashi with increased speed without a break in the flow. He jumped back and without any hand sign, he stated calmly the name of the next technique. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A Bunshin appeared next to him without smoke or sound and immediately transformed into a Fuma Shuriken after he nodded to the original blonde. Toriko grabbed and sent it towards Kakashi in a flash, however he easily jumped away from its path. The blonde narrowed his eyes and repeated his previous move. Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. This time around 50 clones appeared and jumped toward the original to transform into several weapons, sticking into the soil, ready to be grabbed. The ground around the blonde was now filled with shurikens, kunai, katanas, chains and everything that was able to cause damage in various forms from senbons to even a war axe. Toriko grabbed them one by one and threw them towards the young shinobi without hesitation, only to be deflected easily by Kakashi. Sarutobi made a disappointed look and frowned at the scene, narrowing his eyes to a line. The taijutsu was something very unexpected, though not enough to counter Kakashi. The mix of styles, and the gentle fist. Not the exact copy, but certainly based on it. Maybe he tried to copy it from a Hyuga. The question is, where could he at all have had the opportunity to do that? When he first saw Toriki using Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a kinjutsu, forbidden for the shinobi and very dangerous without using a hand sign, without smoke or sound, only to create weapons, he was impressed. But now, he saw that the boy was just throwing them without thinking, more and more desperately, and that disappointed him. Minato talked about him with pride as a skilled shinobi. He looked to his friend, who was still focused carefully to the fight. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow when Minato looked at him, and gestured his head toward the boys, signaling to just watch the fight. Toriko was out of weapons, panting and with sweat pouring from his forehead. The ground was filled with the weapons all across the field as Kakashi jumped all around to avoid them. His eyes were still fixed on Kakashi, while the young shinobi exploited the lack of weapon rain and jumped toward him to launch his final attack at the exhausted ninja. He jumped backward, playing a cat and mouse game with him, until Kakashi finally grabbed his wrist, twisted it painfully backwards and slammed his body to the ground, placing his foot inside the blonde tufts. Kakashi snorted in victory when his captive disappeared in a puff of smoke, chuckling. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, while Minato made a wide smirk. He already knew what would happen. Toriko jumped out from the ground and aimed a kick toward Kakashi, who deflected it with wide eyes, jumped back and grabbed a kunai from the ground, which transformed and a new Toriko appeared beside him, aiming for his head with a punch. Kakashi was surprised that the blonde was fast. Faster than before, and he hadn't had time to react. When his fist connected with his head, he flew across the field, but at the last second he was able to twist in the air and land on his feet. Two more clones appeared on each side from a kunai and from a senbon, slamming a kick together from each side to his back, sending Kakashi flying again toward another group of sneering blonde boys. The scene reminded Sarutobi of a crazy flipper game, and his mouth curled into a smile. The boy was, in the end, really good. The tactic was so simple, but still great, and Kakashi underestimated his opponent. After two more flying lessons, he was finally able to twist in midair to land in a place without any blonde head or suspicious weapons. He looked at Minato, who gave a nod as his approval. The army of blonde shinobi was now waiting patiently after they fulfilled their duty. Kakashi reached up to his hitaiite and revealed his left eye. A red glowing eye with two lazily whirling black tomo. The Toriko clones froze, then tilted their head to examine the new danger with wide eyes in an almost complete synchronization. One of the blondes in front of Kakashi grabbed his head, and made a painful grimace while most of the mini-army and weapons still into the soil disappeared in a puff of smoke with a groan. Toriko was now kneeling on one leg while he tried to focus his eyes anywhere else beside the red eyes. He shook his head to see Kakashi was now glancing toward their audience with a confused face. "Well, I think the Sharingan theory is proven," Minato stated calmly, and Sarutobi nodded in agreement. The older blonde appeared next to the boy's crouching form, examining him suspiciously, waiting for him to grab himself. He shook his head again and straightened. "What happened?" "I'm okay, I want to continue." "You remembered something?" Minato's voice was now cold and professional. "Nothing. Really. Just a feeling, like when we ate recently." He shook his head again to clear his thoughts. "It was rage, but a very intensive one. But I'm okay now. Really. I want to continue." Minato nodded and appeared again next to the Sandaime. "You know, you're pretty good," Kakashi stated with a little edge in his voice. The blonde smiled. "Thanks. You too." Toriko's thoughts wandered back to a minute ago. Rage. He felt the kind of rage that could blow up a mountain. He knew that this feeling was toward a certain person. But there were other emotions. Protection, caring, and a promise. Toriko narrowed his eyes and forced himself back to his task in front of him. They started charging toward each other, running through hand signs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. They shouted out in unison, exactly the same time. When the two infernos met, it spread burning hot flames around the ground, burning a great expanse of the ground to black and gray ashes. Toriko shouted out to Minato, while he pointed toward Kakashi. Please note that this wasn't my fault. He was the one who copied my technique, so this mess doesn't belong to me. Minato just shook his head briefly and nodded. He turned toward his opponent and started running toward Kakashi, as a shadow clone appeared next to him, also running. The young boy didn't wait for him to use any attack, as he formed a hand sign to stop the blonde. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. The clone grabbed Toriko's fist and sent him flying toward Kakashi with increased speed, avoiding the fireball just in time to disappear in a puff of smoke inside the unstoppable inferno. Toriko landed in front of Kakashi and slammed his hands toward the boy, who immediately jumped backward to avoid the punch, which almost reached his chest. However, despite his active Sharingan, he couldn't calculate what happened next. Two blue mini-chakra tornadoes appeared in the palms of the blonde, and immediately stretched toward him, sending him flying to the trees and into the woods, to stop after he broke 3 trees with his small body. All of this in only the blink of an eye. Futon, Tatsumaki Odori, wind release, tornado dance. The blonde murmured the name of the technique, which was performed without any hand sign or warning, just appeared in a blink of time. Toriko waited for the young jonin to appear stoically, but suddenly he swung around and smashed his fist into the ground to pull out a blinking Kakashi by his wrist and pointed a kunai toward his throat, expanded with sharp wind chakra. I guess this fight is mine. We will see. Kakashi in his hands exploded into millions of electronic sparks, sending lightning toward his limbs, but before the lightning clone could finish his task, he vanished in a puff of smoke again. 2 forms exploded from the ground, sending dust and debris all over the field. Kakashi already started making hand signs. I have to finish this quick, or he will be troublesome. The blonde pushed his hands toward him, but nothing happened. Kakashi froze in his movement, preparing the same attack as before, his muscles tense ready to avoid the attack. He won't fail twice by the same mistake, he will be prepared. At least he thought, but he was pushed back with an enormous wind blast that appeared from nowhere, and without any sign. He fell to the ground, but before he could react and jump to his feet, another enormous wind blast reached him from the sky, nailing him onto the ground continuously, while Toriko stepped toward him stoically. Kakashi still struggled, but the wind was too strong. He couldn't even leave his eyes open as the enormous air pressure pinned him to the ground. Futon, Cookie Hanma, wind release, air hammer, stated the blonde calmly, glancing down at his still struggling captive. You won't be able to escape from this, so I suggest you forfeit. However, Kakashi ignored him, and he gave up only after 2 minutes of massive struggling against the wind pressure. Toriko released the jutsu, and stepped next to Kakashi, giving a helping hand to him, to get up. Minato also appeared with the Hokage, smiling at the 2 boys with awe. You made quite a nice show, boys. Yeah, and gained quite a big audience also. Toriko grunted, pointing towards the trees and toward a big cliff, where Inoichi and Makoto sat. Minato chuckled, while he sensed the disappearance of 10 chakra signals from the woods and 1 more approaching from Inoichi's direction. Umbu. They were really curious as to what the boy was capable of besides playing with their pride. You didn't use hand signs with the wind techniques or the bunshins? Kakashi pointed out the obvious. Well, no. I don't want any of my wind techniques to be copied by you. After you did that with my fireball, I thought it would be safer for me like this. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and suddenly 1 more Toriko appeared next to them. Okay guys, good job. The one who helped up Kakashi saluted toward them with 2 fingers, grinning, then disappeared with a puff of smoke, and more could be heard all over the battlefield as the last of the weapons and still lurking clones disappeared. I was beaten by a clone. If Kakashi wasn't as composed as he was, he would have liked to grab his silver hair and tear it out. A mere clone, that's a shame. You are lazy, Minato stated with a calm tone, but a small hint of awe was also in his voice. I just wanted to say hi to Inoichi-san and Makoto-san. Mostly I was fighting. Toriko just shrugged and waved toward the 2-man group on the cliff. How many of those did you make exactly? Asked Minato curiously. Enough to have fun for at least 1 more hour. Toriko grinned when he saw Kakashi's widening eyes. Sarutobi puffed from his pipe and turned to them. I have to admit, that was a really interesting fight. Minato, we will meet in my office at 6 o'clock. I would like to have a word with the young man. Minato nodded and waved a hand when he disappeared with a yellow flash of his blonde locks. Toriku shivered from the sight as the memory flowed into his mind, almost feeling again when it was used on him, earning a small smile from the Hokage. Kakashi bowed to the leader and nodded to Toriku, then teleported away, leaving whirling leaves and dust on the training ground. Sarutobi turned to Toriku, eyeing him with a wondering look on his wrinkled face. "Let's take a walk, Toriku-kun." The blonde nodded. He was now nervous as the adrenaline from the previous fight faded away, leaving him alone with the strongest man in the village. He knew that this talk would occur eventually. Actually, he thought it would be much sooner. They started to walk slowly back to the village on the small path without a word. The blonde felt himself very uneasy, pressed by the awkward silence. What should I do? Should I ask something? Before he could decide and act, Sarutobi broke the silence between them. Why do you want to stay in Konoha? Toriku left his gaze at the ground while they walked, kicking a small stone out of his way. Despite my first experience, I like it here. He looked back at Sarutobi and continued. Most of the people are nice, except some of the ANBU, they are quite jumpy. His eyes wandered toward the woods, where the Hokage's private guards followed their movement until now without a noise. A groan left one of the trees with a familiar voice, mumbling with irritation. For his surprise, Sarutobi leaned back his head and laughed loudly. After he finished, he waved a hand toward Toriku to continue. It's peaceful here. I know there is war outside the walls, but still, that's how I feel. Besides, I don't really know where else I could go. I don't know anybody. He smiled sadly toward the Hokage, who nodded in understanding. Why do you want to become a shinobi? This is the only thing I know. And I'm aware that some of my skills could serve the village well. Besides, I thought a lot about my memories, about my only memory. He locked his eyes to the ground again. I thought a lot. And I don't want to remember the rest of them. I don't want to feel that sorrow again, just like when I regained my first and only memory. I want to protect the people I know and care about, so I don't have to feel that again, even if that means only one person. I want to start it over. His sentence died to a low voice, almost whispering. He felt his cheeks start to warm up in his embarrassment. He hadn't shared these thoughts with anyone else besides Minato, who was actually the only one now who could be called his friend. Or something like that. It feels like I belong here. He shrugged and looked down again to find another stone to channel his frustration into. I understand. The Hokage nodded, but his eyes locked onto him curiously. What will be your goal here? The blonde stopped as he thought about the question, and answered with a wide smile. I want to build a better future. For his amusement, the old leader of the village flung his head back and laughed again in a not too Hokage-like fashion. Now he didn't look like the old, tempered leader of the village. He seemed to feel more rejuvenated than he had felt in decades, and his deep wrinkles smoothed out on his face as he laughed. Toriku-kun, you never set low standards for yourself, do you? The blonde responded with a small, embarrassed smile, scratching his cheek while he started waking again. I'll let you join our ranks, but be aware, gaining our trust will be a long and difficult path. Toriku's head turned toward the Hokage, his eyes filled with gratefulness. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I won't disappoint you. The blonde gave a deep bow, his chest parallel to the ground, smiling wide. He started straightening himself, but he suddenly froze during the movement, his face straightened and his eyes narrowed. He caught a small movement from the edge of his eyesight. Sarutobi tensed, as he also sensed an almost unsensible killing intent reaching them. It was so small, almost unnoticeable, but it was there. The blonde jumped toward a tree where the nearest ANBU hid not even a meter from them, and to Sarutobi's surprise he wrenched as much kunai as he could with one hand from the ANBU's pouch and immediately sent them flying behind Sarutobi. All of that only in a blink of an eye. In another blink of an eye, Toriku was now laying on the ground on his stomach, 3 ANBU above him, his arms painfully twisted behind his back, one leg on his head, and one knee on his back, pinning him painfully to the ground while his head was pulled backward by his hair, with katana in front of his neck a millimeter from his throat. He grunted in pain, eyeing behind the Hokage. Sarutobi was now standing in a calm but still tensed fighting pose, with a black staff in his hand, pinning a shapeless, panting something to one of the trees meters from him with the weapon, surrounded by the rest of the ANBU team pointing various weapons to the still invisible intruder. As the veil faded away slowly with a waving movement, like seeing something under the water, a shape of a shinobi appeared in front of them. Sarutobi eyed the ninja, resting his narrowed eyes on the 5 kunai, which was nailing the intruder's clothes to the tree millimeters from his body. A perfect hit. He waved his hand towards the group pinning Toriku down. Let the boy go. The ANBUs shared a hesitating look, but then they moved away from the teen, eyeing him suspiciously while he moved to his feet, rubbing his aching wrist after their forced position. The intruder's eyes locked onto the teen, watching him in rage, and didn't even bother to restrain his killing intent sent toward the blonde. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes more, if that was even possible, surveying the attacker. His eyes moved to his Hittite with the symbol of Iiwagakure. Bring him to the interrogation and torture department. The eye of the captive swept towards the Hokage for the first time, and a small hint of panic appeared on his face. The ANBU disappeared in the blink of an eye together with the Iwa ninja, leaving Sarutobi, Toriku and the rest of the guards without a sound. The old man now turned toward Toriku, studying him in wonder. One step closer, Toriku-kun. One step closer. The Hokage smiled at him and left the shocked teen on the path alone with his thoughts. Chapter 5, Foundation Stone and Union. Toriku had been staring after the vanishing silhouette of the Sandaime Hokage for long minutes from the exact same spot. Damn, he's strong. He couldn't recall when he had drawn out the staff or when he moved to use it. The old man was still fast and incredibly powerful. But he was glad. After he saw the ANBU and the Hokage in action, he was sure that his actions were unnecessary, even if he had sensed the intruder a millisecond before them. After a last shrug, Toriku made his way towards his room on the narrow path, back to the village. He was lost in his thoughts about the previous fight with Kakashi. He managed it much better than he first thought he would, but a new feeling bothered him. That enormous rage that he felt. What if the same thing happened during a real mission and he froze in the middle of a life-and-death situation when facing with a strong and dangerous opponent, or if his feelings overwhelm him while he is facing with a friend during a sparring match? He couldn't let that happen again. He had to harden himself and lock away everything from his old self, to prevent a future catastrophe. As he was walking towards the village, he suddenly stopped and flung his head up when he had realized. He was alone. He was alone outside of his room, for the very first time since he had woken up in the hospital. Okay, not perfectly alone, but besides only one ANBU hiding 10 meters from him behind a cliff, he was almost alone. A smile appeared on his features and a warm sensation filled his chest. A sensation of his first steps to gain their trust. With this last thought he continued his trip toward the village, smiling and enjoying the nature around him and the warm breeze as it gently stroked his whisker marks on his cheeks. Sarutobi looked up from the long and irritating scroll in front of him to answer a knock on the door. He already waited for his arrival, and he wasn't surprised when he first sensed the familiar chakra signal. Come in, Minato. Sarutobi-sama. He bowed and approached him with graceful and confident steps. I heard what happened. Yes. I already received a short summary about the interrogation. Inoichi-san is a very efficient shinobi. It seems that our guest from Iwa was originally a spy, but he couldn't contain his emotions too well. However, his hiding skills are extraordinary. Minato gave a confused look to the Hokage. His mission was only observation, nothing more. Inoichi revealed that his younger brother died during your last mission in Iwa. When he saw Toriku, he thought he was your relative, and he couldn't suppress his killing intent. Sarutobi shook his head and looked into the wide cerulean eyes of Minato. That's true that we look very alike, but that's ridiculous. Minato frowned and slowly shook his head. You not only look alike, but you have more in common than you think, Minato. Sarutobi's eyes darkened after the statement, which started to bother Minato like hell. He hated when he behaved like this, hinting and not spilling out what he knew. What do you mean by that? Minato frowned, his eyes narrowed as Sarutobi had sighed and pulled out a drawer to grab its contents. He slowly eyed the thick file in his hand, sighed again, and after a minute of hesitation he finally handed it over to Minato. Then he touched and channeled some chakra into carved pattern on the desk to activate the privacy seals of his office. You would learn about it later anyway, but I wanted to inform you on my terms. After this incident I can't delay it anymore. Minato's eyebrow raised. He wasn't used to this side of Sarutobi. He was in the position of his trust, but now he was hiding something very important. He looked at the file in his hand, hesitating for a moment before opening it. It was Toriku's personal file with every bit of information they were able to gather after his arrival. A small picture of the smiling teen was at the top right corner of first page above the report. He had eyed the picture for a moment, before his eyes moved down and started carefully reading its content. Original name, unknown. Code name, Odoroki Toriku. Gender, weight, height, special, identifications, found belongings, hospital reports, known skills, etc. Relatives, test subject 14 confirmed. Minato looked up to meet Sarutobi's darkened eyes, but his azure ones were now filled with confusion. While the thoughts were forking in his head like lightning, he gathered his emotions. He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from the Hokage's own mouth. Who is test subject 14? He asked calmly without any hint of his frustrating thoughts. Sarutobi watched him seriously, and puffed from his never-missing pipe before he stated calmly. You. Sarutobi eyed him without motion, waiting for some kind of reaction from the blonde, but when no answer came he continued in the same calm tone. According to the tests, he is a very close relative. A first generation, like father, son, or brother. Minato just stared at the file in his hands without any reaction. He had been hardening his emotions and forced himself to observe the situation and the file in his hands like a professional, caring only for the facts. We can easily assume that the first two options aren't possible, so that leaves only one left. He is your brother, or more likely your half-brother. I doubt that you would forget your mother's pregnancy, so the only option is an affair of your father. By the age gap, it was one of his last acts, Minato stated with a sour tone, but still calmly. He already knew what would be the next step of this game. You know what this could mean, Minato, don't you? If his memory was erased purposely to infiltrate into Konoha and be near you, if he is here only because of you, this is a dangerous situation for the village. Are you prepared for the decision that is expected? Minato only nodded slowly, his face showing no emotion, then he finally closed his eyes and shook his head, and his calm mask started to crack. Yes, it could be, but what if he isn't? If his appearance here is only coincidence? What do you expect of me? That I should kill him? That I should execute a teenager, who could be my only living relative? Minato's calm was starting to fade away. Of course he had been suspecting, and was also aware about the hints, that maybe there was more to this teen and that maybe they were somehow connected in some way. He wasn't blind. But as the Hokage had hinted the execution of the boy, it just made his eyes twitch. I don't like to repeat myself, Hiruzen, but if we execute him now, that would make us merciless killers and nothing more. The Hokage didn't bother himself about the casual address, he just eyed the blonde in front of him curiously. In the near future you will have to make decisions like this. I know that very well. But you are you and I am I. We are different and I won't sacrifice anyone without any real proof, based only on speculations. And I doubt you are also that kind of person. Minato's voice died lower as he grabbed himself and calmed his aching nerves again. I take full responsibility for his actions. He wants to belong to this village, and he wants to become a shinobi. Assign him to my team, that way I can keep an eye on him continuously, and accommodate him next to my apartment. I'll do what I have to do, if the time comes, for the sake of the village, but as of now this isn't that time. Sarutobi didn't break the connection of their eyes, nor the silence which settled down in the office. He eyed Minato's every small movement, reaction, waiting for a tiny hint, but he was determined. In some aspects he was right. The boy at the moment wasn't a threat, and he was also determined to serve the village. Toriko was an impetuous boy who couldn't hide his emotions. And today he also experienced the strange aura that surrounded the boy. He hadn't laughed as freely as he did in the afternoon since the war had started. During that time, he felt like he moved back in time decades, where he was without the weight of the problems, the war, the continuous worrying for his people. Sarutobi closed his eyes, puffing continuously from his pipe, filling the room with the smell and smoke of the lazily smoldering fine tobacco, while his thoughts gathered around the choices. Finally, he opened his eyes to meet a calm, blue ocean in front of him, then he just simply nodded in consent. He sensed Minato's fully tensed muscles relax, and his expression warmed as he gave a bow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Do you want to inform Toriko about your relation? Minato nodded without hesitation and looked back at the door. He felt the boy's chakra signature behind the doors for some time past. Sarutobi touched another small seal on the surface of his desk without a word to signal to his secretary. When the doors opened, the blonde teenager stepped in, escorted by an ANBU. The Hokage nodded to the guard, who bowed and left the room without a word. Toriko also bowed and moved nervously toward the desk where the two men were watching him calmly and, knowingly, hesitant of what to say next. Then Minato sent a small, warm smile at him and pointed to the chair next to him to sit down, and he was more than thankful to accept the offer to escape from this awkward situation. Toriko-kun, we are here to discuss some very important matters about your future in Konoha. The Hokage said this with a moderate tone, and Toriko tensed in the chair. You will be accommodated next to Minato-kun's apartment in the future. You can move there tomorrow morning. The blonde relaxed a little and nodded, waiting patiently for the old man to finish his words. Also, you will be assigned to Minato-kun's team. The Hokage moved to his right and pulled out a drawer, placing a Hittite in front of him on the desk, still eyeing the teen. Sarutobi pointed toward the Hittite and Toriko reached after it, like a child for a piece of candy. His azure irises sparked in awe as he stared at the headband, studying every small part and every detail of it before he tied it on his forehead. He couldn't stand it, A small smile left his mouth and the heavy air in the office disappeared. Welcome to our lines, Chunin Odoroki Toraku. The blonde grinned again like an idiot. His mouth was spread from ear to ear, but suddenly confusion ran across his face. Chunin? I beat the crap out of the shrimp and he's a jonin. Why should I be his inferior? Minato let out a loud laugh at his statement, still chuckling afterward while everyone else waited for him to control himself. He had cleared his throat and looked back at his newly found relative with a calm face. That is because we don't know anything about your previous experience. Your power and skills may be on jonin level, but this isn't all about power. With time you can gain that rank. Now it was time for Sarutobi to chuckle at the blonde, who was now sitting in the chair with folded arms around his chest, his legs crossed, and frowning at Minato, sending angry looks toward him. He was sulking, just like a kid. It was very unpleasant that merely 10 minutes ago they were talking about the execution of the very same boy in front of them. Be patient, Toraku-kun. Furthermore, there is one more thing that we must discuss before you start active duty with the rest of your team. Toraku straightened in the chair and now he was looking curiously at the Hokage, who waved for Minato to continue. We found a relative of yours here in Konoha. Toraku's eyes widened, his head switching from man to man, to settle down again on Minato. How? Who? These were the only two words he could process from himself in his surprise. We conducted a blood test, and one was positive. Who is it then? When can we meet? Minato now scratched the back of his head nervously, not sure how to continue. Well, you already know him. It looks like you are half-brothers, based on the test results. I have a brother? And I know him? Toraku's eyes widened to an unnatural size, his thoughts running in his head at an insane speed. Brother, so we must be alike. There's only two blonde who I know, but Inoichi is. He looked back at Minato with a confused, but knowing look. No way. Well, trust me, this is as unexpected for me as for you. I've also only just found out myself. Toraku frowned as the previous statement's background started to become clearer. At first he thought that they placed him around Minato because he only knew him, and of course to keep an eye on him. But now, he was a little bit disappointed. After the first 10 minutes of ecstasy, that he would be a real shinobi, he would be able to leave that room, and that he had family. It seemed distant now. You still think that I'm a spy, or an assassin? Someone after Minato, don't you? He asked with a sad smile on his face. Indeed, Sarutobi stated calmly. Remember what I told you, Toraku-kun. Trust is something that you can earn with time and hard work. And I know that you are aware that your presence is more than suspicious. Toraku had nodded and stood up, his eyes filled with determination, and he bowed again just like hours before toward the two men. He looked up and smiled at the old man at the table, then to Minato. I won't disappoint you. And I never go back on my word. You can go now. I'm sure there is a lot you two wanted to talk about. The two blondes nodded and stood up, while Minato grabbed his arm. Come on, I'll give you a lift. No, why? The two blondes disappeared from the room and Sarutobi was sure that the soundproof walls of the interrogation and torture department wouldn't be enough to restrain the yells of Toraku. I hope you made a good decision, Minato. When the two blondes appeared at the interrogation and torture department in the middle of Toraku's room, he was surprised. Surprised that he wasn't going to die. He was panting heavily, a little bit shaky, but not as bad as it was the first time when that bastard used Hiraishin on him. He looked at Minato, still angry, but more confused, and he just made a grin in return. It always gets better and better. I don't even feel anything, but for the first 10 times I looked much worse than you for your first time. I had to lay down after I lost my lunch. How does it work? There is a seal in your room. I use that to have one base point as the destination and my starting point to another. I use a time-space ninjutsu to transport myself between the 2 points. Actually, it's much more trickier than that, but something like that in short. Toraku's anger flashed away and they sat down on the bed side by side without a word. An awkward silence fell upon them, but neither of the blondes dared to break it. Neither of them knew what they should say to the other. Finally, Toraku opened his mouth. You know, I don't think I previously had anybody as a parent figure or a brother. Minato just raised an eyebrow at the statement. Why do you think that? Because when I need certain knowledge it pops up. And now, when I'm looking for something about a family, there's nothing. Minato smiled at Toraku. Then, it's time for the both of us to learn something new. The blonde teenager smiled back, but the silence came back between them. What should I call you? Well, I would really appreciate that within the team, you call me sensei like the others. But beyond that, time will make that decision for us. Well then, sensei, you'll be teaching me, right? Minato raised a suspicious eyebrow at the blonde. Well, yeah. Then teach me that teleportation technique. Minato just stared at him in disbelief, then burst out laughing. Why? I thought you hated it? Toriku just rolled his eyes while his company still chuckled. Yeah, that's true, but it seems very useful too. In time. It's not an easy technique, you know. Besides, Kushina would kill me if I taught it to you before her. Who is she? You know, she's my girlfriend. Minato shuffled on the bed a little. Anyway, pack anything you want, and rest now. You had a long day, and so did I. I'll get you tomorrow morning and you can move into the apartment. And also prepare for some introductions. The blonde got up from the bed and started to wave goodbye when he was stopped. Minato! Yeah? Thanks. For what, exactly? For everything. Minato looked confused, but when he saw Toriku's wide grin, he just mimicked it, and waved his hand, then disappeared in a flash of gold, leaving the teen alone in his small room. The blonde leaned back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, still grinning. He was happy. Really happy. The next morning came with record speed. Not that Toriku had too many things to pack, but still weighed too fast. Minato told him yesterday that he would introduce him to people, and he was sure that those would be his girlfriend and the team. He really wanted to make a good first impression, and now, as he looked into the small mirror in the bathroom with his bed hair, he couldn't do anything else but grimace at his image when he felt the familiar chakra signature appear outside the room. A minute later, a blonde head peeked inside the slightly open bathroom door. Morning. Are you ready? Just minute, he answered casually while fighting with his spiky hair, which now pointed in every direction it shouldn't. You know, I think you just made it worse. Toriku sent an angry look toward Minato, then he ruffled his hair in his frustration. Still the same. Arg. I don't care. Let's go. Anything to carry? No, everything's in my pocket. Then let's get out of here. Minato placed his hand onto Toriku's shoulder to disappear in a blink, leaving the white room behind. They were now standing in front of a light orange door. Toriku shook his head, and placed his still trembling left hand onto his forehead when uneasy groan left his soft lips as he felt the way softer side effect of the technique, while Minato pushed a small metal key into his other. Here. You're first. Toriku stared down into his palm, examining the small key in his hand and smiled as the cold key started to take over his body heat, until he could only feel the curves of the metal. He pushed it into the keyhole, turning slowly, enjoying every moment of his first step into his new life. The apartment was small but still much bigger and inviting than his small hole before. It had a normal-sized sitting room with a table and a smaller couch, an open kitchen, and there was also a very small eating corner. He walked around to find out where the other two doors lead. He found a small bathroom and a bedroom with a single bed, but what caught his eye were the empty shelves, which filled the whole wall from corner to corner with a small desk in front of it. Toriku approvingly nodded at the sight and immediately tried out his new bed. It was nice and comfortable. He looked toward the small window, which let the sunbeams into his room, revealing millions of slowly dancing dust motes. Minato leaned against the door frame, watching as the teenager relaxed on his new bed. I spoke with Sarutobi-sama this morning. They furnished the apartment with some stuff, but he also sent this. Minato gave a small envelope to the lying Toriku, who was now watching him curiously. What's this? This is an allowance, to cover your first month's costs until you can earn enough from the missions. We will need to buy some stuff. Like equipment, clothes, and food. I thought after this we could start with a small introduction, then get that stuff before you meet the rest of the team. Toriku nodded as he stood up to face with Minato, when he felt the familiar touch on his shoulder, and they appeared in a different room. Toriku shook his head and touched his forehead to calm down his slowly spinning brain. I thought that you lived next door? He muttered while he was still rubbing his temporal. Indeed, yes. Toriku's eyes widened. You can't be serious, using that move a distance less than 10 meters to the side, can you? Minato just shrugged while he was walking toward the kitchen and grabbed a glass. Juice? Toriku just watched him in disbelief. You're a lazy bastard. I'm sure that the whole town is filled with your shit. I'm sure even every room of this apartment is filled with it, actually. I like this guy. Toriku spun around to meet a wildly grinning woman, with long, ruby-red hair, leaning against the door frame with her hands folded around her waist. He was too busy scolding Minato to sense her presence. It's nice to meet you, Toriku-kun. I heard a lot about you. And yes, he is a lazy bastard who can't even walk to the toilet at night. He'd rather use his Haration. Minato only rolled his eyes in annoyance from the kitchen, moving a hand toward the woman. Toraku-kun, let me introduce Uzumaki Kushina. The teen stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide, and he felt his mouth fall open. He spirited away from the small room, from Konoha, from the fire country, away from everything, inside his mind, where a foggy picture flew tenderly inside his thoughts. Someone smiling at him, but he couldn't see her well, only the soft silhouette. A voice of a woman, full of love and care, distant, but still soft and heartwarming, echoed in his mind. I love you. Everything all right? Toraku shook his head to clear his thoughts and smiled at the ruby-haired beauty in front of him. Yes, thank you. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Odoroki Toraku. He bowed politely, then tilted his head, still examining the girl in front of him, rambling away again. What? Is there something on my face? Ah, no. I was just admiring your hair. Kushina immediately tensed at the statement, narrowing her eyes. What about my hair? It's just beautiful. The hard expression immediately melted away from Kushina's face, replaced with a familiar soft, warm smile as she moved toward the boy to place a soft kiss on his forehead. I really like you. If Toraku ever felt himself embarrassed, he was wrong. His whole face, even his ears, were now burning like an inferno, melting away his tan skin, which glowing now with in bright crimson color. She turned toward Minato, who was leaning against the dining table, his eyes narrowed at the previous scene. Hey Toraku-kun. As the introductions are now over, let's get going. We have a lot of things to do. Where are you going? Shopping. And no way you can come. I want to finish it fast, and I think so does he. Kushina didn't answer, just stuck out her tongue and walked away to hop down on the couch. But she still sent a warm smile toward the still brilliant red young teenager. Minato shrugged, then turned to Toraku. Can we go? Yes, but we'll be walking. Minato waved a hand toward Kushina, who just ignored him, but she waved back to Toraku with a wide smile. Crazy woman. Minato muttered to himself when they left the apartment and headed toward the shops in the town, slowly walking on a narrow back street. Their footsteps didn't make any noise, only the slowly flying dust marked their way, when their feet meet with the hard soil. You had another flashback, didn't you? Yes, but it was kind of personal, so I don't really want to talk about that if you don't mind. He was scratching his cheek nervously, and Minato smiled back knowingly. Girls. Well, I would like to congratulate you anyway. For what? You did a very good job with Kushina. You wound her around your finger. She's quite sensitive about her hair. Toraku gave a confused look in response but then nodded. When they finished with shopping, Toraku felt as if he were a pack mule, despite most of the stuff being stored tidily into scrolls, thanks to Minato, who was wise enough to bring them so at least the half of the goods could be placed into them. It would be a pain in the ass if he should tote his brand new and indeed heavy 3 full set of kunais and shurikens with the other things. With around 10 minutes of continuous arguing, Toraku was glad that he could convince Minato that 20 packs of instant ramen was crucial inventory of his new apartment, even more than new clothes, but in return he made a promise that he would learn how to cook properly from Kushina, which actually wasn't a big deal. He was already looking forward to it. Are you sure I need all of these? Well, 2 hours ago you had only one set of clothes, and nothing else, so yes. I doubt about that. Actually, Minato packed a lot of things that weren't immediately necessary, like dozens of empty scrolls. However, Toraku had a feeling that he already had a plan with those which would result in long and sleepless nights for him. When they finally arrived to their place, he collapsed on the couch, leaning back against its backrest while putting his arms onto his face to shroud his eyes, and stretched out his legs. I don't understand women. What could they love about this? Minato just grinned at the comment, while started to unseal the remaining goods from his scrolls until he finished. Put these in their places, settle in, and we'll be awaiting you for dinner at 6. If you need anything, we'll be here, just knock. Toraku nodded, not even moving his head toward the blonde as he left the room the lazy way again. That was tiresome. He moved his eyes over to the goods, his arms still rested on his forehead, only shifting them to uncover his eyes. He let out an irritated sigh, knowing he would be occupied with the packing almost the whole afternoon. If I don't start it now, I'll never do it. But first, a bit of entertainment. He shut his eyes to survey his surroundings with a light chakra flow. I got you, he chirped inside his head cheekily and moved to the window and waved toward a cherry tree with a grin, where he knew his shadow was hiding and watching him. I can't help it, I just love poking fun at them. He moved from the window and let out a small sigh. At least there isn't any windows in the bathroom. He finally turned to the big pile with an irritated groan to face with his new obstacle. At exactly 6 o'clock, Toraku had been standing in front of a door only 5 meters from his own, pale orange one. He wasn't as worried as before. The meeting with Kushina calmed down his nerves, but he could feel that they tensed again. Meeting with the team. He was standing in his newly bought outfit, a pair of black pants, a pair of standard shinobi sandals, and a white t-shirt with an orange spiral-like pattern on its front. He let out a breath and knocked on the door, which was flung open immediately. I really started to wonder if you would stay out here or come in the end. Torika made an apologetic smile toward Kushina. Nervous? A little. He shrugged. You don't need to be. She caught his wrist after he left his sandals at the door, and she literally dragged him inside the sitting room, straight toward a big couch, where Minato was sitting together with a young girl with shoulder-length brown hair and 2 purple rectangles on each of her cheeks. Just in time, Toriku. Noera Rin, this is Odoroki Toriku, our new team member. Torika made a low bow and moved closer to the duo sitting around the small table filled with snacks and drinks, hopping down next to Minato. Nice to meet you. Rin smiled back at him, and he looked around the apartment, looking for the 4th member of the team, whom he had already met. Minato, the 4th member is Kakashi-kun, isn't he? Minato let out a sigh and nodded. Indeed, but he will be late. You look much better, Toriko-kun, since I last saw you. Confusion ran across his face. He tilted his head to the side as he eyed the young Kunoichi curiously. You know, we already met once. We found you on the training ground with Kakashi-kun. I was the one who gave you first aid. You looked pretty bad, I really didn't think you would survive. Toriko just blinked and bowed his head. Well, thank you for saving my life. I owe you one. He sent a wide smile toward the brown girl and looked after the outgoing Kushina. An awkward silence fell onto the small group. Minato didn't know how to act with his newly found brother, and vice versa, and Rin, she didn't know how to react to them either, seeing their tension. Thank Kami, a hurricane came into the room named Kushina with a tray filled with cups and a bottle of sake. Minato raised an eyebrow at her, but didn't dare to make a comment. He was grateful. She put it down on the table and hopped next to Rin with a wide smile. She eyed Torika curiously and switched back and forth between the 2 blondes for half a minute. You know, even without that test everyone could tell the obvious. Rin's head flung up and raised an eyebrow at the statement. What do you mean by that, Kushina-san? She blinked toward Minato, who let out an irritated sigh. You didn't tell them? No, what do you think tonight's gathering was for? I won't run from house to house just for that. Before she could throw back a harsh comment, a knock could be heard from the door and Minato utilized the opportunity to flee to it, coming back later with Kakashi and hoping that Kushina calmed down during the brief interval. He had calculated well, she was eyeing Toriku again from head to toe, fully ignoring him after he waved a hand toward Kakashi. Kakashi-kun, you already met Toriku-kun. Take a seat and serve yourself. When everybody sat down, Kushina caught the opportunity to push Minato to the issue with a light hit from her elbow into the blonde's ribs. Okay, I'm going. He cleared his throat, switching his tone to the leader of the team. I think you already figured it out, but from today forward we have a new team member. Chunin Odoroki Toriku joined our village. I have spoken with Hokage-sama and he agreed to get us back to active duty the day after tomorrow. We will meet at 9 at the usual place tomorrow for a little shake-up. Toriku raised an eyebrow at the statement, but before he could ask anything Minato continued. I'll pick you up. And also, before any rumors start to rise, I would like to clear some things about our new teammate, if you agree, Toriku-kun. He nodded while shifting on the couch. Toriku-kun had only joined to Konoha shinobi forces a day ago, and before that he wasn't the part of the village. He lost his memories. Rin turned toward Toriku with a wondering look and eyed the team from head to toe, making him shiver. You really don't remember a thing? He shook his head. Yes, that is the case. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, observing the blonde suspiciously and barked out toward him, earning an angry look from Minato. If you don't remember, you could be anyone. A murderer, for example, or a spy. Toriku raised an eyebrow, but something in his chest squeezed at those words. Kakashi, I think you aren't in a position to judge anything like that. Minato narrowed his eyes toward his silver-haired student, who was staring back at him stubbornly. After a minute of silent fighting, Kakashi moved his eyes toward Rin and just shrugged in his annoyance. Minato let out a long sigh and slowly shook his head at the reaction of his student. There is one more thing. Yesterday revealed that he has a relative here in Konoha. Rin narrowed her eyes, as did Kakashi as they now looked toward the 2 blondes sitting next to each other. And that is you, Kakashi stated without any hint of surprise, as he eyed the teen again more suspiciously, who in turn tried to tune out the disturbing tone of his voice, his previous behavior, and the cold, piercing eye. He was now annoyed. Calm down, don't hit him. Don't hit him. Well, actually, yes. It seems that we are brothers. Minato nervously scratched the back of his head and looked to the still silent Toraku with a smile. Anyway, I would like to ask you to help him while he settles down. Toraku rolled his eyes in annoyance. You know, I'm not a child. How old are you actually? Asked Kushina curiously, but she received only a blank look. I don't know, around 18. He made a shrug and looked back at Kushina. Well, then we have to choose a birthday for you, don't we? Toraku had tilted his head to the side in his surprise and smiled. Yes. Maybe. Then from now on it will be today. I already have something in mind. Toraku raised an eyebrow and looked at Minato, who just shrugged. Anyway, first I have this small bottle of fine sake, for a celebration, and I think this is a good opportunity for that. 1 sip for the 2 brats and a normal portion for the 3 of us. Like the idea? Good. Then please, the cups. After the drink was portioned, Minato stood up to make a toast. To the new friends. And to the lost ones. The mood immediately tensed between the 2 young ninja, but they also raised their cups and drank it. Kushina slowly shook her head as the depression spread across the small trio. Minato, you're an idiot. You may be a genius, but you're still an idiot. Kakashi stared down to his lap after the pledge, buried in his thoughts. Emotions ran through his mind, but his only visible eye was cold as ice when the final one raised on his face. Anger. He isn't worth him. The one-eyed young boy muttered angrily, his eye focused on his cup on the desk while his hands rested on his knee. Minato narrowed his eyes and Kakashi clenched his hands into fists as he let his anger free. He isn't worth him. No one is worth him. Everybody tensed as the atmosphere became heavy around them. Enough! Minato barked out in a commanding voice. He was now again the leader of the team, as he switched the roles. No one could replace Obito. He is just an intruder, an outsider. He could be a spy, or an assassin who is after your life. Kakashi had risen from his seat unconsciously, his muscles tensed and his fists clutching painfully as the joints of his hand whitened by the strain. He looked at the blonde with pure hatred in his eyes and stormed away from the room, leaving behind the others in an awkward silence and Toraku with shocked, wide eyes. Minato had let out a sigh as he started rubbing his forehead with closed eyes, the feeling of an oncoming headache rising within it. Finally, Rin broke the silence after a long, tensed minute. I apologize for his behavior. Please forgive him, Toraku-kun. We've had a hard time the last 3 weeks. Rin's voice was soft and sad as it died to whispering in the end. He just answered with a sad smile, as he didn't know what to say. His first reaction was anger, then confusion, but when he saw the tension and the reactions from the others, he restrained himself to jump at Kakashi before he left the room. Well, that went better than I expected, Kushina stated calmly while she sipped the sake in her hand, earning a confused look from Toraku. Would someone please be so kind as to enlighten me on what the hell that was? The blonde teen asked the people around him, earning another minute of tense silence, which was broken by Kushina. Obito was their teammate. He died during their last mission in Iwa 3 weeks ago, and since then they were off duty. I'm sorry about that. Toraku shook his head slowly and fixed his eyes on the floor. Don't bother yourself about him. He will calm down in time when you know each other better. I doubt about that. Toraku leaned back on the couch and folded his hands in front of his chest with narrow eyes while Minato still rubbed his head in silence. Rin was again the one who tried to temper the mood. So, who's hungry? Kushina burst out loudly with absolute contrast of the past few minutes, earning grateful smiles from the group while they moved to the kitchen. The remaining time of the night passed in a much better mood, but the shadows of Kakashi's outburst was still hanging awkwardly above them. The night ended and Rin left the apartment, leaving the blondes and Kushina behind. When the redhead moved toward the kitchen to clean up the remains of their dinner, Minato turned toward Toraku at the doorstep. I'm really sorry about what happened. But please try to understand his feelings. Toraku shrugged before he answered with a calm tone. It's okay. I know that I still have a long way to go before I earn anyone's trust, including yours. He let the silence fall between them again. I'm prepared. Minato just nodded before Toraku left the apartment, watching him silently as he disappeared behind the door. The next morning was awkward. When they arrived at the training ground where Toraku was found, the remaining members of the team were already waiting for them. The blonde gratefully noted that the training ground was repaired, the large crater, which emitted the disgusting scent of his blood, had disappeared, and only the lack of the green grass pointed that something had happened there before. Kakashi changed his tactics toward the young blonde. He was now just simply ignoring his presence, not even bothering to look in his direction, like he was simply invisible. And that was a bad tactic against him. When Toraku got up, he was determined to get along with Kakashi after the last night, but now his muscles tensed, and he felt the anger spread across his chest. But he got over the temptation to punch the face of the arrogant, silver-haired shrimp. I hate being ignored. I can't stand this feeling. It would be much better if he just started to shout. Rin greeted him with a kind smile and a small wave of her hand as they reached the duo next to 3 thick poles. Before we start active duty, it would be essential for all of you to properly know each other's fighting style and to make a small team strategy accordingly. Kakashi turned his head spectacularly away from Toraku, earning an angry tension of muscles from the teen and a mimicked movement from him in response. Unfortunately, they weren't aware of Minato's rolling eyes and Rin's slowly shaking head. What we are going to do, Minato-sensei? Rin was again the first to speak. This caught Kakashi's attention, and he finally slowly turned toward their leader, still aware to not even let the minimal sight of the blonde teen into the corner of his eyes. It will be very simple. Minato was now grinning. Catch me. You have until dinner time to do so. Then, with a puff of smoke, he disappeared, leaving whirling leaves and the 3 teens in the clearing. Rin turned toward the others with pleading eyes, finding herself between the 2 irritated boys back to back with each other. The girl slowly shook her head again and let out a sigh at the childish behavior. Please, for Kami's sake, put aside your differences, or we will be wiped out in a minute. We have to act like a team if we even want to find him. Toraku turned toward Rin and glanced at Kakashi's back with a snort, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and turning away again. Not until he acknowledges my presence. Rin let out an irritated sigh and turned toward Kakashi. Please. The young masked ninja narrowed his eyes, but nodded to the girl. We are going to split up. Rake over the area, and if someone finds him, alert the others with a small chakra signal. That would also inform Minato about our presence, and he'll just Harasshin away. I got a better idea, stated Toraku calmly, earning a deadly look from Kakashi. I am the Jonin here, so I am the commander of this operation. Toraku just shrugged, but his eyes narrowed dangerously. Whatever. Arrogant brat. Rin shook her head and let out a hopeless sigh, but she hadn't the willpower to start convincing the young Jonin that Toraku was right. This will be a long day. The 3 shinobi disappeared from the clearing as they jumped toward the woods around the training ground to find the fastest ninja of Konoha, who was watching them from a safe distance on a tree branch with narrowed eyes. This isn't going to be good. After 2 hours of a desperate hide-and-seek game with small success, the trio gathered again in the middle of the field. Toraku was unspeakably irritated because of Kakashi's annoyance. They wouldn't catch Minato like that, despite his sensing skills, but he also didn't want to act on his own. And Minato was good. If he didn't want to be found, he wouldn't. He almost scared his ANBU to death when he appeared in front of her to ask if she saw Minato somewhere, earning a flying kunai toward his head and an almost 10-minute-long argument with the bird-masked woman. Can I speak now, Jonin Kakashi? Toraku asked with undisguised sarcasm in his tone, earning an angry look from him and an irritated TCH. Whatever. The yellow flash of Konoha was standing on the previous branch, eyeing his team curiously, when he let out a small yelp of surprise and almost fell from the tree and onto his ass if he couldn't caught a branch. The place suddenly filled with replicas of Toraku. Not a dozen, not 50, but easily 200 or 300, which were now charging toward the 4 winds of the compass, including his direction. He realized that his mouth was open and he grinned as he shut it. Now, this is starting to become interesting. As the clones flooded the place, Minato had to be more and more aware where to Harasshin. The whole training ground was already filled with his seals, as he prepared them as soon as he disappeared for the first time. However, he felt that maybe it wouldn't be enough this time. The rush was intense and continuous. Whenever he dispelled a clone, at least 2 replaced it in a second as the knowledge of his location flowed back to them. He found some clones of the other 2 team members mixed into the small army to distract him, which was actually almost successful when he faced a wildly grinning and laughing Kakashi after he appeared in a small clearing. After half an hour of continuous chasing without a break, he started to feel the effects. He had to admit, the tactic was good, and only with the sheer amount of clones could they tiptoed him continuously, leaving no time to recover. He sent a kunai toward a charging clone to dispel it, when 3 more appeared behind him to jump on his back. He easily deflected the attack with a roll to his left, where a 4th Toraku was already waiting for him, grinning. He used his Harasshin to appear in a small clearing away from the mass he left, when an odd and cold feeling caught his leg. Minato looked down, to see Rin's familiar jutsu, as he started to sink into the ground, feeling as it hardened around his ankles. He sighed, and when he attempted to use his jutsu to escape from the trap, electricity ran across his spine, blocking his movement and mind to prevent his escape. At the moment the more disturbing than painful feeling disappeared, he felt 3 hands on himself and he looked at the grinning Toraku, the softly smiling Rin, and the emotionless Kakashi. We got you, Toriko stated with a sing-song voice. Indeed. I have to admit you did a great job with this trap, but don't let the victory go to your head. When he finished the sentence, 3 blonde clones appeared without a sound behind them, each pointing a kunai to the back of their heads. In the blink of an eye, Minato was out of his prison without any effort and smiled proudly at their team when the clones disappeared. Still, I think you all deserve a reward. I'm glad you managed the task. TCH. Kakashi was evidently irritated by the success of Toriku's plan. I think it's time for lunch, everyone. Let's head to Ichiraku. He earned a cheerful yeah from Toriku, a smiling nod from Rin, and an irritated groan from Kakashi as they turned to head into the village. Don't stare at me. You're annoying, Kakashi stated with a death glare toward Toriku, who just made a shrug at the comment and continued to watch the boy from the other end of the counter. He was so damn curious about how the young jonin managed eating in a way that he couldn't peek behind his mask, not even for a millisecond. Hey Kakashi! You got some kind of disease? Kakashi narrowed his eyes and sent quite a large amount of killer intent toward the blonde. Or you got a hair lip, or ugly teeth, or what? Minato chuckled between the boys while Rin just rolled her brown eyes in her annoyance. They've been doing this since we arrived. Kakashi ignored the blonde and he turned away from him to finish his meal as fast as he could manage, in order to finally get rid of the annoying company. When everybody finished their meal, they sat in silence, enjoying their filled stomachs, when Minato turned toward them. I think that was enough for today. Now, everybody go home and rest. We will have a real mission tomorrow and I doubt it will be a D rank. The small group nodded and waved a hand as farewell, except Kakashi, who was still irritated by the blonde, though not as much as yesterday or in the morning. Minato shook his head as he left for his apartment with Toriku. The small team hopped from tree to arrive as fast as they just could to their destination. They were heading toward one of the guard posts, close to the border of Kusagakure and the Land of Fire, to transfer equipment scrolls to the infantry forces, and gain report scrolls for the Hokage. It was simple and Minato was satisfied with their first mission. He was grateful to Sarutobi for that. The team wasn't ready for anything more until they shaped back to their old selves and Toriku settled down into the team's daily routine. The fights with Iwa seems to be over, however their mission's destination was more than disturbing. They were too close to the bad memories of their last mission, but it still held much less risk than the other front of the war with Kumo. Minato wanted to finish the mission in record time, within 2 days. One there, one back, staying at the post for the night to rest. He moved at near full tilt, only slow enough that the remaining members of his team could keep up with him without overstraining themselves. However, it was still insanely fast compared to normal travel speed. During their trip, Minato watched Toriku curiously, wondering how he would perform during his first real mission. Until this point he was satisfied with Toriku's behavior. When they left Konoha, he was cheerful, glad that he could be out of the gates and out of the ANBU investigation, and he instantly picked on Kakashi to rile him up during their trip. Minato looked back over his shoulder and smiled as the 2 young boys argued at the back of the team about something trivial. Just like with Obito. He sighed and turned backwards to face with them, still hopping from branch to branch, fully aware of his surroundings and the dangerously approaching branches at head level. He easily avoided them and hopped up, still traveling backwards. He rested his eyesight on Rin, whose face was a bit more ruddy than usual, then moved it toward the boys. They seemed to be fighting, but Minato knew that they were also paying attention to their environment as they immediately stopped the arguing and flung their heads toward him as soon as he faced with them. If only they focused their energy on the task at hand, we could have traveled faster, but still, I'm amused at Toriku's stamina. Even Kakashi's winded, yet he hasn't even broken a sweat. We are approaching the borders and we will reach our destination within 2 hours. Move to formation and be aware of everything around you. And from now on, not a sound if it is not about life or death. The 3 shinobi nodded, and placed themselves where they should be, forming a straight line, with Toriku at the back of Kakashi, who was now looking at Rin's back. She was centered to the middle as the only medical ninja in the team who could help them if necessary. The woods were silent, not even the cries of animals could be heard. Only their faint footsteps echoed amongst the trees as they were jumping and landing on the branches, making faint sounds to disturb the silence. The sun's last strong beams needled through the leaves, painting abstract light patterns on their faces. They traveled in complete silence with sharpened senses, without a word until they reached their destination just before twilight, a little bit drained by their insane speed. Thanks to Minato's hard training, the 2 veteran members were already used to this, and the new member also seemed familiar with the pace. Their trip was luckily uneventful, thank Kami, but when they arrived at the post, Toriku's eyes widened and his mouth fell open from the loud cheer by which the remaining shinobi greeted Minato. When the handshaking and shoulder clapping was finally over, He raised an eyebrow at Minato, demanding an explanation, but he just waved his hand in his irritation. Toriku narrowed his eyes as he watched Minato and Kakashi march out from the small bunker and then turned to Rin for any hint. Is he some kind of celebrity, or what? Rin chuckled and shook her head, still laughing. Kind of. In our last mission he took out almost the entire force of the remaining E1 ninjas that attacked near this guard post. Alone. So yes, you could say that he is famous. Most of the people here are alive only because of him. Toriku felt pride and he was in awe. My only known relative is a war hero. Wow. He's awesome. Yes, he is. Rin sent a sad smile back at him. They left the bunker to follow the others without a word, both buried in their own thoughts, one in sorrow, one in warm pride. Toriku's night was sleepless, due to the guards all over the facility, and his sore muscles because of the long run. He couldn't sleep. The moon was already high in the inky black sky, and he was nervous. His senses sharpened subconsciously as his stress level grew. He was now extremely tense, because of his senses, that he couldn't even concentrate on suppressing them to a tolerable level. He could smell the dry blood at a faraway battlefield, and the scent of the animals in the woods. A bird shoot up from a nearby tree and he jerked up from his sleeping bag at the sudden noise. Hey, relax and sleep, or you'll faint tomorrow. He heard Minato's faint muttering next to him as he turned around to face with the sitting boy. I'm trying, but my senses just won't settle down, and it's irritating like hell. He put his head into his palm, trying to ignore the continuously tapping animals and the smells of his environment. He let out an irritated groan and leaned back, trying to focus his mind on somewhere else, resting his crossed arms on his face. Toriku sneaked a peek at Minato between his arm to see he was now leaning against his wrist and watching him with a curious face. What? Minato just shrugged and leaned back, his head resting on his arms, to watch the night sky filled with sparkling stars. Toriku let his arms fall to his side and he sat up again, watching Minato hesitantly. Hey, Minato. Can I ask you something? It depends. Toriku rolled his eyes in the black night, and he looked over his shoulder, where Rin and Kakashi laid in the same standard sleeping bag, evidently occupied by their dreams. What happened on your last mission? Why do you want to know? I'm curious. Furthermore, I want to understand them. He sneaked a peek behind him at the two sleeping shinobi again. Minato let out a sigh. It was 3 weeks ago, we split up. I came here to fight with the remaining Iwa forces. They outnumbered us, and not just a little. Toriku nodded. He already knew about this. He was curious about Obito, but he didn't want to ask Rin or Kakashi. And they? Toriku's muscles tensed, as he heard an almost unnoticeable soft noise. He didn't move, but he saw Minato's silent nod with his eyes, that it was okay. They had another mission at the Canopy Bridge. During it, Rin was captured, and when Kakashi and Obito went to save her, Obito died. I arrived too late. Silence fell amongst them, until Minato continued. Obito was an Uchiha. He was able to active his Dijitsu, and before he died he offered it to Kakashi, who lost his left eye during the rescue attempt. Kakashi blames himself for his death. You know, Obito was like you in some ways. I'm sure you would have gotten along well. He was loud and cheerful, sometimes clumsy, and he was always late. Minato smiled as he remembered the shrimp with the orange goggles. Kakashi is his absolute polar opposite. A silent, tempered little prodigy who worships the rules, or he was, until that time. Minato shook his head. Give him some time, please. Toriku nodded and leaned back to settle down in his sleeping bag again. Somehow, knowing this was calming down his aching nerves, and he now at least had something on his mind to focus on. It took only 5 more minutes before he finally fell asleep. You should also sleep, Kakashi. The young boy flinched in the sleeping bag as he laid with his back pointing to his sensei, staring in front of him to the nothingness. One of his eyes had been flaring with faint ruby light into the darkness of the night, before it disappeared when he closed his eyes. Chapter 6. Results of Hard Work. They arrived in Konoha in record time, to Minato's full pleasure, and the travel was eventless. Even Toriku had been cutting down on his taunting of Kakashi after their small talk. Well, not actually completely, but he was obviously restraining himself. Minato was very pleased with their performance. They dismissed the team at the gates of Konoha and he headed toward the Hokage Tower to make his report to Sarutobi. Toriku tensed as he instantly felt the familiar chakra signal of his shadow when turning toward his apartment, hopping from rooftop to shorten his way, in which a satisfying shower and the comfort of his bed awaited him. However, the temptation was just too great. He grinned and jumped toward a nook, landing gracefully in front of a surprised and attack-ready female ANBU. Yo! You miss me, ANBU-san? He gained an irritated, TCH, from the young woman with a bird mask, and she instantly hopped out of his sight, leaving the still grinning Toriku alone, who afterward continued his way after a quick shrug for his deserved shower and sleep. The next day passed without event after their arrival, and Toriku spent most of the day with Minato and Kushina, who forced the visit on him. He knew what game Kushina played. She wanted to help build their relationship, and he was thankful for that, because he was clueless on how exactly to start it. Her cheery presence always helped them out if the familiar, awkward silence enveloped them during their conversations. Minato talked about his family, about his mother, and about their seemingly shared father, and he found out that Minato's parents died during his academy years when he was still very young. He even managed to see some photos of his parents. Another awkward silence fell onto them, and Minato left the situation by excusing himself to the kitchen to get some drinks. The conversation savior was again the redhead as she arrived in the living room like a hurricane, with dozens of scrolls in her hands and some tucked under her arms. Hey Minato, I've got everything that we need from the library to continue with our pet project. Great! He moved next to her to help with the scrolls and moved them into their bedroom to place them tidily in one of the empty X-shaped shelves on the wall. Minato hopped down onto the chair to get quite a large scroll and laid it open on the desk while he selected another from the new pile. He began to read, frowning heavily. Sorry I stole your company. He'll likely be lost in his work for hours, Kushina said as she came toward Toriku with an apologetic look. It's okay, Kushina-san. Don't call me that. It's just Kushina. That makes me feel old. Then the same goes for you, also. Toriku gave her a foxy grin after he nodded, and he was surprised when she mimicked him, though in a more tempered way. It wasn't as much animalistic as his, but still held a hint of it. He really enjoyed Kushina's company. His heart always felt much lighter when he was near the redhead. He found out that they shared a common interest, namely pranking and irritating the ANBU. For the remaining time in the dining room, Toriku helped her with the refining of a very sneaky prank that included pink hair dye and the Inuzuka clan's monthly grooming routine. When they finished most of the planning, the blonde's interest turned toward his relative, in the next room. What's he doing? The redhead paused for a moment with a wondering look, thinking of what she should say, when an excited yelp reached them. That was pretty fast. Kushina grinned to the confused Toriku while they moved toward the bedroom to stand behind Minato, who was now writing on the big scroll, frowning in concentration. Toriku waited, wondering when he would stick out his tongue, but instead he looked up from his work when he finished the last symbol to turn to Kushina. Finally, I know where we moved in the wrong direction. The yellow flash of Konoha now looked like a 10-year-old boy on his birthday. Kushina moved closer as they looked at the wide scroll, and Minato started explaining, pointing to several parts of the complex drawing. Look! Here. I just had to reverse these two symbols, and with this little alteration it will become more stable, but still flexible enough to work as we wanted. However, this could also react with its resistance, but it will still be powerful enough to deflect an upper B-rank jutsu. The redhead frowned above the blonde, examining every part of the scroll. We're close, but still not close enough to our goal. Toriku moved closer to them as he also started to examine the image in front of him. The complex pattern formed an inverted square, surrounded by several symbols, kanji, and marks in various directions pointing to the inside of the whole pattern, where a small spiral was centered in the surrounding symbols. Toriku frowned while he examined the seal. His eyes traveled around every inch, noticing every curve and every line, every single brush stroke on the fine paper. He tilted his head to the side, waited for a moment, then reached for Minato's hand, which was still holding the brush. The couple froze at that movement, eyeing him curiously as he took the brush from the blonde's hand, leaned forward between them, and started to paint extra symbols on the fine scroll, frowning, without pause. Minato watched with wide eyes as his newly found relative moved toward the seal, not daring to even breath as he observed the fine hands working fast and precociously, without any mistake on the pattern, or even an unnecessary movement of his hand. Not a misplaced stroke, not a shaky line, nothing. Every brush stroke was perfect. He looked over to Kushina, who also mimicked his face, her eyes wide and her mouth had fallen open as she stared at the working team. After 10 minutes of work, Toriku leaned back to examine his work from a distance as he tilted his head and tapped his chin, only to lean back again and continue for another 15 minutes in total silence. When he was finally ready, he put down the brush in its place, and only then was he brought back to reality. The blonde frowned and scratched his cheeks, while he thought. Toriku tilted his head and tapped his chin while frowning as he thought, not bothering himself with the two frozen shinobi at his side. You use the compass rose as the base, which is good if you want to create a strong, generic barrier, but not too creative. If you use the Guardians of the Beams, you could create a more flexible one and, of course, a more effective one with much less chakra usage. He looked from Minato to Kushina with a confused face as he saw their expressions. What? The older blonde finally made his mouth move, but only one word left it. Shit. For a long and disturbingly silent minute, they stayed in the same coma-like state. I know from Inoichi that you knew Fuinjutsu, but that's... Kushina chuckled when the amused Minato lifted his two hands and pointed toward the seal. The blonde teen looked at him with a confused face. You know, Toriku, this blondie here was working on that barrier seal for more than a month, then you come finish it in less than half an hour. Minato finally gathered himself and pushed Toriku into the seat quite hastily while he started to choose random scrolls from the shelf. Okay. I'm fucking curious now. Toriku was shocked. He never, ever heard Minato bitching, it was mostly him. He watched as he put down one scroll and rolled it open, pointing at the symbols, but he only looked back with confusion. What the hell do you want from me with this? What do you see? The teen looked again at the seal for a minute, frowning. That's another barrier seal. However, it shocks the would-be intruder as well, not just keeps him out. But it could be also modified to increase its stability, because if you attack with a lightning attack it will become weak. Minato nodded and exchanged it with another, waiting for Toriku's answer, which arrived almost immediately. Ew, that's a pretty nasty modified explosion tag. Minato continued changing the seal scrolls in his hands until all were used, and he received answers for all of them, sometimes immediately as he saw a familiar seal, and other times he had to examine it to figure out its purpose, but none lasted longer than 10 minutes. Minato flopped down onto the bed in front of the desk and eyed his blonde relative with a contemplative face. Damn, he's good. With barriers he's even better than me. Konoha gained one more seal master. Minato looked at the wildly grinning redhead leaning on the desk behind Toriku, who shrugged at his amused face, while she refused to let the wide smile leave her face. Hey Minato, give him the scroll. Let's see what he can do with it. What scroll? Toriku was now staring at Minato, frowning suspiciously at him, waiting for his answer. The blonde narrowed his eyes and looked back at Kushina for a while, then nodded. When you appeared, besides your torn clothes and some modified explosive tags, we found a scroll. Minato wasn't looking at Toriku and almost flinched when the disappointed and angry voice reached him. Why didn't you tell me about this? After a silent minute, Minato moved to the desk and handed over a small scroll to the blonde from a drawer without a word. Nora looked to his eyes. He don't want to see the anger and the betrayal that would greet him in those brilliant blue orbs. Toriku angrily grabbed the scroll out from Minato's hand and quickly turned away from him to examine the only touchable inheritance of his past. He gracefully raced his fingers along the side of the fine paper and closed his eyes. It wasn't ordinary paper, it was the finest he ever felt. No. It wasn't even paper. It was vellum. He opened his eyes and narrowed them as he examined the scroll, feeling the containment seal. He frowned. A 5-layered seal. The first layer was blood. The second layer was chakra. The third layer was another kind of chakra, but not with the standard attributes. The fourth layer was the existence of a specified summoning contract, but the fifth one. He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. It just seemed like a jumbled mess. What's the fifth layer and how did you open it? Where are my belongings? Minato gave a confused look at the angry teen. I couldn't. I also don't know what's necessary for the fifth layer. I didn't even figure out the third and the fourth until after some sleepless night. It's very tricky. You can't open it either? Toriku shook his head and his heart also calmed down when he heard Kushina's soft voice. This isn't something from my general knowledge. I don't know, this seems like a big mess of bull and nothing else. No base and no definition, only symbols thrown in randomly. A big mess of chaos. Minato nodded in his agreement, grateful to his red-headed girl for her interjection. Toriku's stomach gave a loud lurch and earned a chuckle from the redhead. Come on. Let's grab something to eat. The teen gave a wide smile to Kushina as they moved to the kitchen, while Minato was aware not to move too close to his still tense brother. Fortunately, Toriku wasn't a vindictive person, and finally after another half an hour, the previous incident almost seemed like it had never happened. Almost. Sarutobi-sama. We have to act quickly. Minato nodded when he received the mission scroll from the old man. He started to frown as he read the given information. It seemed to be hit-and-run mission. The problem was that it would be near the borders of Kaminari no Kuni, where the aftermath fight still held some risk and some Kumo Nin still hovered around the border. The mission was simple. Find a missing Nin and bring him back. He was heading to Kumo with a very rare and valuable jutsu scroll stolen from the closed section of the library. No one too serious, only a Jonin-level ninja. However, the scroll contained very sensitive information. Gather a 4-person team and depart immediately. Minato nodded. Hokage-sama. I would like to bring Kakashi, Kushina, and Toraku. Sarutobi closed his eyes for several moments considering Minato's request, then finally nodded in approval. Be careful. The blonde smiled back from the window and nodded. 30 minutes later, his small team was standing at the village gates, waiting impatiently for Minato's arrival, shifting from foot to foot, while the 2 gate guards checked their exit form. Toraku was glad that Minato chose him for his extra private mission, and he was glad that he would see Kushina in action. He was very curious. Anytime he asked Minato about her skills, he just chuckled, or changed the subject. Without any antecedent, the missing blonde appeared next to Redhead. Hey sissy! You're late! Toraku's voice was followed by 5 pairs of raised eyebrows and a chuckle when he received a gentle and amused tapping on his back from Kushina. Minato just rolled his eyes, but it seemed the 2 Chunin guards next to the gate froze at the moniker. The yellow flash of Konoha was a sissy? Everybody in line, we're departing. Toraku and I will take the lead. Kakashi, Kushina, watch our backs. Cramped run until the borders. The 4 shinobi disappeared into the distance with a simple jump, leaving the still confused Chunin guards behind their desk with their mouths agape. Minato forced the team to sprint, jumping on the trees, forking in the clearings, and running straight forward in the green meadows with insane speed. Toraku and Minato found the trail of their rebel ninja not far from the village in the first few hours of their search. Unfortunately, the guy wasn't a fool and he covered up his tracks near perfectly. However, he couldn't keep up with the 2 blondes' senses. Where Minato lost the chakra trail, Toraku would pick up the scent again. It was thought the shinobi had gotten at least half a day's advantage because the damn guards didn't react immediately. I'm sure this error will cost them their vests. They kept up the pace, and Toraku couldn't help wondering about Kushina's skills and stamina. He never saw her fighting style, nor even a single training move, but she seemed to be in shape. On her off days it seemed that Minato kept his distance from her, watching her every movement so she couldn't take it out on him, so that seemed to say something about her power. Minato suddenly stopped next to a huge pine. Toraku glanced up toward the sun. They had been traveling for 6 hours. We take a 15-minute break, no longer, or his lead will grow. Everybody sat down, their senses still sharpened, watching their surroundings, looking for anything suspicious. Minato crouched next to Toraku and Kushina, while Kakashi moved next to a tree trunk to take a soldier pill in order to shape up his muscles. I want to place a destination seal on you, Toraku, for the Haration. He blinked and suspiciously eyed Minato. It wasn't a request. It was a simple statement, but not quite an order. So, you can always sneak behind me wherever I am? Minato just rolled his eyes and pointed toward the others. Everybody on the team has one, save you, and I would be less troubled outside the village if you had one. The teen just nodded, murmuring under his breath. Just don't use it while I'm in the bathroom, sissy. Said Sissy, signed for him to turn around. He felt a hand on his neck, and he almost yelped in his surprise when he felt like someone was slowly pouring a bucket of ice-cold water down his back. He held back the yelp, but he couldn't control the continuous shivering until Minato finished. What the hell was that? That was a permanent marking. How permanent? Minato just smiled and tossed a ration bar to the irritated Toraku. Rest now. We will soon depart again. Toraku let out a sullen snort, but he opened the package of the ugly brown ration bar Minato tossed him, and ate it without any noise or complaints. It was disgusting, but his body needed the nutrition from it, and well, it didn't seem like he would get any ramen anytime soon, so there wasn't anything for it. Toraku peeked toward Kakashi, hoping that maybe now he could see what was behind his mask. You know, Toraku, curiosity killed the cat, Kushina said with a small smile on her face, glancing toward the still staring blonde companion, who in the end just shrugged. It's time to go now. We can't let him slip through the borders or it'll be a lost cause. There would be too much trouble with the ninjas from Kumo if he escapes. Everybody nodded in agreement, and they continued their trip trailing the renegade. They had to hurry. The guy still had at least 2 hours of leeway and the borders would only be closer and closer as time passed. Minato held up his hand and the small group immediately stopped at the side of a bigger clearing, close to the borderline and to their prey. Minato tensed, as did the others. Everything was silent, too silent. Toraku lightly sniffed at the air, trying to catch anything, but beside their prey scent on the other side of the opening, he could sense nothing between it. His mind screamed, trouble, without pause. Something was wrong here. As he tilted his head a little, he saw it in the sunlight. A very faint sparkle, but it was there. A sparkle of a wire in the middle of the clearing, in the height of the green grass, almost invisible. Toriku narrowed his eyes and tapped Minato's arm, pointing toward the thin wire, who nodded in acknowledgement. An obvious trap. But the lack of the trails in the clearing was disturbing. If he could cover his tracks this well, it points to the fact that the rebel deliberately left the trail, and not because he was in a hurry. They were lured here. Minato! Kushina whispered behind his back, earning him a shiver as he felt every single hair on the back of his neck was now pointing toward the sky. I know. Minato gave hand signals to the team to disperse around the clearing, but before anyone could even move, a pale bright light manifested under their feet, revealing the pattern of a perfectly hidden seal. Toriku's eyes widened in shock, and in his surprise his muscles tensed and his heart felt like it was going to explode as the adrenaline flooded through his system. To move. Yes, to move. But he couldn't even twitch a finger. Just like 3 weeks ago with the paralysis seals. A small team appeared at the other side of the clearing where the trader's trail faintly appeared again. The trees revealed a small group of satisfied Kumonins, inside another glowing seal. A barrier seal. So that's why we couldn't sense them. Toriku moved his eyes to the side toward Minato, unable to move his head, and realized that the other blonde stood next to him with closed eyes as his mind raced through the possible plans. The barrier disintegrated around the small group and Toriku heard the accelerating heartbeats and respiration behind from Kakashi and Kushina as their bodies prepared to fight. He fixed his eyes on the small approaching group, forcing his nerves to calm down, as did his brother at his side. That wasn't that tough. I expected much more from Konoha's yellow flash. I'm very disappointed. It seems that the tails were just that. One of the approaching ninja barked out with a loud laugh. Instead of talking, take them down and move. Hurry! A commanding voice echoed toward the small group behind the trees, and the Kumo forces immediately tensed and obeyed, moving faster toward them. Minato opened his eyes, and moved them towards Toriku, who gave a nod with his own blue orbs in understanding. It was time to move. A moment later a yelp echoed from the woods together with a distant thump as something hit the ground behind the bushes. Within a blink of an eye, Minato simply disappeared from the seal and at least 20 exact copies of Toriku exploded from the ground, charging toward the Kumo shinobi. Their plan was quite good, despite one small flaw. The enemy secured themselves by blocking their opponent's hand seals, but they didn't count on anyone who could use jutsu without them. And Toriku could, as well as Minato. At the moment the barrier seal disappeared around the Kumonins, he channeled his Kage Bunshins underground, all around the clearing and one more toward the small group of people, waiting unmoving in the shadows. The clones hid patiently, ready to swing to action when he got the sign from Minato. He made another clone under his feet, only to disappear immediately to send the memory for the others to start the operation. Plans rushed through Minato's mind. He couldn't move, and he couldn't prepare his special kunai to use Hiraishin. He gave a wide smirk in his mind when he felt Toriku's clones spread underground. Good move. Hell broke loose in the small clearing as the battle began, leaving the trio still under the seal with amused thoughts. Well, except Toriku, who was very well aware of what was happening behind the trees. 3 clones appeared in front of them, but they didn't move from their spots. One of them crouched to the ground, examining the still glowing seal, in an attempt to remove the paralysis from them, but the constant muttering from the clone revealed that that wouldn't be so easy. He looked over his shoulder to shout to the real Toriku. I need more time, boss! If he could speak, he would have shouted in his annoyance, but he still managed to press a snarl toward his copy. A Kumo-nin flew toward the barrier and the concentrating clone, as a well-aimed blast of wind shot toward his chest. One of the Bunshins jumped in the way to disrupt the trajectory of the shinobi, who then crashed to a tree next to the trio. The shinobi dropped to the ground limply. Hey! I'm trying to work here! The clone working on the seal shouted out toward a smaller group of himself, not masking the annoyance in his tone. The clearing was now filled with fighting Torikus and Kumonins. A duo at the side of the woods fought with their kunai in a life-or-death battle. The clone slashed his kunai toward his enemy, who ducked gracefully under his arm, aiming a stab toward the clone's abdomen. Before the weapon could dismiss the clone, he twisted to the side to evade the slash and grabbed his opponent's arm, throwing the surprised ninja onto his back. A flash of yellow locks appeared next to captured trio and Minato slammed his hand to the ground, dismissing the irritating seal as easily as if it were only a snap of his finger. The pale light faded away and they could relax from their forced pose, only to take a battle-ready position a second later. In the back of the group, Kakashi reached up and raised his Hitai to free his glowing Sharingan. I thought you forgot about us. I can't handle this stuff this quickly, that's your specialty. Toriku groaned toward the blonde with an irritated tone. I was busy. Kakashi opened his mouth in warning as he felt the sparkling of the electricity, however, He hadn't the time to voice it as Toriku slammed his hands onto the ground just like his relative seconds ago, pinning a small piece of paper into the soil. Ink-black patterns surged out from the small paper tag, covering them with a faintly glowing purple barrier, locking them away. At that very moment, the ground filled with lightning as the remainder of the blonde army disappeared from the battlefield outside of the purple glow with a loud pop, filling the air with smoke and leaving the panting Kumo shinobi behind, untouched by the jutsu. Toriku straightened himself, and watched as the barrier faded away slowly. Nice move. You should teach that to me. Kushina's cheerful voice reached Toriku's ears, and he scratched his cheek with a smile. That was only the prototype. I wasn't even sure it would work because of the size of the tag. You can chit-chat at home once we finish this. The until now silent Kakashi grunted. The woman turned her ruby head toward the young jonin, but before she could react to the insult, two people walked out of the woods toward the clearing. As they stepped out from the shadows and stopped in the middle of the clearing next to their comrades, Toriku's whole body convulsed, and he dropped to one knee when a sudden pain reached his brain. No good, no good. Brace yourself. This is a situation. He shook his head and glanced up to see Minato's glare at him from the corner of his narrowed eyes. The newcomers stared at the scene without word, until the tall, muscular, dark-skinned man with sunglasses moved his head toward Minato. That blondie isn't looking too good. TCH, just another sissy. A blonde teen girl next to the man snorted, watching as Toriku straightened himself and looked back at her in irritation, followed by the narrow eyes of Minato. I'm not a sissy, kitty cat. The two Kumo shinobi evidently tensed after the sentence, and shared a surprised look, which wasn't missed by Minato's intense blue eyes. Who are you? The dark-skinned man asked the young blonde with narrowed eyes. At least, Minato thought they were narrowed behind the black sunglasses. It seems Toriku touched something very sensitive with his comment on the girl, but they obviously didn't know him. His muscles tensed, ready to attack any minute. Why do you want to know, B-san? It was the yellow flash of Konoha who answered the question, holding a hand in front of Toriku's chest, silencing him, but he received no answer from the small group. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that you are about to cross our borders. We are trailing a criminal and this isn't the borderline. That is a pity. Unfortunately, I can't allow you to pass the line of this clearing. I understand. However, we have to catch him. So what will happen? Do you want to fight with us? Minato narrowed his eyes as his mind made a quick survey about their chances and tactics while the two teams eyed each other without movement. Disturbing silence had descended in the sunny clearing as each party weighed the options. Kakashi and Toriku could deal with the rest of the Kumo shinobi, and it could be that B is a Jinchuriki, but Kushina can handle him. However, I don't know anything about the blonde girl next to B, but it looks like she is confident, and the fact that she stands with a Jinchuriki is disturbing. B, as it stands, was the brother of the Raikage, and he didn't want to add more fuel to the flames of the war with another incident. The original plan was to get the deserter inside their borderlines and not to deal with this level of conflict. Shit. The question was answered without word when two clones of Toriku jumped down next to Kushina, dragging an evidently unconscious body of a shinobi. His hands and feet were tied tightly with wires and inky black lines of a seal trailed across his forehead. A giant scroll hung from one of the clones' back. What the hell took you two so long? Toriku barked toward his remaining clones, sheer annoyance blazing in his azure eyes. What the? How did you? The teen girl next to B hissed, looking at them with wide eyes, mimicking almost everybody's expression except the two blue-eyed shinobi. Sorry, boss. That seal was pretty tricky, and Minato-sensei left without a word. I almost sent another group to kick your lazy asses. Our lazy ass is your lazy ass. One of the clones barked back and Toriku scratched the back of his head. Hee hee. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, we got what we came for. B's muscles tensed as he eyed the blonde chunin, measuring him from head to toe. When they bumped into the newest missing ninja of Konoha and he offered the scroll in exchange for his life, they simply put him behind a barrier seal to deal with him later. A seal made by one of their very rare seal masters. A seal which couldn't be detected and couldn't be dismissed without the key. This guy is a tough one. Blondes, always the trouble with blondes. I think our business is done here, B-san. Minato straightened himself, but his muscles were still ready to jump any minute if need be. I'm sorry, Minato-san, but I still can't let you go. We want that scroll. However, you can take back your traitor. Like hell we'll let you have it. Kushina barked out from the background. Her always kind and soft voice was now harsh, filled with anger. That's really a pity. Then, we have our answer, I think. I'm sorry. As I told you before, I was really starting to like you. Minato moved to battle stance and he whispered his orders to their team, Kakashi, clones, you guard the scroll. Toriku, back them up when able and handle the remaining Kumo needs. Kushina and I will take care of the other two. Everybody stayed silent in the clearing, waiting for the other party to make the first move. Wind blew across the field, catching up someone's lost shawl, wriggling it in the air and dropping it in the middle of the opening. Several explosions shook the field as the shawl landed slowly on the almost invisible wire. Using that as a signal, everybody moved, unleashing the tension of the silent wait. Around 100 Toricus appeared in the clearing, charging toward the remaining Kumonines, leaving no time to rest. They had to act fast and get rid of them, to help Minato and Kushina. After this thought left Toriku's mind, the two Konoha shinobi disappeared from the clearing with Bee and the blonde girl in the blink of an eye. Kakashi's muscles tensed as the clone with the huge scroll on his back jumped backward to be as near the Jonin as he could manage without blocking his movement. Toriku left 5 more clones as a backup for the silver-haired boy. The remaining clones as well as the blonde occupied the Kumo forces quite efficiently thanks to the numbers. The ground trilled in the clearing as one of the Kumonines released a powerful lightning attack. A sparkling yellow dragon ran through the opening straight ahead of Kakashi. The dragon knocked out several of his own comrades, and the idiot Nin didn't seem to be bothered by this fact, nor that he also could have easily destroyed the precious scroll. However, Kakashi wasn't a Jonin for nothing. He jumped out of the way of the attack, leaving the crackling sound of the electronic discharge all over his body as the technique was too close and too fast to be so easily deflected, and sent back a Katon Jutsu to distract his enemy. The real Toriku jumped in front of the idiot and aimed a hit toward his neck, but he swept the attack away from himself, and with that movement he kicked his knee toward the blonde's stomach. Toriku turned to his side, letting the kick pass by his torso. He grabbed the leg of his opponent and swung himself around on his feet to gather momentum. After 3 rotations, he let the ankle of the Kumo ninja go and sent him flying toward another fighting group on the other side of the clearing. It wasn't too graceful a movement, but it was efficient. The shinobi landed on his comrade's back, pushing him to the ground, allowing the clones to knock them out with a blow to the back of their necks. 2 down. Toriku turned around to jump into another fight, replacing a disappearing clone on his right. The clones around Kakashi ebbed away as a kunoichi jumped in the middle of the small group. At the moment she landed, she sent kunai toward the clones successfully, dispelling all of them except the one with the scroll, who was now looking at her with burning eyes. The young Jonin stepped in front of the clone and jumped into the battle with the brown-haired kunoichi. They slowly rounded each other, preparing for their dance. Kakashi moved his right hand behind his head and drew out a small katana. Not his father's lost heirloom, but it was very similar. His opponent also grabbed the long, traditional katana attached to her left to draw it. The fight started, filling the air with the clinging of the weapons. The fight was elegant, almost like a soft waltz between 2 lovers. They stepped toward each other, only to a second later turn around, aim a slash, and step aside in complete reverse of each other's movement. The clone watched the slow dance with keen senses and tensed muscles, ready to jump. He was now alone, and he couldn't let himself dispel. His head moved toward the others to register that the battles from quantity moved toward quality, as most of the enemy Nins faced only with 1 or 2 clones. A duo kicked out their opponent, and the clone frowned at the scene. The 2 clones strafed around the middle-aged shinobi and slammed their palms toward him. For a moment nothing happened, but in the blink of an eye, the ninja fell to the ground limply like a marionette with its strings cut, as the 2 futon, cookie hammer, wind release, air hammer, reached him from both sides. Kakashi jumped over the kunoichi and spun in midair to aim a slash at her head. The kunoichi ducked and lifted her katana to deflect the attack, elegantly letting his weapon slip down from her own, creating sparks as the 2 razor-sharp blades met. She gracefully slipped away from Kakashi and spun around on her heels, aiming an elegant kick toward the Jonin's head, who had just landed on the ground. He rolled away from his opponent and threw a shuriken toward the brown-haired girl, who deflected it with one well-aimed swing of her sword. The 2 fighters jumped backwards to catch their accelerating breaths. The kunoichi dropped her katana, which embedded itself into the soil to her right. She slapped her hands together and ran through a chain of seals, but she stopped midway, looking back to her opponent with wide eyes. He was imitating her movements perfectly, as if she was staring into a mirror. The shinobi shook her head and jumped to his right, charging around the silver-haired boy, running through another set of seals, only to realize that the boy was copying her hands' every movement. She narrowed her eyes and stopped her hands again and positioned herself between the clone and Kakashi. That's not good. The clone's muscles tensed as he eyed the back of the kunoichi. Who would be so stupid as to show their back to the enemy willingly? The clone narrowed his eyes, when a hand exploded from the ground in front of him, covered with the sparkling of electricity, aiming for his ankle. He rolled away just in time and jumped next to Kakashi, hitting the young Jonin on the top of his head. Need help with the lady shrimp? The clone earned an ice-cold glare from Kakashi, who answered with a smirk and moved backward, out of their way. His eyes moved around one more time to find the boss at the other side of the clearing. Toriko felt the burning eyes of himself on his back, but he hadn't the time to turn around as he deflected a chakra-powered hit aimed for the left of his neck. He ducked onto the ground, and dug his fingers into the soft grass. He moved into a handstand on one of his palms and he spun around on his axis, landing behind the Kumo-nin with an elegant jump. He was quite satisfied with his taijutsu. After the assessment, he trained non-stop to improve his sloppy moves. He had a lot of styles and moves in his head, and with the results of 3 sleepless nights he managed to recreate the flow of his movements again. He aimed the butt of his kunai toward the shinobi's neck to knock him out, but before he could reach him, he felt a hand move toward his stomach. He moved backward to avoid the touch. Electricity ran through him, despite the lack of contact, as the lightning chakra jumped from body to body, causing his limbs and muscles to spasm. His muscles screamed because of the unnatural movement, and strain as another wave of spasms ran through them. He clenched his teeth together to restrain his pained yelps, but he forced his eyes open. He had to keep them open. When the man finally released the attack, Toriko backed away from the shinobi as fast as he could manage with his sore limbs and his still twitching muscles. He rotated his head around his shoulders. A spark of remaining electricity ran through his form, chirping like a bird, his eyes darkening as he locked his azure orbs on the panting ninja in front of him with narrowed eyes. "You shouldn't have done that!" Toriko hissed through his teeth, and a satisfied half-smile appeared on his face as his enemy gulped and took one step backward. 10 seconds later the shinobi laid on the grass after he was hit down by one of Toriko's wind releases. The blonde gave a final annoyed look at the limp body of his previous opponent, leaving his ragged form behind, and ran toward Kakashi with the only Kumo ninja left on her feet. He passed a small group of his clones, who were dragging the knocked-out enemy nins toward a tree to tie them around it. Toriko jumped next to his clone with the scroll, who let out a relieved sigh and handed the scroll to him, disappearing with a puff. The duel continued in front of him as he eyed the young Jonin and the kunoichi. They were around the same strength, the only big difference was within their experiences. The woman was evidently a veteran with honed reflexes, while on the other hand, even though Kakashi was a prodigy with great potential and skills, the lack of real battle experience was conspicuous. Toriko let his chakra spread out to found Kushina and Minato. Before it could reach the edge of the clearing, an explosion echoed in the air. When the enormous wave of pressure reached the clearing, it sent the surprised kunoichi flying toward Toriko, who utilized the opportunity and knocked her out with a swift kick, causing her to fall down limply to the soil a meter from his foot. Kakashi and Toriko shared a worried look and jumped into the woods, sprinting toward the route of the attack. Minato jumped toward B and the blonde kunoichi with insane speed, together with Kushina. They landed in front of the duo and Minato grabbed them, disappearing from the center of the clearing. The quartet reappeared a safe distance from the others, under a giant redwood which was previously marked by the destination seal. Kushina and Minato jumped backward to gain some distance from their opponents, who surprisingly looked quite good after their first experience of Hiraishin. "Man! You know, I already lived through a lot of disturbing things, but that is in the top 3. However, I appreciate your move. It wouldn't be quite a good thing if we fought there. I'm glad you approve, B-san." Minato nodded toward Kushina, who turned toward the blonde teen. Kushina charged toward her opponent. The kunoichi jumped backward, luring her away from the two shinobi. The redhead narrowed her eyes in annoyance. "Hey Flaky, how long are you planning to play this game of tag?" Kushina received no answer from the teen, only an annoyed look. She couldn't help it, a wide sneer ran across her delicious features. "It's been a while since I've had some fun." She pumped chakra into her foot, and sprung herself toward the teen, whose eyes were now wide with surprise. Her hand dived into her kunai holder and grabbed as many weapons as she could hold with one hand, and jumped into the air toward the teen. Her ruby hair flowed behind her back in the rhythm of her movement as she threw the kunai one by one at her opponent. The teen gracefully avoided every single kunai. Her movement was elegant and fluid, just like a cat's. The redhead launched another wave of shuriken toward the blonde, who was now standing below the branch where she landed after her first attack. The kunoichi fluidly jumped up the tree, almost like she was floating, to face against Kushina. They jumped toward each other, each of them holding a kunai in their hands. The soft clinging broke the silence of the woods while they jumped toward each other, only to land on another tree to repeat their moves. In the next jump, Kushina rolled around in midair, and beside pushing her kunai toward the blonde, she caught her wrist and slammed her toward the tree where she jumped from. However, the imminent impact never came as the teen veered around in the air and landed in a crouch, parallel to the ground on the tree trunk. Kushina frowned as the teen's eyes started to fade away, Leaving nothing more than the plain white eyeballs, her canines grew and an almost animalistic grunt left her mouth. The teen launched toward the redhead with increased speed and kicked her down from the tree to impact into the ground with a small yelp. Kushina narrowed her eyes and spit out a small amount of blood in a not very feminine manner, and let an animalistic grin spread across her face. So you want to play rough, kitty? How about we continue from where we left off last time, B-san? This time I won't let it end in a tie. We shall see. Minato smiled back to his opponent. B jumped toward Minato with a katana in his hand, ready to slash a long cut where Minato's left eye was. Before the contact, Minato jumped over his head. While in the air, he threw a strange kunai with 3 prongs towards the sky. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. When Minato released the technique, his 3-pronged shuriken multiplied into hundreds, flying across the trees and sticking everywhere within 100 meters. A tentacle reached toward him with insane speed, but before it could even touch him, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, appearing a meter behind B. He spun on his heels, and jumped backwards to gain more distance, carefully avoiding the kunai in his proximity. The Kumo Nin sent another tentacle toward Minato, who disappeared centimeters before he could reach him. Another tentacle shot out from his body, toward the blonde, where he reappeared, not letting him to stay in one spot more than a second. The fight started to resemble a silly game of whack-a-mole. After minutes of chasing, B had more tentacles on his body than his own limbs. Minato appeared at the closest kunai on one of the trees, tired of the game of tag, and threw a shuriken toward the Kumo Nin, forcing him to jump back toward one of his special kunai. He appeared behind B and tossed his weapon directly into his spine. He heard a gurgle come from his opponent, but he jumped back when the form melted away. An ink clone. At the moment his left foot touched the soil, a hand emerged from the ground and locked onto his ankle like a vice. He used his only option to release himself before the technique reached him. Despite the quick hurration onto a tree, he still felt as pure electricity surged through his limbs for a brief moment. Small electrostatic sparks ran through his body, and despite avoiding most of it, it still wasn't a decent feeling. Raiton Jibashi lightning style, earth flash. I'm amused. You're the first person to actually touch me in years. You've been practicing since our last fight. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. He breathed in a large amount of air and exhaled black ink from his mouth, spreading it over everything around him, including Minato's kunai and his seals. The blonde stood up from his crouching position, eyeing the result with amusement. Now, that is very interesting. However, he disappeared only to reappear behind B, pointing a kunai at the back of his head, whispering into his ears. It won't help you. Shit. How many markers did I get? 2. Doesn't this feel like déjà vu? Not really. It should. At that moment Minato felt something pointing toward his abdomen. He moved his eyes down and saw a small katana in B's hand. Indeed. Suddenly, an enormous explosion could be heard not far away from them, and B muttered only one word with a frustrated tone that made Minato smile, despite being only centimeters from killing each other. Women. Indeed. An overwhelming sonic boom reached the previous battlefield, forcing Minato and B to jump toward a tree before the impact and glue themselves to the surface with chakra. They needed every bit of chakra control to stay on the tree. When the wind of the explosion died down, 2 struggling forms impacted into the ground exactly where they were a second ago, cutting a deep scar across it. One person jumped backward from the impact, her body covered with blue chakra flames, eyes burning with pure white light. Kushina straightened herself, and 3 golden chakra chains shoot out of her body toward the teenage girl, who gracefully jumped to the side to avoid them with cat-like swiftness. A tentacle shot toward Minato, catching him off guard and pulling him further away from the newcomers. 4 figures burst out from the trees between Kushina and the blonde girl. A tense Kakashi, a staring Toriku with an open mouth and a big scroll attached to his back, and a clone holding the unconscious renegade on his shoulder appeared from the thick bushes. Where are the others? B shouted at the newcomers with narrowed eyes. Alive, tied to a tree. Kakashi narrowed his eyes while he answered, eyeing the wriggling tentacles as they moved back to their body, and the flaming girl in front of him. Everybody back off. I won't leave you 2 here alone, Toriku yelled out as anger flushed his face. That was an order, not a request. Sensei. I dash. Kakashi's voice was cracked and sore, and Toriku tried again to reason with Minato. But... Toro dash. I won't leave my comrades behind. Minato narrowed his eyes after the blonde's interruption, but he didn't let his eyes move away from B. He felt as Kakashi moved closer to Toriku, signaling that he also wouldn't leave regardless of being told. This is a really sweet scene. I'm almost crying. The young blonde girl purred out the words, then let out a barking laugh. Shut up, bitch Databane! Kushina burst out, spitting the words out from her mouth like it was poison. What did you just call me? The blue chakra ominously started intensely twisting and shooting out of the girl's body, moving like a surreal animal on her skin as her anger grew. The flame-like chakra grew bigger and bigger around the girl, until a howl left her mouth and she launched herself toward Kushina with insane speed, who prepared to deflect the attack. Her muscles tensed, ready to jump, when she felt electricity lock her muscles, preventing her from moving. From the corner of her eyes she saw the last hand sign of B. Minato moved immediately, but a tentacle shot out toward him at the same time, forcing him to use his Hiraishin, and appeared behind Kushina instead of attacking the charging girl. I was too late. The only thing he could see from his spot behind the ruby-red locks was another slowly trembling blonde head with spiky locks in front of a pair of wide, pure white eyes. The disgusting metallic smell of blood was already starting to fill the air around them, suppressing the flora's natural aroma. He could hear Kakashi's increasing heartbeat only steps away. Minato wanted to scream, but not even a squeak came out from his mouth. He already knew what happened. He couldn't even see when the team moved between Kushina and the attack. The movement was insanely fast. His own azure eyes filled with pure anger, blazing as bright as the girl's now fading chakra flame seconds ago during her fury. These eyes met with the girl's white ones, forcing her to instantly jump backward, causing Toriku to flinch, and a bloody cough escaped the blonde. His hands fell down limply to his sides after releasing the girl's arms, which he held as far away from himself as he could to stop the attack. The teen girl looked down to her own blood-soaked hand in disbelief, trying desperately to shake the crimson liquid off herself. Minato moved his eyes toward B, his body trembling from the growing fury starting to burn his insides like acid. Kushina's eyes were wide with shock and anger, her iris turned to slits and her blue orbs transformed to a reddish color. She could feel the growing rage inside her core, filling her mind with a dense red fog. She felt the urge. The urge to tear flesh, the urge to kill. Leave! Another bloody cough left the blonde's mouth after this one word left his mouth, his words holding nothing but power and determination, without any hint of pain. Standing still, his eyes locked on B and the shocked teen. A small stream of blood appeared on each side of his mouth, drawing a thin, red line as it slowly trickled down his chin. Yujito! We're leaving! Now! The blonde girl flinched and jumped next to B, disappearing from the woods after gathering their teammates from the clearing. Kushina grabbed the still-standing teen and slowly laid him down on the ground, forcing the last conscious part of her mind to banish her bloodlust away as she examined the teen's chest. Her hands now glowed with green chakra above Toriku's chest, letting the healing energy into his body. Yujito's hand almost went through the right side his of chest, fortunately not completely, but damaged the upper part of his lung badly. I have to stop the bleeding first, or he could drown. Kushina! Minato's voice was now powerless as he knelt down next to the blonde, and he could only wanly sense as Kakashi slowly approached them without a sound. He'll be okay. It's not as bad as I first thought. The blonde teen turned his head toward the kunoichi, enjoying the warm sensation filling his chest and slowly washing away the pain, leaving only a dull memory of it in his mind. You're an idiot. You know that, Tarika? The teen smiled back at Kushina. Yeah, as somebody already told me, something like that. There's no doubt that you two are related. One minute the two of you act like intelligent human beings, the next you're like stupid, ignorant children, acting reckless, like you're some kind of Superman. Toriku let his mouth form into a small smile and closed his eyes. They felt heavy. I'm tired. A small nap would be nice. He felt cold. Very cold. After a minute, his limbs started trembling, at first only a little, but now his whole body was shivering continuously, but that was only a dull feeling at the back of his mind. Everything around him became blurry, his senses dulled, even the voices around him became nothing more than muffles. Kushina. I don't know what's happening, it seemed like he was getting better, Databane. Do something, Kushina-san. I'm doing it. Oh shit, that bitch got his arteries. I got it. A sudden yelp echoed inside Toriku's head, and he flinched back to reality by the overwhelming sensation of a new pain. A pain which started eating away his chest, tearing into his flesh, into his lungs, burning him from the inside like acid, flowing toward his stomach, his intestines, and slowly reaching every part of his body. His vision became crimson red and it slowly took over his brain, and his thoughts, taking him farther and farther away from the woods near the Kumo border, into the darkness. Kushina! What the hell are you doing? It wasn't me, Databane. I didn't pull out its chakra. It's doing it. The pain suddenly disappeared, but he couldn't persuade himself to open his eyes. He was floating, slowly drifting with the rhythm of the water. It was nice, calm, silent, and safe. Only the water's dripping reached his ears. However, he knew that he had to open his eyes soon. But not now. I want to relax with this sensation a little bit more. He felt something encompass his body. Something warm and smooth, stroking his whole body like the finest silk as it touched his skin. I should go. With this innocent thought, the sensation left, leaving emptiness and regret in his mind and soul. Like he got back something important, only to have someone violently uprooted from his flesh. Toriku opened his eyes, as slowly as he could manage. He was really floating. He was swaying on the surface of water. A pond, maybe. No. It wasn't a pond. It wasn't as natural, it was more industrial. He could even smell the metal and rust in the distance. He let his vision clear and he sat up on top of the water, defying every law of nature, defying the force attempting to pull him down into the dark abyss. He knew that the water was deep beneath him. He just knew it. He slowly turned his head around, forcing his eyes to examine every little detail in the gloaming light. Toriku lazily turned his head to the other side and established that it was the same. He slowly straightened, but his legs immediately sank down into the water when he stood on them, sending raw panic toward his brain, but it stopped when the water reached his ankle. His heart calmed down as he felt the hard and cold concrete floor under his bare feet. He shook his head and looked around once more. He was in a corridor. The concrete wall was spotted with gaslights, sending an unnatural yellowish glow along the passage. He turned around to choose a path, but the right direction looked just as good as the left one. After a shrug, he simply turned right. Nothing changed as he moved forward, the corridor was the same. Sometimes he passed by a burnout lamp, but that was the only change in the monotony. Wandering in the water, which felt like hours, he at last saw something in the distance. The end of the sewer. Yes, it was a sewer. He realized it in the first hour of his walk. Perhaps later, or perhaps earlier. He lost track of time a while ago. His mind was now filled with hope, as something was definitely in front of him as he approached it. He made his last wobbly steps to find a door. A rusty metal door, with monstrous hinges and without a handle. A surreal pattern was carved into its rusty surface, but he couldn't recognize what could it be. He had been standing there watching the door for what felt like hours before he finally made the last 2 steps and touched it with his shaking hands. It felt warm. Not hot, just warm, like a nice breeze in springtime. The temptation was overwhelming as he leaned closer to the door and placed his palms on its surface, feeling every inch of the fine carving. He slowly leaned closer, his cheeks were now touching the surface, enjoying its warmth with closed eyes, forgetting about everything, about time, about space. A distant voice reached his ears from the other side of the door. Almost unnoticeable, he thought he could more feel the vibration on the surface than actually hear it. It was the sound of something moving, rubbing against something continuously. Toriku let a small smile on his face as the warm sensation increased from the door, warming up his whole body from head to toe. He slowly raised his hand, and after a hesitant moment, he gently knocked on the door, leaving unnaturally loud taps echoing in the passage for a few seconds. No answer. He closed his eyes again, pushing himself further into the door, when he felt it. The impact as something ran against the door once, then twice, causing the hinges to tremble. Toriku moved slowly backwards, one step after another, as the thing rushed against the door and as his fear increased more and more with each step. The hinges now moved menacingly out of their places, millimeter by millimeter, the metal now starting to bulge by the continuous impacts, and Toriku felt as the panic took over his brain. He stepped backwards once more, but suddenly the concrete floor disappeared under his feet, and nothing could help him as he fell backwards, slowly, but unstoppably. He splashed into the dark water, which now felt different. It was now thick almost like oil, not gently tepid, but cold as ice as it engulfed him like a disgusting animal. Toriku was struggling in vain to reach the surface, but it grabbed him, pulling him down into the deep, inky black abyss. He let out his last breath, watching the bubbles as they moved farther and farther, as the yellow glow of the gaslight faded away in the distance, leaving him alone, sinking unstoppably into the complete darkness of the endless abyss. Chapter 7: Trust and Doubts. The light of consciousness slowly started to replace the sheer panic, the fear, the darkness, the freezing cold of the dream. The urge to run, flee as far as was just possible from that door. His body flinched at the thought of that thing behind the iron door, the thing desperately trying to break out, to catch him, most likely to tear into his flesh. The sensation finally died down as his dream became foggier and foggier, and its memory became distant. Only one thing was still clear. The anger and the red. The brilliant, glowing crimson red he sensed behind the rusty door. He felt something heavy on his arm. Something very heavy yet soft, but the numbness was disturbing like hell. As he opened his eyes slowly and turned his head to the side, he saw a ruby-red head resting on her crossed arms, exactly on his arm, pressing his veins. He slowly moved himself, careful not to wake her up, to tenderly slip out his hand. Toriku slowly sat up on the bed, aware not to disturb the girl's sleep, and slowly turned his head over the white room to meet a pair of blue orbs and tenderly smiling face under blonde locks. What happened? You don't remember? Who are you? The teen's face mirrored confusion as he looked at his companion. The small smile immediately melted away from the Minato's face. He suppressed a shocked gasp and his eyes were now filled with worry, his mouth slowly opening in his surprise. A moment later his face mirrored anger, then annoyance, as Toriku couldn't hold back any longer, clasping his hands over his mouth trying to hold back the sound of his laughter ready to break out from his lungs. He couldn't help the violent trembling of his body caused by the restrained laughter. A small, laudably white pillow punched him hard on the face from Minato's way, but he easily caught it before it could hit Kushina's head and disturb her dreams. After a half-minute of almost soundless struggling, he felt something moving slowly down at his side, and when he glanced down, he met two worry-filled green eyes watching him. Hey! How are you feeling? Kushina watched the still trembling teen with a concerned look on her face, misjudging the tremor. Too good, Minato answered instead of Toriku after an irritated snort, and the teen burst out laughing, pointing toward him. Now that was just priceless! If you could only see your face! You really are an idiot! Toriku waved his hand apologetically, and his laughter died down to small chuckles. That was just hilarious! That was a really bad joke, you know. What joke? Kushina had straightened in her chair, her eyes showing a childish curiosity. He faked amnesia. The redhead had turned toward Toriku with a prideful look, and patted his shoulder approvingly. Hey, Minato. Really? What happened after the two from Kumo left? It's a little bit foggy. His two companions shared a worried look, before Minato turned toward the teen to answer his question. The hit had severed your artery, and you passed out due to blood loss. Kushina was able to heal you, and stabilize your state until we reached Konoha and the hospital. You were passed out for 3 days. We captured the renegade along with the scroll. 3 days? Kushina's eyes darkened and she looked away from the surprised teen. It was her fault. Toriku could have easily died because of her small pet. She shook her head as the disturbing pictures flowed back to her head. She was pressing her hands hard next to the collarbone where one sharp fang tore into Toriku's artery, channeling as much chakra into the wound as she could, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. She almost had it, when she felt like someone grabbed her soul, tearing it away from her body, pulling it toward the teen's insides. The familiar red chakra started bubbling around her, moving independently from her will, wrapping around her skin and limbs, surpassing the green light on her hands, moving toward Toriku's body, wriggling like a snake, before she could stop it or jerk her hands away. She saw in slow motion as the tainted crimson-red energy filled him, bubbling in the wound, moving and behaving like lava, melting away the flesh, only to seconds later start to rebuild the tissues from nothing, while Toriku's spine arched in an abnormal curve in his agony, before he passed out. She sighed as she watched how the two blondes argued about Toriku's release date. But she was grateful for Minato that he didn't reveal the truth. What really happened, her disgusting secret, about her little tenant. He shouldn't even be alive, after that tainted chakra got into his system. But the medic said that he was all right, healed completely without any damage to his chakra coils, and the fox's chakra already left his body without any trace that it had even been there. But they couldn't figure out why he wasn't gaining consciousness. After the first set of examinations, they couldn't even point out a date, only that it could be hours, days, or weeks. The whole team had been worrying and someone always stayed next to him, waiting for him to wake up. Even Kakashi. Minato was the most shattered. She knew that despite his suspicious and sudden appearance, he made a soft spot for his newly discovered relative. A troubled sigh left her soft lips and she turned her green eyes toward the Chunin. Why did you jump between me and the attack? Toriku cringed his teeth shut, and slowly moved his head toward the until now silent Kushina. He knew that this would come, but he also didn't have any answers yet. I don't know. I wasn't thinking at the time. I could have deflected that attack. I don't know what to say. He looked into Minato's blue orbs, waiting for any kind of hint or emotion, but his face stayed unreadable. He looked down on his bed and started to play with a wrinkle on the white sheet. Everything happened just too fast. He moved without thought at the moment he saw the attack. Without thinking, without measuring that Kushina could maybe deflect it, or jump out of the way. He knew that was the stupidest thing he could have done, but at that very moment it seemed to be the right thing. And before that, he went against Minato's order. Kushina, could you please leave us alone for a while? Minato turned toward the redhead. His face was calm without any emotion to read. Toriko felt his chest squeeze and his heart rate increase as worry took over his mind. Kushina only nodded and left the room, sending a warm, encouraging smile to him. The young Chunin immediately opened his mouth when the door closed behind the redhead, but he didn't have the courage to face his brother. I know, I disobeyed a direct order, but the thought of having to leave you there. I just couldn't do that. I take full responsibility for my actions. Minato didn't answer, only looked at him with calm eyes. He finally let out a small sigh and moved closer to the bed to take Kushina's previous seat, next to Toriko. Listen, Toriko. I'm not mad at you. But in the future, consider this: if I give an order, it's because there are causes behind them. Minato let his words settle in, before he continued. I told you to retreat because Kushina and I could handle those two. Kakashi wasn't ready for that level of opponents, and because we still don't know your full potential. Neither do you. You were reckless. I understand why you wanted to stay. Really. But you not only threatened the outcome of the mission, you menaced your teammate's life, and your own. You told me that you don't want to feel sorrow again, nor do I. The next time I tell you to back off and leave me behind, you will do it. Toriko didn't answer straight away. He was still staring at his lap. He slowly closed his eyes, letting his flying emotions settle down before he finally managed to turn toward Minato and look directly into his eyes. I can't do that. I won't leave anyone behind. Especially not my family. Minato placed his hand onto his forehead and slowly started massaging his head, attempting to ease away his impending headache. Toriko, you can't. Please. I don't know who I was or where I came from, but I know one thing for sure from my past: I wasn't the kind of person who would willingly leave anyone behind. Minato didn't answer. They let the silence fall upon them. Fortunately, a nurse opened the door to help them out of their situation, and after a long fight with the teen, she agreed to speak with the medics about his early release. You should stay here for 1 or 2 more days. I hate hospitals. You'll have to reapply the seals on me if you want to force me to stay here more than absolutely necessary. That actually isn't a bad idea. Very funny. Toriko, we weren't finished with our little talk. But that's enough for today, I think. He only nodded, and they didn't share any more words with each other. They left the hospital together in complete silence. Toriko was now sitting next to one of the 3 thick poles sticking out from the soil of their dedicated training ground, where he first appeared in Konoha. After he was finally released from the hospital and arrived back at his apartment, after 2 hours of ceiling staring, he decided to take a walk. His legs moved separately from his brain, and in the end he found himself here. It was starting to become late. The sun almost reached the horizon, coloring everything a warm orange, but he wasn't concerned with the time. He was leaning against the pole with closed eyes, enjoying the last warm beams of the setting sun and thinking. He could hear his masked shadow's slow heartbeat near him, lurking behind a mayflower bush. He growled in frustration and started slowly beating the back of his head into the pole's raw surface. Not with force, only to conduct his hopelessness into the innocent rod. He was afraid. Afraid of his own emotions, afraid that he ruined everything when he stated clearly that he wouldn't follow orders if that meant he had to leave someone behind. He was afraid that he lost every bit of trust that he gained during these weeks with one simple sentence. He must think I'm unreliable because of that, and he's right. His thoughts wandered around Minato and Kushina. About family. About his irresponsible emotions toward them. It was strange. He wasn't looking at Minato nor Kushina as family earlier. They were just friends, neighbors, some of the few people he knew. He only knew them for a few weeks, but somehow, when Minato ordered them to leave, something broke inside him. With the adrenaline running through his veins, he wasn't even thinking at the time. Everything just happened. The words rushed from his mouth without considering them. Family. How could I tell him that? We barely know each other. I don't even know myself. What if I'm really just an assassin, waiting only to strike? To kill him? Waiting only for the opportunity to plunge a kunai into his heart, or in the Hokage's. Will I still be myself if I somehow get my memories back? Toriko shook his head slowly. No, that won't be happening. He let out a sigh, when he felt someone slowly approaching him from the woods. Toriko didn't open his eyes nor move an inch as the figure slowly walked next to him to the other pole. He heard the soft voice as the fabric rubbed against the rough pole as the body leaned against it, slipped down on its rough surface, and reached the ground with a dull thud. They stayed like that for several minutes, without moving a finger, or making a noise, enjoying the last warmth of the sun and the warm breeze. An animal hopped out from the woods and ran through the clearing. maybe a rabbit. The birds still sang their song on the trees, while the warm breeze played with the branches and the leaves like they were strings of a harp. A cicada, a lonely survivor, or maybe a late riser, joined in the cavalcade of nature's sonata. So, what brought you here, Kakashi? Toriko asked softly without even opening his eyes. I talked to a friend. They stayed in silence, each other in their own thoughts, listening to the world's most perfectly composed music, when finally Kakashi opened his mouth. I wanted to thank you. Thank me for what? What you did in Kumo for Kushina. I wasn't fast enough to reach her. I made a complete idiot of myself. Perhaps, but still. I want to thank you. Toriko opened his eyes and moved his head up to watch the first faintly glowing stars appear on the darkening horizon. I have only one memory from my previous life. Kakashi stiffened, but stayed silent, listening to Toriko, who was speaking slowly, weary, leaving long spaces between his thoughts, struggling with himself. It's about a blonde girl. I watched her die while another girl tried desperately to save her life. I didn't even know her name. But it still hurts. During my first night in Konoha, I was mourning for her. When Minato told us to leave them there, and when I saw that girl attacking Kushina, I only saw that girl's face. He let out a sigh. Minato was right. I'm reckless. Kushina is strong, she could have deflected that attack, and someone could have died there if the enemy hadn't backed off. I'm a useless shinobi. The blonde teen softened his voice, almost whispering as the words left his mouth slowly, leaving long spaces of silence between the sentences, unsure of himself. I disobeyed a direct order. How could I gain yours or Minato's trust if I can't even follow a simple order? Toriko let out a weary sigh and leaned his head onto his hands, which was resting on his knees at his chest. But still, I feel that was the right thing to do, Databeo. I don't even know why am I telling you this. Kakashi didn't answer right away, just let himself dive into his own thoughts, before he opened his mouth after a long, silent minute. Someone told me something not long ago. Those who break the rules and regulations are called trash. Toriko turned his head toward the Jonin and let out a sigh. Now that's it. Here it comes. Kakashi leaned forward and moved to sit cross-legged, resting his hands in his lap. But those who don't care about their companions are even worse than trash. The young Jonin finally turned toward Toriko, and he was sure that if he wasn't wearing a mask, he could see a soft smile on his face. But the emotion still came through his only visible eye as it smiled at him openly, which made the teen's mouth finally turn up. Kakashi's right hand had slowly raised from his lap and stopped in midair, waiting for his own. Toriko grabbed the Jonin's hand and let him shake it slowly and tenderly. Welcome to the team. Thanks. The blonde let the smile grow into a grin and let his hand drop down. They stayed in silence for several moments, each shinobi now looking up to the almost ink-black sky, watching as the amount of faintly glowing stars increased, spotting the sky with their white shine. Who said that? It was Obito. Kakashi stayed in complete silence for a long minute, weighing his thoughts. He told that to me when I was about to leave Rin behind in favor of the mission. Toriko raised an eyebrow and turned toward Kakashi. I was an idiot back then, worshipping the rules, placing them before my comrades because... The Jonin slowly shook his head. But after that day, when Obito... Something changed inside me. I'd happily become trash if I could save someone. They stayed in silence, each one in their own thoughts about what had been revealed. You know, if you and Obito would have had a chance to meet, I'm sure you would have gotten along well. He was the same as you. An incredible person with great talent? No, an irritating, loud-mouthed moron. Kakashi let out a weary sigh. Sorry for my behavior before. I was acting like a... The boy looked up behind his silver locks, looking for the word he wanted. Jerk? Idiot? Kakashi rolled his eye at the offered words, then he just shrugged in the end. Yeah. The two boys stayed in silence before the both of them burst out laughing loudly on the clearing. Toriko knew that this was the start of something really good. He felt a great burden fall from his shoulders and his frustration flushed away. However, it wouldn't last long. After he came home from the hospital, he didn't have a chance to speak with Minato. However, he was the one who stated that the conversation wasn't over yet, but it was already the second day and Minato was nowhere to be seen. He was definitely avoiding him, masking his chakra. A sigh left his mouth as he moved his hand to knock on his neighbor's door as his last attempt for today to catch the blonde. He wasn't surprised when he saw the green-eyed Kushina in the doorway instead of his own reflection. Sorry. He isn't home yet. I see. He let out another disappointed sigh and started to turn to leave. Hey! Despite him not being here, you can come in. I just finished making dinner, and I really don't want to eat alone. Torika looked back at her with an unsteady glance, but before he could speak a word he felt a soft hand on his wrist. Come on. I won't bite your head off. He slowly nodded and followed Kushina into the apartment, and sat down at the small dining table. Blue orbs followed her movement as she grabbed the plates and the big bowl of roasted beef and put it down on the table, before she finally settled down at the other side of the table in front of him. They ate in complete silence in an absolutely unusual way. When they were together they were the loudest duo. Picking on each other, laughing, and then picking on somebody else to laugh at him or her together. Torika squirmed in his seat, uneasy at the awkward silence, trying to finish his meal as fast as he could to run away from this surreal situation. What do you want to talk about with Minato? Torika blinked in his surprise. He wasn't expecting anything this direct. He carefully thought over what he wanted to unfold to Kushina before he answered. I want to settle things with him. I have a lot on my mind since our last mission, about our relationship and this whole brother thing, and about my actions at that time. I want to speak with him truthfully. You know, he's frightened. He was never afraid of anything, but now he is, because he's tiptoeing in the dark. He's unsure and he's worried because he doesn't know what he should do. Torika frowned. I don't really get what you mean by that. He was frightened back at Kumo when you passed out. He was worrying himself sick when you were in the hospital, unconscious. Until our mission, he was trying to stay professional in your sensitive case, trying to deny his own feelings, but this incident opened his eyes. He's avoiding you because he doesn't want to face his own fear. Do you know why he told you to back off? Torika shook his head. He ordered you to back off to protect you. You and Kakashi. He was unsure of himself, of his own leadership, unsure of your abilities. After Obito's death, he pledged that he wouldn't lose another person. Someone precious. Someone from the family. Family? Torika flinched and glanced back with wide eyes at the softly smiling Kushina. Yes. You know, sometimes he calls you brother unconsciously when he talks about you. She let out a soft chuckle. Minato would kill me if he realized that I told you this. It's okay, I won't tell him, and I'm grateful about this, because at least I know that he has the same feelings as I do. Kushina stayed silent, not daring to cut off Toriku, who buried his face into his hands. I'm afraid, Kushina. I'm frightened of losing everything again. I don't know how I should handle him. At first I tried to speak and behave as if he was just a friend, but it just changed. He let out a weary sigh and leaned back in the chair, moving his eyes to the table. When he told me back then to back off and leave you behind, I don't know. Something broke inside me. And now I'm confused. I don't know what to do. I spoke with Kakashi 2 days ago, about Obito. I made the decision of what I thought was right, but I disobeyed the order, and I also told him that I will always disobey in the same situation. I fear that I lost the last tiny bit of trust one managed to gain from him, from you, and he let out another sigh and ran his hand through his blonde locks. I don't want to seem unreliable, but I just made that a self-fulfilling prophecy. He let out a low chuckle, his eyes now fixed on his empty plate in front of him. It's funny. What? It wasn't even 2 weeks ago that I lectured a small kid about irresponsible ninjas. That they are reckless and they will end up dying early. Hee hee. I lectured a small child about how to behave, but I can't even listen to my own advice. They stayed in silence for a long moment before Torika continued. But you know what? If that's the cost, it's worth it. If I have to die early to save someone, I'll pay that price. I'm glad that you're unharmed, and I'll do it again and again if I have to. Torika finally looked up from the table to meet Kushina's green eyes and the soft smile on her face. The smile, filled with love and care, which immediately warmed up his whole chest, and in the end his whole body from his head to his toes, just like in the foggy memory when they first met. You're a special young man, Toriku. A special but still idiotic shinobi, a new voice said. Toriku jumped out of his seat and almost fell flat on the floor when he flung around to face with the newcomer, pushing over his seat in the process with a loud thud. He recognized that voice anywhere. The blonde source was leaning against the doorframe, his hands crossed in front of his chest with a soft smile on his face. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. Minato moved closer to set the seat back to its original place, next to the still shocked teen with wide eyes, full of alert and fear. Kushina gave a small smile and left room without a word, heading toward the small balcony to give some space to the blondes. But you aren't the only one. I would like to apologize for, being an idiot. Toriku didn't dare to move, he just stared down at the blonde who was now sitting at Kushina's previous place. I'm sorry. I was a fool. I should be grateful to you, because you protected Kushina, and instead of thanking you, I lectured you. And it was undeserved. Minato glanced up at Toriku, waiting for any kind of reaction, but seeing the lack of it, he just continued, averting his glance from the teen. I came from seeing Kakashi. He yelled at me like a maniac. I never thought he could do something like that. That reserved child. But it was necessary to realize that I was wrong, that you aren't children. You are shinobi of the leaf, and I should trust in your abilities. I was wrong and selfish to order you to leave us behind. I thought only about myself and my own feelings, not even considering you too. I also abandoned my own advice, that the most important thing is teamwork. You will never be forced to disobey, because I'll never force you to abandon your comrades again. So once more, I'm sorry. Toriku slowly opened his mouth hesitantly to say something. Anything. But his mind stayed blank and he shut his mouth, while Minato slowly turned his head to meet his eyes. His frustration immediately melted away again when Minato's azure blue orbs pierced his own, leaving nothing more than another warm sensation in his chest. A small smile ran across his face, and he sat down in the seat again, leaning onto the table. I don't think you are unreliable, because I know now that I could safely trust anyone's life in your hands. But you're still reckless about your own well-being. I won't deny I am, and I will always be if it's about a life I could save. Minato didn't answer, only smiled at him. Toriku let out a relieved sigh. They stayed in total silence for a few minutes, sitting together without a word until it started becoming oppressive. So, what will we do about this brother thing? Only what we want to become of it. Oto. That was weird, you know. Aniki. That was also weird. They smiled at each other softly, then the smiles slowly grew to a grin, then a chuckle, and at the end the two blonde shinobi were laughing uncontrollably next to the small table. A red tuft peeked into the room to stare at the scene in disbelief. That was a fast reunion, you know. Minato chuckled and waved to Kushina to come closer, who immediately obeyed and hopped into the blonde's lap because of the lack of the seats. So, I see the peace settled again. You hungry, idiot number 2? The redhead turned to Minato cheekily, who just nodded in response, earning a big bowl of roast beef for himself as they moved toward the living room where they could settle down much more cozily. Before they could start their conversation, a dull knock could be heard from the door and Kushina returned with a confused Kakashi at her side, eyeing the two blondes sitting next to each other, chatting and joking like nothing had happened before. You know, Sensei, I came to deliver another kick to your ass, but it seemed you were faster. Minato just chuckled and pointed toward an empty chair. So, now that we're gathered like this, let's see. Toriku, you told me that you would show me that small barrier tag of yours. Toriku blinked and turned toward Kushina. I did. Sure. Why? Is it some kind of a secret? He shook his head and smiled at her. No, of course not. I'll go get one for you. It's okay, leave it to me. Where are they? In my pouch next to the door. Toriku turned to his side to get his keys, but when he turned back holding his keys into the air, the blonde next to him disappeared. He could feel the vein in his forehead starting to throb violently, waiting, only for his brother to reappear in the next second in the middle of the room, holding the open pouch in his left hand, while the right was already digging into it searching for the tag. Minato. A sullen grunt left Toriku's mouth, his eyes narrowing to a thin line. You put a mark inside my apartment? Without my permission? Minato stepped back and nervously eyed the angry teen, letting an embarrassed smile run across his face. Sorry? Toriku shut his eyes until he was now grimacing and ran his hand through his hair, ready to tear it out in his frustration, but only a loud, animalistic growl left him. He dropped his hand into his lap and snapped his head toward idiot number 2. Have you ever heard of privacy? Never mind. I don't even need an answer. Minato chuckled and sent an apologetic smile to Toriku, handing over his pouch, who in the end just shook his head slowly and rolled his eyes. He immediately found the small paper tag from the right pocket and handed it to Kushina. Wow. Now that is a very unique design. I never thought to use the Guardians of the Beams like that. The problem is that you can see that it could safely counter only one attack, and only up to a medium B level at this size. But if I made it bigger it wouldn't be so easily controlled in a real fight. But that is still a very useful tag. Kakashi thoughtfully eyed the small paper in the hope to understand what they were talking about, but in the end he just shrugged and turned to Minato. Sensei. When you used your Horation for the first time under the paralysis seal, you used Toriku's clones as a destination, didn't you? Yep. As they were perfect clones, they also copied my seal. When will that thing come off of me anyway? It's not that it's a very bad thing in a mission, but how will I kick your ass in our next spar if you receive instant access to my clones? Toriko crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the last part of his sentence turned into a muffle, countered by Minato's chuckle. Can I count it as a challenge for a spar? Toriko only answered with a wide grin. I've learned a lot since our first match, you know. I also want a rematch. Kakashi folded his arms and gave a cocky glare toward the blonde with his only visible eye. Minato gave a warm smile to the blonde teen and started to chuckle. You've become quite the popular sparring partner. Because I'm just that amazing. Minato rolled his eyes in response, but he took notice of Kakashi's wondering eye on Toriko. Why did you collapse to the ground at that time? Toriko blinked in his surprise to hear that question from Kakashi. Another flashback? Minato asked from the blonde curiously, who just shook his head. Actually no. Just a headache. But quite a vicious one. I thought my brain was going to explode. Minato nodded. How did you find their captive inside that barrier? Minato now turned his curious eyes to the blonde in wonder. I went after the smell. I mean my clone, underground. That barrier seal was really quite something, but it wasn't as secure from its underside and his smell leaked into the ground. My nose is pretty good, you know. After you knocked out the guard it was still hard to deactivate that seal. The yellow flash of Konoha nodded in acknowledgement. Toriko let out a sigh and was now looking at Kushina. I really hoped that I would see you in action, Kushina. I'm eager to see you fight. I'm too special to display my skills. The redhead gave her answer with a cocky wink and earned rolling eyes from Minato. I don't want to seem rude, but I've had a long day and I'm about to collapse. So if you don't mind, could we continue this little chit-chat tomorrow? Minato let an apologetic smile run across his features. Oh, sorry. Of course. Toriko instantly got up from the chair and the two boys left the apartment, leaving the couple alone. Minato let out a weary sigh and he moved toward the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed face down in his clothes. The redhead followed him and sat down onto the bed next to his head. You should at least take off your clothes. Minato turned his head toward Kushina and answered with a cocky smile. That task is waiting for you, my love. Kushina rolled her eyes at the statement and pelted his head with a pillow she was about to fluff up. Minato chuckled and moved to sit on the bed to remove his clothes. The woman eyed his back in silence for a minute, watching him as he started to get rid of his garments. Why did you lie to Toriko? The blonde froze in his movement to take off his shirt, and after a long moment, he slowly continued. About what? You told him that you would trust anyone's life in his hands. Have you ever heard that eavesdropping is impolite? Kushina didn't answer, and Minato let out a weary sigh, turning toward the woman on the bed. I don't know. Maybe because I want to believe it. Minato. You give him false hope. What are you expecting from me, Kushina? Tell me what? To tell him the truth? The truth that I don't know how to feel about him? That maybe one day I'll be the one who slices his throat open? I know you don't trust in him. But he tried to save my life, and you can't deny it. He's working really hard to gain your trust and acknowledgement. Consider your own words, that he's now a teenager, as confused about your whole situation as you. Don't make it worse. I'm aware that you're already attached to him, it doesn't matter how mad you are trying to deny it. Yes, I'm attached, and this is the problem. I know my responsibilities. Believe me, I know very well that maybe one day I have to kill him. Kushina. You know very well that he was suspicious enough from the start. Then this whole relative thing. You know very well what it could mean, don't you? Then why are you acting like a caring big brother Databane? Because I want to believe that I'm really his brother. Minato snapped with a raised voice, his face turning into an irritated frown. Then choose. The blonde's anger melted away, confusion replacing his frown. Between what? Choose one option. Be his brother, or be one of his superiors and judge, but don't play this two-sided game anymore with him, because it's disgusting. I'm ashamed of the way you're acting, Databane. I thought you were a direct person who never wore a mask. Oppressive silence fell onto the room as Minato let the words sink into his own thoughts, and calmed his intense nerves, burying his head into his hands and letting out another sigh. Kushina didn't interfere. She wanted Minato to finally open up to her. To open up and express his doubts, his thoughts, because they didn't speak about this properly ever since the Sandaime revealed their blood relation, and she saw that Minato was struggling between his own emotions since then. He really liked the boy in the first few weeks. They become fast friends and he had a really good effect on Minato after Obito had died. That was the only thing that left the spirit burning in him. Their meetings, his visits, and the boy's small jokes. The blonde had spoken a lot about him, and she also became very curious about him. And when they finally met, she felt like she found something long lost in herself. Something warm inside her, and for a long moment she finally felt whole. Even that damned fox disappeared from her mind until their last mission. Kushina watched Minato with worried eyes. She knew Minato's trust disappeared within a blink of an eye, when his relation to Toriku was revealed, and Kushina also knew what this could mean. However, she couldn't think about this possibility. She didn't want to think about it. That sweet boy was only an assassin who was after Minato's life. During the years of war, Minato gained a lot of enemies, especially from Iwa. Toriku was perhaps a part of a very well-prepared plan. Somehow they found a relative, his long-lost brother, and perhaps they trained him for that very moment. Kushina let out a sigh and leaned toward Minato to gently stroke his hand. The blonde didn't move from his frozen state as he was lost in his own small world, in his thoughts about Toriku. Minato. I'm thinking, Kushina. Then tell me. What are you thinking about? I don't know. It's just too complicated. Everything was so perfect until 2 months ago. I wasn't worried about death, about my own possible assassination. He finally lifted his head from his hands, looking at Kushina with weary eyes. He looked a decade older. Help me, what should I do? Enjoy your time with your new brother. He's a special and valuable shinobi. If the time comes, you will know what you have to do and I know you will do it. But until that time, don't struggle with your feelings. Accept them. Minato stayed silent for several minutes. He slowly grabbed a towel and headed out to the bathroom, leaving her behind without a word. The woman slowly shook her head and let out a sigh. Stubborn blondes hovering around each other. The news spread across the village hidden in the leaves like a virus in a human body. The news that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, started negotiations about ceasefire with the other elemental countries. The missions onto the battlefields were delayed, the guard posts at the borders were fastened, leaving more waiting shinobi at the village than it could handle because of the lack of assignments. Everything was full. The bars, the restaurants, and the biggest annoyance for the trio of 2 blondes and a young silver-haired jonin, every available training ground was occupied. Well, any other suggestion to kill some time? Toriku turned toward his companions after he let out a disappointed sigh at the most far-out training ground of Konoha. Before any of them could speak, an eagle appeared in the distance, approaching the small group. The majestic bird floated on the winds without movement, slowly hovering around Minato high in the sky. Minato carefully watched the predator and sighed. Well, our wish is granted it seems. We're heading to the Hokage Tower. Toriku looked at Kakashi in confusion with a raised eyebrow and the jonin pointed upwards to the eagle. That is a summoning sign for jonins from the Hokage, and as it is concentrated on Minato, he wants to see him. I see. Come, we are going together, then you can go wherever you want. Minato grabbed the shoulder of his 2 companions and disappeared from the small path with a flash of gold and silver. The trio reappeared in front of the Hokage's desk with a second delay. Toriku rolled his shoulder to ease the after effect of the technique, and moved his head to the side to see a tall man with straight, waist-length black hair on his left looking at Minato with narrowed eyes and folded arms. Moments later his sight moved to Toriku without moving his head, and he couldn't help the expression on his face as he frowned when his blue orbs connected with his amber-colored ones. Toriku couldn't avert his gaze from the split pupils as he suppressed a shiver when he felt a drop of cold sweat slowly running down his back under his clothes. His brain emptied, and black dots appeared in his eyesight, masking the purple marking on the unnaturally pale skin. At the back of his head, he felt as his hands began shaking, and he immediately squeezed his hands into fists with his last resort of self-control. He distantly felt as his nails painfully plunged into the soft flesh of his palms as anger started to rise inside his veins. Dizziness floated into his brain, his sight was filled with the amber eyes with the split pupils. Something started boiling inside him, bubbling deep in his veins. Toriku felt as the world started to split out under his foot. The surroundings became only a distant feeling and the black dots slowly started to overwhelm his eyesight as his fury increased, leaving nothing but the 2 yellow orbs. Orochimaru-san. Toriku suddenly snapped out from his temporary stasis as the familiar voice echoed inside the office. Minato-san. The man greeted him without moving his eyes from the young teen, who couldn't suppress a shiver when the cold voice of the man reached him. The man finally moved his eyes from Toriku to meet another identical pair of azure-blue orbs. I heard you had a very interesting new companion, and indeed he is a fascinating young boy. The pale shinobi's face moved to an animalistic half-smile, and he slowly opened his mouth to lick his upper lips with his tongue. Another drop of cold sweat ran down on his spine and he couldn't restrain his movement as he stepped back from the pale man, almost bumping into Minato. I also heard you took apprenticeship over a young girl, Orochimaru-san. Minato replied with a chilled voice, not bothering to mask the icy cold tone of it. Yes, the rumors are true. Enko-chan is a very promising young kunoichi. Your conversation is fascinating as always. But we have serious business here, so please. Finally, every eye turned toward the table where Sarutobi rested his chin on his joined fingers, leaning on the desk. The three newcomers bowed and greeted the leader of the village politely, and Minato dismissed his team immediately. Toriko looked over his shoulder from the doorway and he connected his blue orbs again with a narrow pair of amber-colored ones. He quickly averted his gaze and almost fled from the office. Toriko glanced down at his hands to note that they were soaked in sweat and still trembling a little. He quickly shoved them into the pockets of his slacks to hide them from sight and jogged after Kakashi, who almost reached the stairs leading outside. The two young shinobi slowly walked down the passage leading out from the tower. When they finally reached the open air, Toriko lifted his head toward the warm sun. He felt like he was frozen deep inside his body to his bones, and he gratefully drank in every warm beam of the afternoon sun. He finally looked down at Kakashi to meet his eyes. Don't be too hard on yourself. I also freaked out when I first met him. The Jonin averted his gaze and his shoulders trembled as a shiver ran across them. I hate that snake. I always felt chills running up and down my back when he looked at me with his creepy eyes. Toriko watched his companion with curious eyes and opened his mouth. Who is he? He is one of the three legendary Sannin, the students of Hokage-sama. A very powerful shinobi. Toriko only nodded in understanding, and he glanced up for a last look to the Hokage tower, then followed the already leaving Kakashi without a word. He couldn't avert his thoughts from Orochimaru, and he felt another cold tremble building inside his spine. When the two young shinobi left the room, Sarutobi was finally left alone with the two men in the office. A quick motion with his arms and Minato felt as four imperceptible chakra signatures disappeared from the room as the Hokage's personal A&BU guard dismissed from the office. Well, this is going to be a serious talk. Sarutobi slowly reached for his pipe, knocking out the remaining ashes without scattering any of it onto the desk to replace it with fresh tobacco with his experienced hands. He snapped his fingers and blue chakra flames appeared on the tip of them to light his pipe. After 3 small puffs of the smoke, the old Hokage leaned back into his chair, eyeing the two shinobi carefully, then motioned toward 2 chairs in front of his desk. After a minute of complete silence, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, and slowly lowered his hand with the pipe onto the desk. As you know, I sent out delegations to the elemental countries to negotiate a peace treaty. The two shinobi only nodded and Sarutobi raised his pipe for another puff. The end of this war is near, and with that there are other important matters that must be taken care of.